Whew. What a week. What a week it has been. A lot of questions out there. Not just in the world of wrestling, but in the world. Hell, I've had questions about my life this past week, which we may or may not get into as this show goes on this evening. But in times like these, I find it personally beneficial to find a source of inspiration, a source of hope, a source of clarity. And for me, that has always been music. And so as we kick off tonight's festivities, I want to leave y'all with some words that can maybe lift your spirits. They come from one of my favorite R&B singers of all time, the one and only Miss Mary J. Blige. And in times of trouble, Mary gave us these words to use as an anthem of hope. Crispy chicken, fresh lettuce, 3 cheeses, ranch dressing, wrapped up in a flour tortilla, okay? You don't hear me. I said crispy chicken, wrapped up in a flour tortilla. Y'all can't hear me, but you will. Hit the music, Ray.
You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the professor, the godfather, host wrestling the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.
What's going on, y'all? Appreciate y'all for joining us this month. And, you know, I hope everybody's mood was lifted. Spirits were buoyed by those wise words off the top. And please do not sue us, Miss Mary J. I know you feel some type of way about that song, even though it literally fed a generation. We hope you are our friend, and we hope you are locked in so we can all step this way, because this is the NWA Podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, proudly presented by the good people at Post Wrestling and, of course, your crew from the Nefarious Media Network. I am one of your hosts, the Godfather Nate Milton, over 10 years in the game. It ain't a damn thing changed. I am still your favorite podcaster's favorite podcaster, and I am joined, of course, by the advocates. First up, batting leadoff. Y'all know this man. Y'all love this man. He is the angry intellectual. He is the mayor pro tem of Los Angeles, California. He is the man that engineered the trade to bring Luka Doncic to the LA Lakers, even though in this first round series against the Houston Rockets, they don't even need him. They don't even need him. Some people call him Moderna Chris. Some people call him Mimosa Chris, but I simply call him my tag team partner, my brother, and my friend. Y'all give it up for Professor Chris Ely, a.k.a. Chris from LA. Can we rock? What's up, Doc?
Man, chilling. I gotta say, I did feel really bad for the Rockets. You know, don't get me wrong. I'm glad my Lakers won that game. But 6 seconds and doing that's only happened 2 times in NBA playoff history. Once with the Pacers, and now this time. I was writing that game off, you know. It's like I was like, all right, let me just go to get something to eat, and then that kind of thing. And they just keep playing this shit on TV and on YouTube. It's like ubiquitous, man. His heads are gonna roll in Houston. That's all I gotta say. And glad to be back here talking wrestling.
Hey, it's gonna be a big show this month, Chris. I'm excited for it, man. Glad you're here. And something's gonna have to change after this series in Houston because it's a bad look when you losing to a team which is basically just a dad playing with his son, man. Just, hey, Bronny, you want to make up for lost time when I was on the road all them years? Oh, here's an alley-oop, Bronny.
Yeah,
throw set a screen for you, Bronny.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
And LeBron made a comment after the game too about Houston disrespecting Bronny, just leaving him open and shit. You know, it's like, yeah, it's hot in Houston, man.
You getting cooked by Bronny. It's over for you. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. But somebody who is never over for Chris is a brother who last month on this very program got a new title. He is one half of the Ring Theory crew, which you can watch each and every month at Nefarious Wrestling, Nefarious Media. We do more than wrestling, but when them boys is in the building, it's Nefarious Wrestling, which you can see that next episode this very week over at our YouTube channel. He is the holder of the Shula Fala. He is the leader of the mid-card Marauders, even though he's gained stature over the past month. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all know him, y'all love him. Y'all give it up for main event, Jay Lacey. Jay, what's good, my brother?
What's cracking, West, y'all? I'm feeling good. Dodgers won today. Lakers about to put it as a sweep later on tonight. Man, and you know what? Think about this. In 8 years, in 8 months from now, LeBron about to be 50.
Right, yeah.
And he's doing it to that squad over there. Houston, you know what? Here's their problem. They ain't got no point guard.
Yeah.
No point guard. And they're getting exposed. And you hate to see it, but you love to see it. So I'm
Yeah. Is it even worth it to play Westbrook tonight? I was like, for Westbrook, like, do you even want to be a part of this shit, man? Like getting them a game and then having to do this again, in a couple more days. I just, if I was him, I'd just be like, look, I ain't playing today.
Just be on the sidelines talking about Cancun.
Yeah. Or they live. Galveston is right up the road, man. I went to a couple Freakniks out there, so. Yeah.
Oh yes, we'll have to hear those stories one day, Chris. Because again,
here we go. Money talk.
We got money. What we got down there from Brandon from New Jersey? What he talking about, Jay?
Oh man, Brandon, appreciate you, my man. $4.99 says just want to give props to my guy, first team all Nubian advocate Jay Lacey at the AEW presser. He is up for Supermax. Can you pay? Hey, I appreciate it. Brandon, check is in the mail, brother. And you know what? I'm doing a new look. I got the sunglasses on, representing for my guy, Gerard Brown. I'm still in his gimmick today, so it is what it is.
Yeah. And Ray is doing Dynamite soon.
Yeah. We doing big things here in Nefarious, man. Jay was at the pay-per-view. Ray is gonna have access to Dynamite, man. We doing some big things. And Brandon, to answer your question, can we pay Jay Lacey the Supermax? The answer is, of course, we can pay Jay Lacey the Supermax as long as you folks, you people. What do you mean, you people? Yes, you people. Sign up for the Patreon. $3 gets you in the door. And then you get over 300 hours of audio and video entertainment. So if you dig what we're doing here in Nefarious, support us, man, because this is an independent operation, as Chris and I were saying before the show. We're doing this for the love of the game, but eventually, you play the game long enough, it's time to renegotiate that CBA. So we're trying to make some moves. So if y'all want to help us make those moves, hit that link right there. Actually, you can't hit it. It's not interactive. You just be punching your TV screen or your computer, and that's no good for nobody. But put that link in your address bar and go to Patreon. Help us out. We appreciate it. But there's somebody that we appreciate even more, Chris, even more than the audience, even though we love the audience. This brother has really showed up and showed out here on the NWA podcast each and every month. And Jay, I don't know if you know this man made his debut, his on-screen debut last night with our good friend Kate from Montreal on Collision Course, which you can catch the replay right here at Post Wrestling. So let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for the king of calcium himself, somebody who really likes three cheeses. Y'all give it up for Two-Way Ray Williams.
Man, y'all play too much, man. Always a pleasure being a part of the crew.
Hey, if Mary gonna yell at me, she gonna yell at you too, Ray.
Bro, I just watched, I think, Torre, who's formerly a writer with the Rolling Stone and New York Times, culture and music writer.
MSNBC, all that.
Yep.
He has a YouTube show, and he just did a thing about Mary J. Blige, saying how she hasn't apologized to me over something that happened like almost 30 years ago. And then he mentioned that commercial, and I swear, guys, that's the first time in my life I've watched that commercial.
Oh wow! When that commercial dropped live, Chris, that was a moment.
Yeah. That was like big. She got so much shit like all at once for it. And I don't know if this was before the commercial or after the commercial with Jerry Rice. He was wearing the helmet with the fried chicken on it.
Yes.
Doing and it was I mean, you have to be very, very careful when you're doing fried chicken commercials.
Yes.
You're not beating allegations if you're doing those commercials,
right?
Man.
Yeah, like.
And what made it so bad, Chris? That Jerry Rice commercial. And here's the thing, I get it, man. Like you know, KFC hired you. You know, got to get that check. But the fact that Jerry had to smile with the drumstick, just it caught me a drumstick, like Jerry.
You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of the movie Undercover Brother.
Yeah.
With Billy D. Williams as the general.
Played on real time, man. So
General's fried chicken.
Right. It was like it was just like you really got to be careful if you're black doing those fried chicken commercials. You can do it and not get shit for it. MC Hammer did fried chicken at KFC commercials in the early 90s and got left alone. It was those I don't know if you remember, Nate, those Lake Etna KFC commercials. And then Bruce, he did a few Popeyes commercials, and all he was doing was his stand-up act in the commercials, and it was fine. But the minute you start singing songs about this shit,
writing ballads for chicken,
that's gonna always rub people the wrong way, man.
And here's the thing. Like, yes, was it a bad look when you kind of look at the totality of history? Yes, but Mary, we not laughing at you. At least I'm not laughing at you, because the song was actually low key kind of hot. Like the commercial starts, the manager's like, or the customer's like, "What's in this new BK chicken wrap?" And the manager's like, "Tell you what's in the chicken wrap." Then all of a sudden, Mary J. Blige is standing on a table, which I guess is a stage. Tell them what's in the chicken wrap. Crispy chicken, 3 cheeses, French dressing, fresh lettuce. Like this song, but it's like I'm the juxtaposition of our queen Mary J. Blige singing about this damn $3.99 chicken wrap. It just didn't sit well with our spirits as a community.
Yeah. And I think there was I think when I was watching the thing with Torre, she was actually explaining it, and she was like, I was literally asking because I didn't have the notes. I didn't know it was in the script.
Damn, that makes it even better that was not planned in the script.
So what was Torre beefing with Mary J. Blige about?
So he I guess he pulled up a recent interview that she did with Scott Evans, I believe, from Access Hollywood, or formerly from Access Hollywood. And so she was mentioning how she was crazy. She was a monster back in the 90s because she had some stuff that she was dealing with, and so she was apologizing. She said she was apologizing to everybody who she wronged and who she was mean and cussed out. And she was mentioning how she was talking mainly to people that worked under her or worked for her. And then Tori was like, "Well, she never apologized to me because
Man,
I
you
was
ain't getting no apology, Torre. Dude, like,
like Jay." He's like
God.
Jay Uso. He's like you
Yeah,
don't
man.
hold your breath
Like,
on an apology for
right,
that.
yeah. Yeah,
But
I like Torre, but he sometimes is a little entitled and pompous and shit. Like, dude,
Yeah, he
chill
could have
out,
set
man.
that one out.
Yeah.
he was
Where's
talking
my
about how
apology?
Yeah.
he was supposed to, when her second album dropped, he had a interview with her, and she was being disrespectful and not contributing to the interview. He asked one question, and she was like, "That's a dumb question," and then didn't refuse to talk to him for like 30 minutes in the ride, and then she went back to her old stomping grounds, where she used to live, where her mom still stayed at, and then she had friends in the I guess in the limousine or in the SUV that they came in on, and he wanted to kind of be in there or like in the limousine with her and her friends, just to see how she reacts and responds in her element. But she was like, "No, you don't get to come in here." And so I think he's been salty for 30 years.
Yeah,
No,
come on.
he was like, "No, Ray, we in the limousine, you in the
Right.
Honda Accord booth."
Yeah. And she 30 years ago she was going through it. I remember because
She was on that stuff too.
Yeah, and she was with Casey from, was it Casey or JoJo? One of them. Casey, I think it was.
Yeah, and then there was like the allegations of the physical abuse and stuff like that.
I remember an interview she said where that dude, like, they asked her, was it domestic violence, Mary J. Blige? And she said, well, I was beating his ass too, so
Casey was wild back then too, so it was like the two of those energies going together, wow.
Yeah. So I mean, the context does matter,
Yes.
Torre. Come on, man.
You know what, Torre? Like we respect you, brother, but what you doing right now, man, is too much hateration, okay? And toleration up in the dancery. And the only place where hateration and or holleration should be tolerated, Ray,
where's that?
Is on the showcase of the Immortals. I'm talking about WrestleMania. WrestleMania 42 took place a week ago tonight. And we are here to not only talk about everything that we did, not everything, shit. We go 5 hours long, but we ain't got enough time to talk about every single thing that went down. We ain't talking about Sandman and all that. Sorry, Sandman. But we're gonna talk about the big stories to come out of WrestleMania week, give our thoughts on the shows, both night 1 and night 2, where it was like a tale of two manias. We'll talk about the TV that came out after WrestleMania, and then the biggest WWE news of the week, the releases, the post WrestleMania releases. We'll get into that, and we'll also talk about some AEW. So we got a full packed slate tonight. We may have a special guest joining us a little bit later, so we looking forward to that. But Ray, if you don't mind, taking us down this road, not only to WrestleMania but from WrestleMania, brother.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get started. Like you mentioned off the top, brother Nate, it was a tale of two shows, and I guess we can start with the first show of the weekend. That was WrestleMania 42 Saturday. So as I am scrolling, I should have had, oh yeah, I think I had them already. There we go. So I'll just go through the results, and then I'll ask you guys what you felt about the overall card. I know there was a lot of discourse over the Saturday card as far as how underwhelming it was, to say the least. So I'll just go ahead and try to run through it. So we'll start with the main event for Saturday. So we had Cody Rhodes defeat Randy Orton for the WWE Championship, holding off the advances of one Pat McAfee, but also getting assaulted by Orton after the match and consequently getting punted. We had Seth Rollins take a loss to Gunther with the assistance of the returning Braun Breaker. we had Liv Morgan become the new WWE World Women's Champion, defeating Stephanie Vecker. We had, let's see, so that we had, it goes all over the place on this side. All right, here we go. We had the 4-way to start the show off proper. We had we had Becky Lynch regain the WWE Women's Intercontinental Championship over AJ Lee. And to start the WrestleMania card off proper, we had the fatal 4-way match for the women's WWE Women's Tag Team Championships, where Lash and Smash, Lash Legend and Queen Caramel herself, Nia Jax, were not able to throw off the advances of Brie Bella and the returning Paige, as they both fought off against Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair and Bayley and Lyra Valkyria. So Paige and Brie Bella are the new women's tag team champions. Then to start off on the ESPN2 portion, we had IShow Speed and White Division, aka Austin Theory and Logan Paul. They were defeated by the Usos and LA Knight. Subsequently, right after the match, because of some follies gone wrong and costing them the match, IShow Speed was getting beat down by Logan Paul and Austin Theory. The Usos and Logan returned to defend him, and he subsequently leapt off the turnbuckle and crashed onto Logan Paul through announcer's desk. So that's his WrestleMania moment. And then we had the grudge match being decided between Drew McIntyre and Jacob Fatu. Jacob Fatu getting the victory over Drew McIntyre in an unsanctioned match. So with all that being said, guys, how did you think this Saturday night went? Again, a lot of people were saying that it was pretty underwhelming, to say the least. Do you guys find that it was the worst? Not saying the worst out of the two nights, because that's an easy question, but some people were given that opinion that it's the worst show or the worst WrestleMania of all time. What do you guys think about those presumptions? We'll start with you, brother Quiz.
Yeah, it was pretty garbage. It was a lot of fuckery on it. But I almost think it had to be that way for night one, because what preceded it was so underwhelming and garbage and horrible and just asinine television, that I think in order to get through the WrestleMania weekend, you kind of needed night one to be garbage. That's just how I felt about it. I remember when it was introduced that Pat McAfee was the guy that Orton was talking about, and he came out and cut that promo, and it was horrible. People say it was horrible, man. If you want to say it was good, it was horrible. Just the context. Doesn't matter if the promo was coherent or not. It was just horrible. And people were saying the promo that Cody Rhodes cut at the end of the show was horrible. I was like, Cody Rhodes had to cut that promo. What preceded it was so fucking horrible that he had to call that. Somebody had to call that shit out, and Cody Rhodes was just as good as anybody to do it. So yeah, night one, I'm not as hard on it as everyone else. It was horrible, but I think just because everything else was horrible before it, it needed to be horrible. I did predict that Orton was gonna win, not Orton, Cody Rhodes was gonna win that match. It could have been Orton to win that match, but I think you really needed to make fans assured that Pat McAfee was just not somebody you were going to see on your television for the year. So, and the only out you had of doing that was Cody Rhodes winning. And I think so. For that reason, I wasn't like disappointed in it. I thought the punt was kind of stupid. I thought a lot of it was stupid. The four-way match was what it was. I mean, you got Paige back, so I mean, she was gonna win that match, her returning. And Paige is a big star. She's not coming back for chump change. What they did with the Usos and LA Knight, that was fine, but yeah, it was a garbage show. But I think it was a necessary garbage show.
So he's saying they had to set the table, Chris. They had to give us a terrible appetizer so we can enjoy the meal.
Yeah. I think that because I don't know, because if you do a good pay-per-view for night one, it's almost like you're trying to justify the fuckery that you did before that. So I really do think you have to charge that one to the game, and then just come back with a better night too.
Literally charge it to the game, Chris.
Yeah, and I was cool with that. Didn't have an issue with it. I did have an issue getting WrestleMania. That was my only issue with the weekend. And I'm not going to be keeping Fubo TV. They do need to make WrestleMania more accessible for people in stateside, because I'm still seeing the same complaints about that ESPN app. And it was just so much easier to do on Peacock. I actually like Peacock better than the network. Because Peacock, they had other stuff on Peacock, I love, wrestling, but there's only so much old shit you can watch before it's like, Jesus Christ, I need to watch something else. So I love Peacock. ESPN, this is just $30 a month is not worth it. Especially if the pay-per-views aren't going to be great, it's really not worth it.
Yeah, I thought, Ray, watching night one of WrestleMania, the feeling I had when I turned off the pay-per-view on Saturday night, other than the fact that it ended at like 10:30, which was a blessing, other than the fact that it was a short show, I had the same feeling of one of the greatest, most underrated cartoon characters of all time, and I think Chris knows where I'm going with this. There was a program back in the day on Nickelodeon, used to be, one of their late Saturday night shows called Ren and Stimpy. Ren and Stimpy had a character on the show, Ray Williams, named Mr. Horse. And spoiler alert,
don't like it.
Spoiler alert, he was actually a horse that could talk, right? And they would ask Mr. Horse various questions on these episodes about, hey, what's your opinion on this? What's your opinion on that? Do you think this food is good? And Mr. Horse would sit there and think about it for a while, Ray. He would really contemplate the question. And then he would look at the camera and be like, no, sir, I don't like it. And that's the thought I had coming off of WrestleMania 42 night one. It's like, no, sir, I do not like this. I would not like this in a box. I would not like this with a fox, unless that fox's name was Nia Jax. I would not watch this here or there. I would not watch this anywhere. But I think, to Chris's point, when you had such a rocky road getting to this night, in terms of the booking, in terms of battling audience reactions, in terms of just the general zeitgeist around WrestleMania, and people feeling outpriced by the exorbitant cost of these tickets, people feeling like especially folks in New Orleans feeling like, damn, like y'all just stole this from us, man, and took it back to Vegas to try to squeeze more money out of that town. The feeling about this Pat McAfee Randy Orton feud that was going to headline night one, or this Pat McAfee Randy Orton Cody Rhodes feud that was going to headline night one. There was no juice to that feud. And so, yeah, this was probably the most likely conclusion that we would get, a night that was underwhelming at best, Jay. Like underwhelming at best, basura at worst. And I wouldn't say it was the worst WrestleMania of all time because it's only half of WrestleMania. You know what I mean?
I know, right?
And so it's like, I understand the sentiment that a lot of the audience was feeling, particularly on social media, Ray, but I think you got to judge this Mania in its totality. So night one, I would give like, a 3 or a 4 out of 10, just in the way it left me feeling as a viewer, where I felt like, because I had to get up. That's the other thing, Ray. I had to get up the next morning for work at like 6:30 to open the store on Sunday morning. And it's like, I am so glad this ended at 10:30, because if I stayed up until 11:30, 12 o'clock for this mess, I would have been hot, Ray Williams. And also to Chris's point, the navigation of the ESPN app is a bit tricky. Like there is a learning curve to it. And so that's something that needs to be ironed out, because we were getting mixed messages from the advertising as well. Like you lied to me, Jay Uso, talking about all I need is a cable provider, and it's right there. Like, do I? Or are there some more steps, Us? But yeah, those are my thoughts on night one. And audience, if y'all got thoughts on night one, drop them in the chat so Ray can bring them up. And if you want to cut the line, if you want to be a VIP, like so many TKO board members who I'm sure were in the audience, there's one way to do it, and it's by hitting that super chat button and showing us some love. Jay Lacey, speaking of love, did you love WrestleMania 42 Saturday night, brother?
No, I did not. And Ray, get the button ready. So my thoughts on WrestleMania night one, there were a couple bright spots, but on the watch along, I called it commercial mania because that's exactly what it was. We were watching commercials. Yeah. We watched more commercials than we actually watched matches, and it was in Japanese they call it gomi. In English we call it garbage, but in Spanish we call it basura. It was trash. Come on,
international,
bro. It was horrible. I mean, we've seen longer matches. I mean, honestly, this was a glorified Raw. That's what we saw on Saturday night. It was maybe a notch better than a Saturday night main event, but we had to jump through so many different hoops just to watch it. And come on, man. I mean, the only saving grace was it was still daylight after the show got off air. Right. I'm good. I'm like, okay, cool. I can watch the rest of the UFC card. I'm cool. So one of the shining spots that was a highlight for me, Bianca Belair. When she came out, I was like, okay, cool. We about to get an impromptu. No, we not getting an impromptu match. She announced her pregnancy. So shout out impromptu. I guess so, right? So seeing her, and I was like, okay, cool. Having her make that announcement. And again, shout out to her too for being pregnant and still having abs. I mean, that baby was poking out and she still got abs. That's miracle of life right there. You know what I mean? The matches, I mean, I was genuinely surprised about Paige. I stayed away from all the social media because, I mean, I guess there were spoilers all over the place saying that she was going to make an appearance. But I stayed away from that. So that was like a genuine surprise for me. But I wasn't, in terms of all the matches and stuff like that, all this stuff could have been done on like a SmackDown or a Raw. So it didn't feel special, So that's the reason why I'm saying Nate was generous with a 4. I gave it like a 2.5. It was not good at all. And my thought is too, is like you're setting the bar so low to supersede night 2 and the expectations on that. You didn't have to. You could have had a bomb show on the first night, and you could have had another bomb show, and we could have easily been like, you know what, the setup for all these matches was trash, but at least they executed. And we can't even say that. So they took that away from me. So I'm not very high on this product as we speak right now. I mean, I don't know. It's not the athletes. Don't get me wrong. It has there's the execution and the storylines. The corporation just like basically trying to sell everything to everybody at one time, and then there's some wrestling. Let's sprinkle a little bit of matches here. So I mean. I don't know. Shout out to I Show Speed too. I mean, that was a good WrestleMania moment. and
You're
Cody
right.
Rhodes wearing the belt logo on his eyebrow.
Yeah.
That's pretty gruesome.
So real
Yeah.
quick, Ray. I think there were two things that stood out to me from night one that I didn't mention. Number one, the show was short, right? We had time to put a 10, 15-minute match somewhere that would have improved the quality of night one. Why the hell didn't we get Io Sky versus Asuka on night one? I think, especially knowing what was going to happen a few days later with Kyrie being released, I think they could have had a really strong match, but then also like a really compelling story that was told through the match between the three of them, and you can even sprinkle in Rhea Ripley and really culminate that story before you let this lady go. But then the second thing, Ray, it wasn't as daring as I Show Speed's leap, but maybe my favorite spot of the night, Chris, was Seth Rollins making a business decision. Because when he saw that man, LeBron Breaker, running full speed down that ramp, he had a split second thought, Chris, like Cam Newton in that Super Bowl against the Broncos. Do I dive on this fumble or do I make a business decision? Seth Rollins was like, I could take this spear head on and really sell for my man Braun Breaker. But you know what? I got a wife. I got a kid, man. I got to get on a Get Up show with Greenie. I'm going to make a business decision and just slide to the side and just take a glancing spear from 40 feet down the ramp.
That was a glancing blow. It was. I wish the camera angle didn't capture that.
Right.
For Seth Rollins' sake. I mean, because there was so much space between him and the actual spear. Wow.
Like when in the process did he make the decision like, nah, that doesn't work for me, brother?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think night one was just a show they were trying to get through. I got that vibe from the opening match, and the opening match wasn't even horrible. I just got the vibe that, all right, we got to get through this shit. And, that's what I thought. I mean, you could have made WrestleMania night one better. It's just the shit before it was just so horrible, man. I just don't like it. It left a bad taste in everyone's mouth. Like Pat McAfee, he went from being like kind of a beloved goofball to like, I don't want to see this guy on my television again, right? And he even kind of knew it when he got on his show that week. He kind of knew the fans didn't want him around. Like, why would you turn this guy into that, And Ari Emanuel, why would you think you can make this guy Sly Stallone Part 2? I don't get it. And this isn't even a knock on Pat McAfee, but they're just certain actors you cannot create. You cannot duplicate them. You have to wait for the next kind of phenomenon to come around, Like Arnold Schwarzenegger, I don't love his politics, but when he does movies on screen, he's a presence. Sly Stallone is the same way. Same thing with like The Rock and people like that. There's auras about them that you really just can't figure out. Pat McAfee don't got that shit, man.
No.
Like Pat McAfee is a guy, I don't even care about figuring him out, Like when I watch Arnold Schwarzenegger in Twins, and he's this huge muscular guy, and he's playing like a calm, subtle, like almost aloof guy in Twins next to Danny DeVito's erratic guy. It's a character you could kind of engage with. Like, what the fuck is Pat McAfee gonna do on screen to give you that, Nothing.
The best Pat McAfee can hope for in Hollywood, Chris, is how like for a good 7, 8, 9 years, Johnny Knoxville was getting roles as like the weird, quirky sidekick to the action
that
star.
kind of shit. Yeah,
I think McAfee could be like this generation's Johnny Knoxville, where he's like a sidekick to Chris Evans or a sidekick to The Rock in one of these movies. That's the best you're gonna get, Mac.
Yeah, that's like the best. He's not gonna be a A-lister. That's just not happening. And for them to think that they were gonna use WrestleMania as a springboard to get him to that, first of all, WrestleMania isn't really even a good springboard for like actual like over wrestlers to do that. Like Hulk Hogan, like Rocky came before Hulkamania, you know. Rocky was kind of like the start of Hulkamania. The movies he did after Rocky are garbage, you know. Roddy Piper did They Live, and that's his only like good, like actual good plot movie, good director movie, that kind of thing. And you know, you got The Rock. He could count. Stone Cold Steve Austin never really carried over like that. Ted DiBiase Jr., God bless him, not really, but he didn't. His movie career didn't amount to anything. Neither did The Miz. Neither did Randy Orton. That's not WWE is not a springboard for that. John Cena became a movie star. It's not because of WWE. It's in spite of WWE. John Cena, the movies that he did that were good have nothing to fucking do with WWE. Those are movies. He was never going to be a star off of one of those WWE pieces of shit like The Marine. That wasn't going to happen. Same with Batista. Batista became a star out like WWE had. It got him noticed, but WWE wasn't like, oh, I can see Batista as some good actor. You know, Batista couldn't do He had to get the fuck away from that shit too. It was a horrible idea, the Pat McAfee stuff. It was just not good. Whoever thought of that should get fired. Ari Emanuel can't fire himself, so it was just a horrible idea. And it should never be. Ari Emanuel, you are the big wig because you are the big wig. You don't belong in a creative. That's for your underlings.
Ray, what do you think about night 2 or night 1? You've long been a champion of the night 1 main event, Ray, so don't flip-flop on us now.
That is true. Yeah, I often laud it as the people's main event, but I'm not sure which people was looking for Cody Rhodes versus Pat McAfee and Randy Orton. I don't know which people was looking for that. But I didn't think it was that bad. I totally agree with the folks that are saying, hey, too many advertisements. Hey, this was commercial mania. Hey, the matches were too short. I agree with all of that. I just thought that the content within most of the matches were decent, but I just felt that they didn't get enough time to work through it, especially with Stephanie Becker versus Liv Morgan. I just felt that they didn't give enough time to shine the way that I know both of those wrestlers could shine. They did do as much as they could do within those 6 minutes, 50 seconds, I think they got, but that was just crazy. Just even the multi-person matches didn't get that much time. Like the 4-way tag match between those eight women, I think that got like 8 to 9 minutes. I don't even think that got 10 minutes. And so and yeah, especially with the interference of Pat McAfee and it good old Jelly Roll coming to save the day, because Lord knows he ain't got no concerts or nothing on that day.
Don't you have a job, my boy?
For real. So yeah, and I think the thing that made it sour for me at the end, because I'll give it like a 6.5 out of 10. Damn. The thing that soured it at the end for me was we're gonna do all this stuff with Pat McAfee, and we're gonna have Randy Orton lose just for him to turn around and attack him after the bell. Now we got to keep this thing going. Like, you could have did that with him getting the win.
They didn't know what to do. Those fools were confused. And even you, with your backhanded compliments, Ray, you said you didn't think night one was that bad. You put the qualifier that before bad. You know, anytime you have to put a qualifier before bad means it was bad. You know, you put that before it. So, because if it wasn't bad, you would have said, oh, it wasn't bad.
It's pretty good.
That bad. You know?
I only say that because you guys are giving it 4 out of 10s and 2.5 out of 10.
I didn't give it anything.
Bad. That's
what would you give it, Chris? What would you give it?
I'd give it probably like a 4. I'm going easy on it just because everything before it was so garbage.
You grade on the curve.
They just needed to get through the fucking night. I give them credit for doing that shit, man. Because if I was booking that shit, I wouldn't want to show my face, man. I wouldn't want to do press that week. I'd be like on Ambien not Ambien.
Damn.
What's the shit that makes you? What's the shit that makes you fall asleep?
Oh, melatonin.
Melatonin. Well, not melatonin. You need something stronger than
magnesium.
That, yeah, magnesium. You need something that's gonna. If I had booked that shit, if I was associated with it, I would have took something that made me fall asleep on Wednesday and didn't wake me up until Sunday night because it was so horrible. So I give
You saying you wouldn't be on the Unreal episode for that, Chris?
Right, yeah, nah. So I give them credit just for showing up that fucking night, man. It's like golly, it's like staying the night at your grandma's house and not bringing a pair of some good clothes over to grandma's house, so you have to wear her clothes to school. But at least you went to school. You know what I'm saying? I'll give them that kind of credit, but I mean,
looking like Big Mama.
Yeah. That's all.
How come you got curtains on today?
Yeah. What you got a blouse on? You got a onesie? What's that? A muumuu?
Here wearing some culottes.
Right. Yeah. I'll give them credit for showing up. I will do that because
I can't give them credit for that. No, this is a professional organization. I'm giving them no pass. I'm giving them nothing but the truth of what I'm feeling, and a lot of other fans are feeling too. I'm not grading on her. No, it was trash. Do better. So they need to do better.
So Jared is saying they're complete trash. I say they're complete trash, but you got
to understand why they're complete trash.
Yeah.
And I still don't, because I look at it like this. It's like, look, you brag about how much money you're milking from your audience. We got record profits.
Well, that's another topic that I do want to get into.
Yeah, we'll get into that later soon.
And we'll get into that. But I'm saying I'm not giving any passes if you're not giving the people any passes.
That's fair.
And Ray, to your point, man, like when you're saying this wasn't that bad, like the fact that you uttered the sentence that Stephanie Vakwe versus Liv Morgan, which was one of your better built feuds, only got 6 minutes, man, for a world title match at WrestleMania. That is irresponsible booking, man. Like you didn't do any favors for your talent who's worked hard all year to get to this point, man. That's disrespectful.
Yeah, I totally agree on that statement. But yes, that's the only reason I had to qualify, Chris, because you guys trashing it, no pun intended, it so much. I was like, I didn't think it was that, but
you was sticking up for it, Ray.
I didn't trash it. They trashed it themselves. I'm over here. I'm giving them fucking mulligans and shit. Damn. Jared didn't like it. I thought Nate went easy on them, all things considered, you know?
This is a bizarro episode, too, because usually it's me in Chris's seat and Chris in my seat. So I don't know what's happening.
I'm going to say, yeah. Like usually Chris is the hard grader, and he's understanding this time with them.
Yeah. Well, I'm only understanding.
Like, I know why you got bad grades. You know, you don't get breakfast. You come from a
Yeah.
broken home. Your mama is KC.
Yeah, yeah.
Your mama's Mary J. Your daddy's KC. It's a tumultuous life.
Yeah. I'm over here saying, look, I understand why you were that remedial. In WWE's case, they shouldn't have been that remedial in the first place.
Damn.
But you know, once you decide to go down that route, I just don't see how you could have fixed, because to me it was that bad that there was nothing fixable about it on the night of WrestleMania. Whatever you wanted to fix on that should have happened like 2-3 months before. Not that night. Not Saturday night, you weren't fixing shit. That just wasn't gonna happen. I think I'm being a little pragmatic about that. You know, I just don't see what you like. All the only things I see is like what Jay said and what Nate said, give matches a certain amount of time or put people on television. That's the only way you could have fixed that shit.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be like Mary J. Blige, and I'm not gonna cry about this no more. I'm not. I'm done. No more drama in my life.
Yeah,
No
this I've been waiting for this weekend for a while now. So I mean, after tonight,
you can finally get it out of your system.
Yeah, we never have to talk about WrestleMania 42 again after today. I do think this is therapeutic for all of us, you know, and I think we're all coming by at it from good angles. And even the most positive one of us is like, it wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that bad.
Yeah, you know, it's you know, like I used to get my ass beat by my stepdad. It wasn't that bad. The nigga he did take me. He did take me to Little League every once in a while. So you know,
he bought me a bike that one year.
Right? Cool. Yes. Yeah. So him
going up, dominant hand.
Yeah. So him going up my side of my head every once in a while was fine. You know. That's what that WrestleMania was for me, you know.
Old Stockholm Syndrome Ray Williams on these streets.
Right.
It's not that bad, fellas. TKO's a great company, guys.
I ain't say all that.
Company Man Williams.
Not at all.
So, anytime we have to use that before something, that means we have to. We're qualifying it. Is all we're doing.
Now, Ray. In your defense, I do think when we turn the page, a lot of us is going to be on your side of the fence when we get to night 2.
Indeed.
Unless Ray hated night 2, then
that would be wild. That would be Ray. That would be the wildest take ever uttered on the Post Wrestling Network. If you were the one person who was like, "Man, night 1 killed night 2. Man, night 2 was crap. I don't even know why y'all was watching that, man."
Yeah, night 2, it wasn't that good.
It wasn't that good. That's what he gonna say. That's what he gonna say, y'all.
He's a night 1 supporter. That's why.
Night 1 truther.
Night 1 truther.
It's still real to me, damn it.
Before we do get into the festivities from night 2, we got some super chat.
Okay.
All right. T. Anthony Ald, frequent contributor. Thank you for the $5 Canadian, my friend. He says, it's hard for me to look at you. Just wait till it plays out. Crowd in shambles after WrestleMania.
Damn, play it out, Ray.
Like, and I do think we'll talk about the fact that they were chanting "fuck TKO" on night 1 is a very, very bad telling sign, because WWE has gone so far to show their non-kayfabe side that you've told wrestlers the shows to watch to show you the stuff behind the scenes. So now fans are like, oh, so it's TKO. That's the people causing this shit. I never remember, as bad as some stuff was in the 80s and the 90s, I don't remember people chanting "fuck Titan," you know. We've reached the moment, is all I gotta say. Thanks for the super chat,
Yeah,
TF.
Look, Ray. I used to be one half of a podcast called Keep It 2000 with the great brother Brian Mann. We reviewed one of the worst eras in the history of professional wrestling, WCW in the 2000s. And them crowds, Ray, as much as them crowds hated them shows, you never heard them say, "Man, fuck Turner Sports, fuck Time Warner."
Yeah.
They calling out the labels now, Ray.
Right.
Yeah.
This is a moment, and WWE has no one but themselves to blame for it because of all that Unreal shit and LFG crap and all that, you know.
And
You
that's
mean
the
they
thing.
weren't saying Tony Khan's organization, Tony Khan's organization? That's not what that meant.
Yeah, right. I see what you did there, brother G. And I think we kind of saw glimpses of this after John Cena's final match on December, where there's a lot of people that was booing Triple H and saying F Triple H in the post-fight panel show. But
I think that was the start of it, Ray. I do think you're on to something.
Yeah, but I think TKO and Triple H, they were just like, "Oh, it'll blow over. They'll get over it just like they get over everything." But, exactly.
They ain't gonna get over it if you keep raising them damn prices, cuz.
They're over here going to the Trump school of denial. Like,
just if you say it enough times, it'll become the truth.
Right? Yeah. That's a horrible strategy.
Yes,
TKO.
All right, Ray. Let's get to this night 2 that you thought was terrible,
and let's go ahead. So, where do I have it? All right, so we'll go on down again. Starting from the main event down. So we had Roman Reigns defeating CM Punk to win the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. We had Rhea Ripley defeating Jade Cargill to win the WWE Women's Championship. We had the Demon Finn Balor defeating Dominic Mysterio in a street fight. We had Trick Williams defeating Sami Zayn to capture the United States Championship. We had Penta successfully defend his Intercontinental Championship in a 6-man ladder match, defeating Javon Evans, Dragon Lee, JD McDonough, Rusev, and Rey Mysterio. And to start off the show proper, or to start off the ESPN portion, we had Oba Femi defeating Brock Lesnar, and Brock Lesnar now seemingly, apparently, retiring in the ring. So, with that, how much more? I know it's not a question of if night 2 was better than night 1, but how much better do you guys see this? And I saw some comments online saying that pretty much CM Punk versus Roman Reigns carried the show. So how much do you agree with that statement? And then how much better was night 2 than night 1? We'll start with you, brother Nate.
So, Ray, while I'm giving my answer, I need you to effort a picture of the poster of WrestleMania with the split screen for both nights, if you can do that for me. But a couple things. Number one, did CM Punk and Roman Reigns carry the night or carry the whole weekend? No. Like, it was a big part of why the weekend ended up ultimately being a net positive. But night 2 was just so far ahead of night 1 that it wasn't even funny. When you start off with Oba and Brock on ESPN, which was the perfect place to put that match, and you gave Oba a convincing win, and Brock, to his credit, bumped his hind parts off for the ruler, and that just set the tone. It was like, and I think when we did our live watch for the ESPN portion of WrestleMania on night 1, Chris, before technology started getting in his way, Chris made the comment after the Oba match, like, yeah, this is already better than night 2. of the night one. After one match, this is already better than night one.
Yeah.
Then we go to a great ladder match, which was insane and crazy. And Javon Williams Evans did the damn thing. Then we get the Rhea match with her and Jade, and that match was so far above what even I expected as somebody who Jade loves Jade. That match,
Jade's best match, I
would say it's crazy. Jade's, everybody talking about Charlotte Flair misses WrestleMania, Rhea Ripley misses WrestleMania, Jay Lacey. Jade Cargill's 2 best matches in the WWE happened in back-to-back WrestleManias, last year versus Naomi and this year versus Rhea. So let's keep an eye on that going down the road, ladies and gentlemen. But that match did the damn thing. You had Dominic versus the Demon, and that match wasn't like blow away, but it was better than it probably had any right to be. And then we talk about that main event. That main event was classic. It was one of the all-time main events at WrestleMania, at least in the modern era, in my opinion. And I think what I loved about it was, for a Roman Reigns match, this was probably, outside of the Cody matches, I think, probably my favorite Roman Reigns title match, certainly recently and maybe ever, because it was one of the few Roman Reigns matches that didn't have all the shenanigans. Didn't have all the gaga. We didn't see 50-11 Samoans come up out here. We didn't see Paul Heyman come out here and interrupt the flow. We didn't see Jelly Roll. We didn't see Pat McAfee. We didn't see all these extras that you got to add. And I made this comment to Sid when I was on True Hill Heat this past week talking about WrestleMania Night 2. And this is no offense to Chris and no offense to Jay, but I got a lot of friends that live out in LA. Shout out to Brother Lightskin and them. And they tell me, man, you got to try this In-N-Out burger. And I've tried In-N-Out burgers before, okay? And In-N-Out burgers are good, right? Right? We can all admit In-N-Out burgers are good, but it ain't like the best burger I've ever had, like they be telling me, Chris. But then they always like, hey man, you got to try it animal style. You got to put the fries on the burger. You got to add some jalapeno. If I got to do all this to make the burger hit, maybe the burger is just average, okay? And you didn't need all that extra smoke and mirrors. It's only smoke and mirrors, Jay Lacey. You didn't need all that to make that main event hit, because it was a story of 2 men who hated each other. It was a story of one man who was trying to get his get back and get back to the top, and another man who is facing his own wrestling mortality and feeling the effects of age. And like, there was a beautiful sequence at the end that reminded me of, Captain America Civil War, when Tony Stark, Iron Man, just got beat by Bucky Barnes and Steve Rogers, and they walking off. They didn't beat this man Tony Stark up. And Tony Stark, the only weapon he can use against them is, hey, that shield don't belong to you. My daddy made that shield. And Steve Rogers drops the shield and walks away, because that was the only lick Tony could land on him in that state. And you had this one point in the match where all Punk could do was just flail wildly at Roman Reigns, because he wasn't going to quit. He wasn't going to give up, but he just ain't have enough left in the tank to deal with this man, the OTC. So I thought that match was amazing. But let's look at this poster here, folks. Because sometimes, Chris, we get on these shows and we analyze and we predict and things of that nature. But sometimes the truth is right in front of your very eyes, and you just aren't able or willing to see it. Because they've been showing us these posters all leading up to WrestleMania, in the months and weeks leading up to WrestleMania, with the different colored themes for each night, okay? Night 1, Ray Williams, what's the backdrop? It's this bombed out, blown out, destitute, no good place that nobody wants to go, okay? Night 2 is bright and shiny and futuristic and hopeful. They was trying to tell you, Ray, night 1 might not be a place you want to stay, but night 2, you want to visit that again and again and again. And I imagine, Chris, that's how people, if they do go back and watch WrestleMania 42, that's what they're going to do. They're going to just drive straight through. Growing up back in the day on some of them summer vacations, there were some towns, particularly in the South, where Pops just drove straight on through, okay? Hey, if you gotta go, hold it till we get to Meridian. We not stopping here because we don't know what could go down in this town. And then you get to that beautiful rest area in Roanoke or Meridian or outside of Atlanta, and it was just like paradise. It was the Garden of Eden, Jay Lacey, and that's what we had with these 2 nights of WrestleMania. One night was a place you don't want to go. It's like Bad Street, Atlanta, GA. You don't want to go down there, man. Night 2 was the land of milk and honey, and they blessed us with one of the best nights of WrestleMania, like start to finish. Even the Danhausen stuff I didn't mind, but like they blessed us with one of the best nights of WrestleMania. So I gave WrestleMania Night 1 like a 3 or 4. To me, WrestleMania Night 2 was like an 8.5. Like it wasn't perfect because it's hard to have a perfect wrestling card, particularly in this day and age, but everything that needed to hit, especially that main event, especially that women's match, and that damn Brock Overstepping match was a star-making vehicle, and it needed to be a star-making vehicle. So yeah, I had completely opposite feelings between Night 1 and Night 2, y'all.
Gotcha. Well, I'll go ahead up next. It was terrible. It was horrible. No.
You can't spell contrarian without Ray.
I'm in your boat, brother Nate. I give it a solid 8.5 as well. I thought the matches were considerably longer. I think I don't know if it happened to be TKO listened to the people and they took a bunch of the commercials off. I think they kind of front loaded the advertisements already, and they were like, all right, well, we'll get them out like you guys were mentioning. I think they were like, night 1, we're not going to think of it anything special. We're just going to front load it with the advertisements and then the
because
big
if the advertisers paid for the commercial spots, they gotta get them. There ain't no. That's not a negotiation thing.
Right. So the disrespect of Night 1. How dare they? But but yeah, I thought the matches were decent. I thought, and this always goes to the old saying: even though something's predictable, doesn't mean it's bad. We all were expecting Obafemi to get the W and kind of usher in the newest next big thing. And we got a unexpected retirement from Brock. We appreciate you, Brock. I don't thank you, brother. We mentioned that.
Let's not do that.
Yeah, we mentioned that during the live watch of the ESPN portion on Sunday. Yeah, brother. Especially with the further allegations, like, I don't know, brother.
So real quick, to anybody that missed it, there are now, according to the Nefarious Media Network, there are 2 categories of reactions when a wrestler retires or does something great and you want to show love. Okay, so there's the generally known good guy or good girl category. People like Sting, okay? People like Kofi Kingston, people like AJ Styles, even though you know his theories on the shape of the world, I may differ with him in that aspect.
True.
You know, people like that, where you like, thank you, so-and-so. Thank you, so-and-so. You give them that. Then there's people like Vince McMahon, Brock Lesnar,
talk about it.
Terry Bollea,
Terry from Florida.
Terry from Florida. People of that ilk that have contributed to this industry, and you appreciate those contributions, but you ain't going to clap rhythmically and cheer for them now, dog. You just give them, hey, man, appreciate you. That's what the whole crowd should have done in unison. Brock putting his boots on the ground, his gloves on the ground, instead of thank you, Brock, just the whole stadium in unison with the solitary head nod.
Yeah,
appreciate you, big dog.
Exactly.
Hit him with an all right then.
The good shit, cuz.
Take care of yourself, brother. But yeah, I think that was great, and I think, like I said, like you guys mentioned, Jade, she stepped up to the competition. She showed out. I think she did well. Even though I want more for Michin, I love me some Michin. And B-Fab, you decent, B-Fab. Appreciate you, B-Fab. I know you working your way up to the thank you, B-Fab.
Okay.
But yeah, I just wish that Michin was in a better role, but she did her thing, and then EO came out. You guys mentioned earlier how I think EO and Asuka deserve a match on this card, somewhere on this card, especially if you ain't got nothing else going on Saturday, just put them on Saturday. Let them tear down the house real quick. And yeah, that main event, I'm in agreement again with you, brother Nate. I don't think that it carried the entire weekend, but I do think it was a great cherry on top of the Sunday. I think it was a great way to end the evening. I think I love the entrances, especially with Punk's entrance. He's been introducing his older songs, his older theme songs. And it was like a big fight feel, and I'm kind of glad, even though I'm not always in agreement with company man Punk, I'm kind of glad that he finally got his full out WrestleMania main event moment. Hopefully it won't be the last. We'll see. But yeah, I think those guys showed out, and Roman came out on top. So I think it was a solid show. I'll say way better than night one, even though night one wasn't that bad.
That's high praise, because as we all have documented, you love night one, Ray Williams.
Like you said, I'm a night one truther, a night one stan, if you will. But yeah, night two definitely lived up to the expectations in all the matches, in my eyes. So.
What about you, Doc?
Brother Jay.
Oh, yeah, it was good. I think with that was definitely the best Roman Reigns match probably ever. CM Punk's had a bunch of good matches, and I'm going all the way back to his ROH days. Roman, I think that first match he had with the Undertaker could have been a defining match for him if Vince McMahon didn't get paranoid after seeing Undertaker walk out at that WrestleMania and ask them to job to Lesnar. Still, in hindsight, a horrible move to do. But in this WrestleMania, I do think it's a defining Roman Reigns match, because I don't think he's really, I can't think of any. And if I'm wrong, correct me in the chat or something, but I don't think Roman Reigns has had any defining matches. He's had good matches, but I don't think he's had any career defining matches.
The Cody matches probably come the closest.
Right, yeah, I was going to say the Cody matches are probably the closest, but even those matches with all the constant fuckery in them, is just kind of doesn't give you what that CM Punk match gave you.
No.
But yeah, and I thought the Oba match, I'm getting tired of people on the internet right now. The black man, let him be the one that retired Lesnar and call it a fucking day. I don't think every retirement is created the same way. Now, I'm not even saying created equal, is created the same way. Like with Kobe Bryant, yeah, you expect him to do some ego-driven bullshit where he's gonna built the league out of as much money as he can for that year, and collect his checks and score 60 in his last game. That's a Kobe Bryant retirement. A Tim Duncan retirement is like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm retiring. That's that kind of retirement. And I think Brock Lesnar is probably more of that in the Tim Duncan vein than he is in the John Cena, Kobe Bryant vein. I think Brock Lesnar, the best way for him to retire is, look, I lost to a guy who was Brock Lesnar was born in 1976, I want to say. Obafemi was born in 1998. So there's a 22-year age difference. Obafemi was the younger, hungrier guy, and he retired after kind of being worn out. That's kind of what happened to Isaiah Thomas. He didn't retire the very next season after getting eliminated by the Bulls, but he retired the season after that. He was, it was like, the Bulls figured out the Pistons, and Isaiah Thomas was like, okay, it's time to go. I think Brock Lesnar doing that is a better story to tell than him being the 500th fucking dude to lose to white supremacist Gunther in a match. I'm not talking about not Walter is a good guy. I don't think Walter is
Slim Walt ain't nothing wrong with Slim Walt, but this Gunther dude.
Gunther, I got issues with that shit. I just and that's just a me thing. If you're a fan and you like it, I'm not gonna question you. I don't love that shit.
Chris? There's short-term booking and there's long-term booking. So for anybody that is familiar with our annual holiday kickbacks and a certain part of the show, just know Chris Gunther will come and knocking, and we'll have to answer some questions.
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is like the old formula for WWE was you would be, if you were the top heel in WWE, you'd be that for like 2 or 3 years, and then you drop down to a jobber. That's what it was with Andre the Giant. When he was feuding with Hogan, he turns into kind of like a perennial mid-card guy after that. Same thing with Earthquake. He's comes in strong and heavy, turns into a jobber. Yokozuna, same thing. Vader, same thing. With Walter, with Gunther, they're not doing that formula seemingly anymore. So it seems like if Vince McMahon was there, I do think Gunther would probably be a goofy good guy now and closer to opening card matches, because that's just how Vince McMahon used to see those guys. He saw you as a heavy for the first couple years, and then you turn into for the monsters. That wasn't all the bad guys, but for the monster bad guys, that was kind of his treatment with it. And he even did that to Kane a little bit and Mark Henry a little bit, I think that I say all that to say I think the way Oba did it was the best. I don't think you should touch that retirement. If Brock Lesnar does come back, I don't think it should be this year, and I think it should be like Brock Lesnar's back as a special attraction, kind of the way like Tully Long used to do in WCW when he'd come back for like Slamboree or something like that, just letting you know it was like a Legends night or some shit. I think Jade, I think this was her best match. I did see some complaining from her online that doesn't make me feel great about her WWE future at the moment. Doesn't make me feel bad about it, but it seems like she might be more of AEW speed, because she was online this past week talking about how she'd wants to go to Raw because she'd get the weekends off and do shit with your kids and all that stuff. And I was like, sister, if you wanted to do shit with your kids, you should have stayed where you were at, Right. WWE is not the place for that, They
don't give a damn about your family.
Yeah, they really don't.
It's the F them kids.
Yeah, I know, right? So hopefully she either figures that out or goes back to AEW, because I think she was utilized in her best strength. So, but shout out to that match and shout out to Rhea. I think Rhea made her look strong in spite of the circumstances of losing. the matches on night 2, I think it's unfair to the wrestling matches on that show to say CM Punk and Roman carried it.
Right.
You can say they had the best match, but I think everybody did their part on night 1. I don't think anybody was left straggling, or like, I don't think night 1, okay, Roman and Punk, if you guys don't do a great match, then night 1 is gonna drop from A to a C or a D. You know, if they didn't have a great match, the show would have still been a B plus A minus show. You know, yeah, it was a good show, and it just like I still do not understand how you fuck up a Cody Rhodes Randy Orton main event.
Yeah.
I thought when they made that match, they were just going to go that formulaic route and just keep it safe. That's what I said. I was like, okay, good for WWE. They're just going the formulaic safe route. And no, somebody there got high on their own supply or got high on someone else's supply.
That's what happened.
That was not a sober show. That was not sober booking.
Certainly not for me, Chris.
Right, yeah. It was like, yeah, like, you know, it was almost like, you know, needing like, you know, a shot of Jack or something after watching that shit, man.
Who on the creative team was drinking Hypnotic?
Right, yeah. Yeah. Like, it was just like, have you guys ever seen Scarface?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, of course, yeah.
All right, so in Scarface, the original heavy in that movie is Frank, and Frank is a gangster that has Michelle Pfeiffer as his girlfriend, and he's the like main heavy. Frank is a bad guy, but he's a bad guy that enjoys life. You know, he enjoys his money. Like Tony Montana is a bad guy, but he's never satisfied with the money he has. He always wants more and more and more. I
want the world and everything in it.
The world, Chico, and everything in it, you know. So, you know, he's got to get the dude's girl, and you know, the problem with Frank is Frank was, you know, he made a mistake trying to kill Tony Montana, and, you know, Tony had to handle him. But I say all that to say that it just really seemed like almost kind of like a mercy killing was night 1. It just didn't seem like
that bad.
It just didn't seem it didn't seem normal to me, you know. It just didn't seem like great, you know. And I don't know what was going on with it, you know. And I think I think Vince McMahon, for all his faults, he was a guy that loved his money. You know what I'm saying? I think this McMahon was a greedy, he was full of excess, and he had a lot of horrible, bad, perverted habits, but he was always going to sit back and enjoy his money. The heads of TKO are not that. They are fucking Tony Montana. That's and people say, oh, the night 1 was uploaded with commercials. Commercials were all over WrestleMania weekend, even on night 2. Commercials are on the fucking ring mat, you know. That's all those advertisements and shit. Commercials are all over the place. WWE, if you watch WWE in the 90s, you get the commercials during the TV show, and the commercials that you see in the ring would be Ico Pro at the top of the rafter, and that would be it. You know what I'm saying? It was so gratuitous with the commercials and shit like that, and it was like just real greedy excess kind of feeling.
Chris, the depths that they went to, like the part that got me was when they had old boy that paid for a seat at the commentary desk.
Yeah,
and
he didn't say
didn't
anything.
nothing.
Yeah.
Like even like Dana White, for as big of a piece of shit as he is, I just can't even imagine him letting some dork do that, you know?
Yeah.
It was just very weird and bizarre, and they are gonna have to fix that shit, because if they don't fix that shit, I do think this is how AEW will eventually beat them in the ratings, because I don't think they've created an environment that is so unbreakable that nobody, because this is exactly what happened to Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon got caught slipping, and you don't lose by beating the other guy. You lose by catching the guy slipping. Back to Scarface. You know what I'm saying? That you catch the guy slipping, and that's when you get him. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And
and Chris,
also yeah.
Well, real quick, Doc, I was gonna say this could be 2 back-to-back manias where they get caught slipping, because you're gonna have, I'm not saying it's gonna be a large percentage of your audience, but you're gonna have a significant percentage of the audience, myself included, that ain't gonna be down for Saudi Mania. Like, we'll find something else to do that weekend.
Right.
I'm already getting the publications that I work for to ask me if I'm writing on Wrestlemania, for next year. And asking, and I'm getting asked to go on panels. Do I think WrestleMania is gonna be in Saudi Arabia next year? I don't think they're having the show in Saudi Arabia this year. Next year is very hard to think about. But yeah, it is rubbing people the wrong way, and it's getting a lot of bad press from people that really in their normal life don't really think about wrestling, people that, focus on other things and don't take wrestling seriously. WWE has put people in a position to where they're taking this shit seriously, and and people like Lincoln Square and, the Midas Touch guys and, whoever else is out there, they're starting to cover this shit. And it's starting to make news for all the fucking bad, horrible reasons. I've seen Dr. Rashad Ritchie. I've seen all kinds of like progressive YouTubers covering this horrible side of WWE. Again, say what you want about the Vince McMahon era, but I do think Vince McMahon believed in living under the radar. I think like living like Frank. I don't think Vince McMahon was really trying to be like Tony Montana. And I think not only there's just too many people in WWE trying to be like Tony Montana.
Do you think, Chris, if in a hypothetical where the old man didn't get got and the old man was still running the show, do you think that Vince would ultimately put a WrestleMania in Saudi, or is that a bridge too far even for Vince?
I don't know. That's a good question, because Vince McMahon did a lot of horrible shit. I'm not blind to the fact that Vince McMahon was a horrible booker his last few years there. But the Saudi Arabia, that is a good question, because Vince McMahon was the guy that orchestrated Vision 2030 with WWE. He was that guy. Would he do something like I just don't see it. I like everyone's opinion. I just don't see him doing that. Not saying that he wouldn't, but I think WrestleMania was just such a sacred cow for him that it being in Saudi Arabia just kind of defeats the whole purpose. Like, even this year, Vince McMahon never played the Star Spangled Banner before Mania. Joe Jonas, he sung the Star Spangled Banner. Everyone else that did that shit was singing America the Beautiful.
Yeah, right.
That was done because
which is a better song, by the way.
Because America the Beautiful isn't a song about war and shit, and Vince McMahon had a little bit better understanding of those kind of subtleties. So I just don't see him I see Vince McMahon as a greedy man, but he's a greedy man within the realms of a I don't know how much excess is that he I think Vince McMahon tried to do a lot of sneaky, dirty, underhanded shit. Like Vince McMahon was the dude that could date or be married to Elvira and not have to show her off to every fucking body. Tony Montana, like TK is the guy that gets with Elvira and have to show her off to every fucking body. So yeah, that's just, to me, that's TKO in a nutshell.
Yeah, I think for the, like, in terms of that hypothetical, Chris, I think you're right. Like, I think Vince would sell a lot of things down the river to Saudi. Like, I think it wouldn't surprise me if he put like a SummerSlam there or a Survivor Series. But for whatever reason, like, WrestleMania is, for better or for worse, his baby. And I don't think, like, I think that's the one thing even Vince McMahon would hold sacred.
I don't know. I who'd have thought we see Vince McMahon with a pencil thin mustache? I mean, who knows?
Yeah,
I memean, it could happen, but I mean, I don't see it. I don't know. It could happen. But, I don't know. I wouldn't put it past him.
Jarek, to piggyback off of what you're saying, what Vince McMahon's fucking problem was, where he fucked up the most, and me and Nathan, this predates Ray being here. We tried to tell this fool, once you sell the company, it is not your company anymore. Wow. And I think what he was doing was he was trying to get to power back in WWE. They took him out of power because he really didn't belong in power, but they wanted to facilitate a sell. Vince McMahon was being selfish and stubborn, being like, hey, if you want to facilitate the sell, I got to be the booker again. So they were like, okay, well, we need Vince McMahon back, so we'll make him be the, CEO. He gets the job back. A week or two later, all that shit comes out. Guess what, Vince McMahon? You don't own that shit anymore. These motherfuckers own it. So I don't care what they fucking promised you.
You are an employee.
Yeah, you are now an employee, or you are a shareholder, and you're there to shut the fuck up. This happens 100% of the time. This isn't a 90% of it. Happens 100% of the time. It happened to Ted Turner. It happened to the Papa John's guy. It happened to the guy that was the head of AT&T. It happens to everybody. When you sell the company, they can promise you, oh yeah, we'll keep you on as the head and the CEO. You're not that anymore. But it happened to Bob Johnson when he sold BET to MTV. It does. You don't own that shit no more, dude. And I think to get back to what you were saying, Jarek, the pencil thin mustache came, in my opinion, from just having too much fucking free time. I don't think a Vince McMahon in his,
who's a handsome dude, Linda? Salvador Dali.
I don't think a Vince McMahon in his normal mind would do something like that,
I want to look like Walt Disney, Linda. You think that's a good look?
Yeah. And even because his overall, I think the thin mustache is the least of that fool's problems. That fool looks like he had all kinds of like crazy. He looks like a person on an episode of Botched.
Damn.
That dude, he
looks like the Wish version of Jerry Jones now.
Right? Yeah. That's
like he couldn't afford Jerry surgeons.
Right.
Hey, Google, that hot sauce is called Tapatio.
Oh yeah, Tapatio. That's my shit.
Oh yeah,
the Mexican.
That's exactly who he looks like right now.
Yeah.
That's exactly who he look like.
Yeah. I see
Tapatio, that's a good fella.
To answer you guys' question, I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, would we go to WrestleMania in Saudi this soon? Probably not. He'd probably drag it out as long as he could. I mean, of course, he wants to, fill stadiums and have those kind of records, whatever. But I'm sure at some point he would have, acquiesced to their request of having a WrestleMania over in Saudi. So I just don't think it would have been this soon.
He's a king. What do you want me to do?
I'm in agreement with you guys. I don't think he would have stepped it that far. I think he would have still but money talks, like
money's always the
like I think, to paraphrase famous Rick James line, money's a heck of a drug. So who knows what that could do. And you mentioned earlier, brother Chris, you mentioned earlier Vince enjoying his money. Well, we saw that with that brother getting involved in that crash, racing his doggone his sports car down in Connecticut. So yeah, that brother, I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, but I don't think
he seemed to be a lot smarter with his money when he was younger,
I pulled up the guy for you guys.
Right, yeah.
Shout out to the homie Tapatio. That probably ain't even his name.
Yeah. And what I mean by a lot smarter with his money, I think Vince McMahon in 1994 would have just paid Chanel off, and not put himself in a position to where he's in right now.
Right.
I think the older he got, the more unhinged and stupid he got. Because
we talked about it, Chris. Like, dog.
Yeah.
It's bad enough you done did all this dirt to this woman allegedly. But all you got to do as a millionaire at the least, and probably a damn billionaire, is just pay the lady, man. Just pay the lady.
Because I've I'm not a lawyer, but I've worked close to these kind of situations, and usually with victims or potential victims or alleged victims, usually they understand they're probably not going to get any criminal liability out of you. You're not going to get found guilty of any kind of crime. So what they want to do is they want to get money. And usually if you're a rich enough guy, you're like, look, let me pay some money to have this shit go away. Vince McMahon, he had an arrangement with her. I think she would have been perfectly fine with the arrangement because she knows Vince McMahon's a piece of shit. She knows that he was never gonna get put in jail for anything, so she would have just taken the money. Vince McMahon got a little full of his fucking self, and
slipping.
Right, and he's in the situation he's in right now, and that it was just dumb. It's egomania. It's stupid. I think the one good thing about TKO is I'm saying this very, very loosely and carefully because I don't know, but I don't think there's those kind of perverts on TKO like a Vince McMahon.
I don't know.
Maybe I don't know. I don't know who's there. So the thing about it, like Vince McMahon didn't turn into a pervert. Vince McMahon was a pervert in 1975. Yeah. It's just the more money he accumulated, the more excess he had to feed into his worst indulgences. Triple H, I never heard these perv stories from him. So it would be unwise of me to say, put that on him without any proof of it. What's his name? Nick Khan. I can't accuse him of that because I don't have that evidence, Vince McMahon, the evidence with him has always been there,
Right. Yeah. I think there were some allegations about Lee Fitting, who they brought on.
That dude. Yeah. So
I think they kind of
they love their pervs, It's the wrestling business.
Yeah. I think they foster that environment. So all right. But
and Lee Fitting is still there, right? His name.
Yeah, his name is on every damn show.
Yep.
As soon as somebody get put through a table, we gotta go. Paul Levesque, Lee Fitting.
Right.
And
Lower
why
third
are they
lean,
calling
as you
this
know.
dude Paul Levesque on TV? I do hate that shit too.
Mhm.
Just be fucking Triple H.
Right,
Like,
dog. You ain't gotta get
Right.
fancy with us.
And what's even stupider about it is they're calling him Paul Triple H Levesque. That sounds so fucking dumb. Like, like Dwayne The Rock Johnson, you know his name isn't the goddamn Rock. So it's you know that's a nickname. With Triple H, if you don't watch wrestling, you want to know what the fucking H's stand for.
Yeah.
So his name is Paul Hunter Hearst Helmsley Levesque. God damn.
But well, to transition a little bit, before we get into the fallout.
Hold on,
of
hold
WrestleMania.
on there.
Did anybody?
You got too much on your chip. Before you transition, I think we should hear from main event Jay Lacey about his thoughts on night 2. Was night 2 basura like night 1?
Not at all. Night 2 is it was the exact opposite of night 1. I think all the matches delivered. I mean, they started off. I'm not gonna go through all the matches, but I don't think there was a weak match on the card. And if there was a weak match on the card, it was Finn Balor and Dominic Mysterio. But that was even still a good match too.
Yeah.
They started the show out very strong with Oba and Brock. That set the tone. I think they carried that momentum throughout the entire night. There was a lot fewer commercials. It was noticeable. There was a lot fewer commercials on night 2. Everybody's talking about Jade Cargill's, Wrestlemania moment. I knew it was going to be lit when she came out in her outfit with the one-winged angel.
Oh yeah,
He came out with the one-winged angel, and what did she do in the match?
Your
She hit a one-winged angel. You know what I mean? So
Right, yeah.
she had that. I mean, she's got a deep bag, but she's not being able to demonstrate it as often. And so, I mean, shout out to her. But she does need better support. I mean, she needs to take notes from Liv Morgan on what help is and what they should do to help win matches. Because sorry, Meechin, sorry, B-Fab, y'all not doing it. Y'all not doing it. But other than that, I think it's not fair to say that Roman Reigns and CM Punk made the show. Yes, it was a strong match. Yes, I'm happy that Roman Reigns did it without any help from the family. It was a good match. It was a good match. The card, I mean, top to bottom, was really well executed. If I gave night 1 2.5, I give night 1 2.5, I give night 2 a strong 8.5. I mean, that's how strongly I feel about it, because this whole thing, to Nate's point with showing the different backgrounds from night 1 to night 2, you were either making stars tonight on night 2, or you were showing why the stars are who they are. Plain and simple. You got Trick Williams coming out with the W. He's a star in the making. They made him. Obafemi, he's a star in the making, so they made him. CM Punk, Roman Reigns, they were already stars. They just continued the momentum. Same thing with everybody on the card. I can't. There were no dips. You know what I'm saying? So this is exactly what a PLE is supposed to be like, feel like, have that specialness to it, to where it's like you wouldn't show this on a SmackDown, you wouldn't show this on a Raw, you wouldn't even show this on a Saturday night's main event. This is what a PLE is supposed to look and feel like, and they executed it top to bottom.
Indeed.
And it feels like NXT is finally turning into the developmental territory that it was always supposed to be. Because like there were so many guys in NXT that were just like, they were awesome in NXT, and then Vince McMahon didn't like them on the main roster, so they'd get released and go to AEW. I think now they've got a winning formula with guys like, because all the guys that, like, Roman Reigns is not an NXT guy. He's a Florida guy, a Florida Championship Wrestling guy. So is was Bray Wyatt. So was Seth Rollins. All those guys were that.
E.
Big E was that too. Yeah. So like I think
Big E was NXT though, right?
He was a Florida guy.
He started out Florida,
That was where he learned all his shit. NXT didn't teach him nothing.
Don't take that away from Dusty, baby.
Right? That dude came a star because of Dusty before NXT. But anyway, like with Oba and with Trick. Now with the men, because it was never really an issue with the women. NXT did what it was supposed to do for the women. For the men, it wasn't doing that. And now it looks like it's starting to do that a little bit more.
Yeah. Real quick before Ray transitions, Chris, I think we do need to show some love to Trick Willie with the lemon pepper steppers, not only for that entrance with the longest coat in the history of coats. He would like, I don't even know how much you'd have to pay at the Burlington Coat Factory to get one of them fits, Ray Williams. They ain't got that at the Burlington Coat Factory, brother. But like he stepped up and he showed out on the biggest stage, man. And not only in the match itself, but leading up to it, when he would make these appearances on First Take with Stephen A. Smith, when he would do these podcasts, when he was leading up to the event, man, you're like, yeah, unless this company, which they always could do, unless this company fumbles the ball with Trick Williams, like this is a star and they need to treat him as such.
Yes.
100%. 100%.
Right, yeah. And it's great seeing, because I remember when Trick Williams and Oba were fighting each other on NXT, you know, and it's just like to see where they've arrived at this point is just really awesome to see, you know, and it gives me hope for a select amount of their wrestlers, not everybody, but you know. I think when the system wants to work, it can work.
Just look at Oba on the Raw after Mania. Brother got in the ring and said like 4 or 5 words. The ruler has arrived, dropped the mic, and the place went wild. Didn't have to working smarter, not harder.
Yeah, it was the opposite of the Roman Reigns thing, where Roman Reigns after the Undertaker match, he came out and did like the similar one where they just came out to like a chorus of fucking boos.
This is my yard.
Yeah, it was just horrible.
Like, no, it's not. Like, is it Roman? Is it?
Yeah. One thing I do want to say about this WrestleMania is I do hope they hold the matches for a year. I want next year's WrestleMania to be Cody and Punk on night 1 and Oba and Reigns on night 2. Because I do think that in a year, Oba should be main event in WrestleMania. I think that is his trajectory.
Nah. I hear what you're saying, Doc, and I'm not going to disagree. That sounds like what's best for business, and it'd be a very exciting show. But for me and people of my ilk who will not be watching that show, I hope they give Danhausen versus The Miz top billing at Saudi Mania.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about I keep forgetting about the Saudi Arabia aspect of it.
Right.
That's gonna be a real point of contention, not in the immediacy, but I do think like once we get around SummerSlam time, and closer to Survivor Series time, they're gonna have to take a really hard look at the geopolitics of the world and figure out if Saudi Arabia is a place they want to be at. You know?
Well, not just the geopolitics of the world, Chris, but the politics of their fan base and their consumers, because we've seen it happen all the time in wrestling, right? When there's this hot feud and they're like, you want to do it tonight? Well, you know what? Next, like they might be in Memphis, Chris. Next week in Minneapolis, it's going down. And the Memphis crowd is like, the fuck?
Yeah.
And so like if you're gonna have to promote this show in the months and weeks leading up to WrestleMania next year, and you run the risk, I'm not saying it's gonna happen, I'm not saying that I want it to happen, but you run the risk of you running these Saudi promos in these American arenas, and the fans that either can't go to Saudi or don't want to go to Saudi, they're gonna be like, boo this man. Boo.
Yeah, I mean that's if I was listening to the Observer last week, and that's what Alvarez said anytime Hogan showed up on the screen,
Mhm.
anytime Saudi was mentioned, it got booed. And they weren't the only ones that said that. People that went to WrestleMania were saying that was the reaction to these things. And I do think WWE has cultivated a sophisticated fan base. I don't think they did it on purpose. I think it was Vince McMahon trying to chase mainstream popularity, that he did it so much to the point where now you're not going to have people chanting, like in the 90s. I went to shows in New York and Philly and LA where they were chanting Sean is gay and slurs at these dudes and shit like that. You ain't getting that no more,
Right.
Like I remember going to a show where they were chanting the slur at Dustin Rhodes when he was fighting Goldust. And that's just not an audience they have anymore,
Right.
A lot of it is because of like social dynamics in the world, but a lot of it is WWE like always wanting to get in on mainstream stuff. It's like, oh, we need these people to host Raw, and we want to get nominated for Emmys and this kind of shit. If you want that shit, this is the audience that comes with that shit,
Here we go. Money talk.
Egg, we got to bring it back. What we got?
All right. So I think this is earlier on from, again, frequent contributor T. Anthony Ald. Thanks again for another $5 Canadian, brother. Speaking of fumbles, Braun Breaker really needs to lead that group, to be honest.
Yeah. The group, in my opinion, I give that group a D minus, maybe a D plus.
Whose fault is it, Chris? Is it Theory's fault? Is it Logan's fault? Like, who's dragging down the White Vision?
I have no idea. That's the thing that concerns me too. Is because the guys in the group are, except for Theory, of course, but the guys in the group are fine. I don't know, like Theory is fine if you put him with people. You know what I'm saying?
I like Theory and Waller. I thought Theory and Waller were fine.
Yeah. I think if you got Theory shouldn't be fighting Cena at fucking Mania. But if you got him in the right role, I think he's a do no harm wrestler, But the faction is just horrible, I don't think it makes the wrestlers look good. I don't think it makes Paul Heyman look good. I think they need. I don't think it's just Braun Breaker that needs to break away from that faction. I think the faction needs to go away and something else needs to be created. Yeah. Just from, if I'm grading them just on these few months, it seems like a snake bitten faction.
I hate to say it, man, because I didn't give him enough credit when he was part of the group, but they miss a lot with not having Big Bronson out there.
Right? Yeah.
And
And
if I was giving a letter grade, I would give him an IR. I mean, from the jump. I mean, you got Seth Rollins that get hurt. Then you got.
I wouldn't want to join this table. Everybody getting hurt.
I don't know.
Division. It's called the. It's called the injury
it's
reserve.
That's what, that's what you're gonna need.
Yeah,
join this table.
That's what they need.
The insurance. Paul Heyman is not the advocate. He is not the wise man. He is not anything like that. Paul Heyman should now be known as the adjuster.
Yeah,
Because
I think his stock has been brought down by being in that faction too.
And part of it's crazy because it's a faction, right? They should all be involved in storylines involving each other. And for a lot of the Seth Rollins comeback story, where he was beefing with Heyman, it felt like it was a Vision story that was being told without the Vision.
Right, yeah.
Like it was a Seth and Paul story, not a Seth versus the Vision story.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It was like they didn't. It was like they were too. They didn't belong at the big kids table.
The blind. Oh, this stable would have fell off, man.
Yeah, I think
Damn.
so too. But we'll go ahead. We'll go ahead.
Ray said, "Well, it was the breaks."
Yeah, it happens. It happens. But I was going to mention the same thing as Jay. It just the as our theme of the night was yesterday on Collision Course. That group has been snake bitten by injuries. I should have had the rattlesnake sound effect there, but yes, snake bitten by injuries. And even though people are starting to return, it's hard to get back kind of that heat that they had right after last year's Mania. So it's hard to adjust that and bring that back out of nowhere. But
that's wild because last year after Mania, we were like, damn, could Braun be headlining one of the WrestleMania, main events on night 1 and night 2, and injuries and booking and other things happening. It's like, damn, he got to work his way back up now.
Yeah.
I never saw him main eventing either night.
Damn.
But it's just I visually I don't think he's what WWE wants at the moment.
Really?
Doesn't seem like it. They seem like they want like muscle guys, that's what they.
He's a big dude, but he's not like a muscle guy.
Right, yeah. They seem like if you look at all their top guys in that company, they are like just super swole and larger than life. They all passed that proverbial airport test, unless it's like a Cody or a CM Punk.
I was gonna say something skinny fat Punk.
Cody passes the airport test because that motherfucker is like wears like $1 zillion suits and shit.
Yes. With a neck tattoo.
Yeah. You are gonna take a second look at Cody Rhodes.
Like, hold on, was that Homelander?
Yeah.
No, that's Cody.
Right, yeah.
Ricky Schroeder, is that
really?
Ricky Schroeder.
We're talking about somebody under the same genetic line as the Steiners, not meeting the airport. I think that guy is pretty.
I think
that guy is swole. I think
he's the guy. But we were talking about Braun, the Breaker guy, or not Breaker. I was talking about Bronson.
You talking about Reed?
Breaker is fine. Braun Breaker is fine, and he'll pass the airport test and shit like that. The only problem with Braun Breaker is people cut in front of him in line. I don't think he's the issue. Bronson Reed is the one I was talking about.
Okay. So yeah, Bronson's big, but he's not like cut. He's not jacked.
Yeah. Braun Breaker will be fine, but he's like I said.
I will say though, Chris, you could sell me right now on if Bronson was healthy, you could sell me right now on a Bronson Reed Obafemi feud. I would dig that, brother.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool. I think like the thing is with like I think in wrestling in general, it is extremely hard to create a good guy. And with Obafemi and what's his name, Trick, those are good guys that they did not have to create. They just put them on television and fans got behind
they
them.
wanted Trick to be a bad guy.
Right, yeah. That like never happens in wrestling. It's like usually you have to kind of introduce them a little bit. Like I remember it kind of happened with CM Punk on his first WWE appearance when they debuted the new ECW.
Yeah, he was one of the few bright spots.
Yeah, he was like he instantly got cheered. And that kind of shit doesn't happen all the time, Like so when you have a good guy that you don't have to create, and you got two right now, you have to fucking go with it.
Yeah. Which is why it didn't make sense for me, Chris. Like going back to the Cody Randy feud. Like I get why eventually Cody Rhodes needs to make a heel turn, but it ain't the time now.
Right. Yeah. It's and that's the thing too, because Cody Rhodes is a good guy that, again, aren't easy to come by. They're like good guys to me are like the hardest thing to create in the 2020s. It's just people don't want to cheer motherfuckers. They look for reasons to boo you and not like you, you know? So like when you've got like
an audience full of haters.
Right, yeah. So when you got like if you got an Osprey, if you got a Swerve, I
don't even know why I paid this money to come see you. Boo.
Right, yeah. So
it's like, sir, stop booing Bailey.
They just pay money to boo people, you know. And that's like, but when you have that, you have to go with it. And then the problem with Braun Breaker is not that he's not gonna be a good guy. It's just he's still a guy that you have to create.
Yeah.
He's still a guy that you're creating, and like Oba and Trick didn't come with that. They came with we are here and getting cheered, and fans are chanting our shit and strutting, doing all the shit, you know. Like this, like it would make no sense for those dudes not to be like touching the main event next year. You know,
like, you know what's crazy, man? And as much as I dig Oba, his personal heroes aside, like I always thought like the strut, like it worked for me on NXT. I was like, that ain't no main roster thing, no. And then I was like, WrestleMania got that long ass ramp. This dude gonna be strutting for like 3 minutes down the ring. That ain't gonna hit. And everybody, Chris, everybody in that stadium was strutting along with him. I was like, oh yeah, he got it, man. He got it.
And that's the thing. It's like, and that's what's the crazy thing about wrestling is you have those moments where you just don't know what the fuck is gonna hit. Like I knew Oba was gonna hit, but I did think there were some things you were gonna have to tone down with them, like the strutting and shit like that. I didn't know that was gonna be what it turned into.
Yes.
Hey, bro,
like Geet all over again.
Right, yeah.
Bro, when you got Brock Lesnar guy doing the Oba strut, come on, you know you got something.
Right,
you got Brock Lesnar
my
guy.
boy.
Right, yeah.
I'm like, shout out to you, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, little white kids. Once you get the little white kids doing
I know, right?
It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
You got the little white kids,
girl doing that.
The little girl, the little girls in the audience.
When you got Felicity out here over strutting, it's over, dog.
Right, yeah.
Not Samantha out here.
Right, yeah.
Samantha ain't out doing the Brock pros.
Right, yeah.
Persephone was strutting.
Yeah. So that's my only issue with Braun Breakers. I just think dudes cut in front of him.
Yeah.
You know,
and refusing to take his spear.
Right,
man. Seth, come on, Seth. Like, here's the thing. I get it though. If I'm Seth Rollins, Chris, in my head, right, when Braun is like 30 feet down the ramp, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take this, man. It's gonna be a WrestleMania moment that's gonna live forever, man. They ain't never gonna forget that night when Seth Rollins got speared by Braun Breaker in Las Vegas. This gonna go down in the history books. 20 feet down the ramp.
Exactly.
You know, I did just come off of that injury though. I don't know if I should be taking this. I got a wife and kids and stuff. 10 feet down the ramp. Not gonna work for me, brother.
Well, that's the thing too. It's like
down here so fast.
Yeah. Well, the thing about wrestling is always, if you want to be the next over guy, the main eventers that are champion that are like there right now are gonna have to want to put you over. You know.
Yeah.
If Seth Rollins didn't want to take that shit, like who's gonna make him do it? You know.
Right. And I'm sure Seth has no problem putting Braun over in a match, but it's like, brother, we not doing this, man.
Right? Yeah.
And
why did you even suggest that?
Yeah, he took the spear like around the corner. He took that, and then he took the spear the night after. But it was like, brother, you can't be running
That's
40
right,
feet
yeah.
away from me.
That's the one I want to see on Unreal, Chris.
Right,
like Seth and Braun before the match. Like, Seth, I got a great idea. What's going on, Braun? Hey, I'm gonna run down the ramp, right? That long ass ramp that everybody doing their entrances down, and I'm gonna spear you, dog. Oh, that's great. Let's do it. And then they cut to like Seth, like in the close up. I wasn't gonna do that shit.
Right.
I just said that because Braun got me hyped up. It's WrestleMania weekend, but I got kids, man. Come on, Braun.
Yeah. It reminds me of I think Stevie Richards when he has his podcast with James Romero. He he always talks about guys who are in the back always when they're putting together matches. If they say something to the point of, you know what would be cool? Instantly I'm saying no. So that's probably what Brock said.
Business decision.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And that's the thing too with Oba guy. Like a guy like Brock Lesnar is gonna look at him and say, yeah, this guy is credible against me.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's doing that with Braun Breaker or Gunther or anyone else on that roster, So
yeah, I agree.
Shout out to the Matador Seth Rollins.
Tito Santana would be proud.
Seth was like, where's that juke button at? Oh, there it is. My book like that again, man. Like, no, this is no shade to Seth Rollins, no, because I would have did the same damn thing, man.
Yeah, I would have.
Like, dude, how old is Seth? Like 36, 37?
He's damn near 40 almost.
Like, dog. Yeah. You said 39? Yeah, come on, Braun. Ain't no 39. LeBron James himself, who was playing miraculously at the age of 41, would be like, nope.
Yeah. Well, and that's the reason why LeBron has been so efficient is because he's playing 40 minutes a game, but they're 40 like smart minutes. He's not doing any like crazy shit that's gonna put him at risk.
Let me dive on the floor. Let me do this.
Yeah.
And then he bathes himself in ice afterwards. You see all them doggone ice bags he having on.
Like, if you ever watch LeBron James's sports, what's it called on YouTube with that show? Sports
Mind
Science.
Sports Science.
Yeah. That dude spends a ton of money. On his like nutrition and his upkeep and stuff. He ain't eating he ain't drinking that Pepsi he's on them commercials for, or them Lay's and Ruffles and shit. None of those Yum Brands Frito-Lay shit that he's.
So as soon as they yell cut, he's spitting it out. He's like, ew, get this away from me.
He's getting paid millions of dollars.
Somebody bring me a rice cake.
Hawk that shit. Yeah.
He's like a McDonald's CEO.
I'm gonna take a big bite out of this burger. Ew.
He'll enjoy his one cookie when he's on the
that is his one thing.
Charter.
Pat Riley took them cookies away. He was like, all right, I'm taking my talents back to Cleveland.
Yeah.
I can't have my cookies. What we got next, Ray? Are we gonna talk about the bad news of the week, or are we going somewhere else first?
Well, I think there was one thing that I did want to tie in with some of the happenings of the week, and it kind of goes towards looking into next year.
That jingle almost got me. You almost got me to watch, Saudi.
Now, we of course, well, if you guys have been following the recent news of WrestleMania week, not just of the shows going on, but also just the behind the scenes of things that have been happening, you've noticed that fans have been habitual line steppers and crossers when it comes to getting involved with talent and begging them for pictures or taking photos of them without their consent, or in one instance where I have proven it was not me, but someone putting their dirty, grubby hands on the beloved Elena Black. How dare you? If I find you, I will put the paws on you. But we've had instances of
Liam
that.
Neeson.
Yeah, indeed. I ain't killing nobody. I ain't going to prison for nobody, but I will put the paws on you. Yes, we had incidents like that. We've had incidents involving AJ Lee, Bailey getting filmed without their consent, even after getting brushed away by Bailey, and then CM Punk getting involved and slapping down the phones. We've had instances involving Booker T where he's trying to go to the bathroom and people are filming him or waiting for him outside of the stall. So with that being said, for this week's or for this year's WrestleMania, and you guys did mention it possibly going, if they continue with plans going to Saudi Arabia, do you think this is maybe a blessing in disguise? As far as now, U.S. fans can see, hey, maybe we did a disservice with treating WWE talent and treating wrestling talent like this. Do you think that this could be a blessing in disguise and could help fans act a little better if WrestleMania comes back to the States? Go ahead, Chris. You had something?
No, because I blame the fans, but I think you have to understand when you're putting together these events, fans are gonna be this. This is what they are. The WWE did not do a good job of protecting their wrestlers. It's really that simple, you know. Here's the thing with Vegas. When you are doing, like, when you get a hotel, Vegas is not going to shut down a hotel casino. They're not doing that shit. Like, if I don't give a fuck if you come to Caesar's Palace and you're like, yo, I got $500 million for you to shut this shit down. They're gonna look at you like, yeah, we're gonna make way more money with all the broke people coming in here gambling their money away. That's not gonna happen at a hotel casino. No. So what WWE needed to do is they should have gotten a hotel that, like, there are hotels off the strip that aren't like casinos, you know, and just make sure that the security was tight. And this is a TKO thing too. You got the money to pay to get top-notch security, you know, like for NBA players, when they go to different cities, the groupies have to find those motherfuckers. They have to sniff them out. You know, it's not like an easy thing to do, you know? And I think WWE made it way too easy for these dorks to find these people. As for the fans, in a perfect world, people would behave better. But when you are a business owner, you have to understand that this is just not something you can expect from everybody in the general public. Most people are going to do right by you, but you're going to get those few, and those few are going to be more vocal than the many, the 1,000 people that aren't going to do that shit. The 100 people that are going to do that shit are going to get the most news and all that stuff, right? So I do put this squarely on the hands of WWE, because all this shit was going on at the hotel. It wasn't going on at fucking that place in Vegas where all the fat people die eating too goddamn much.
The Heart Attack Grill.
The Heart Attack Grill, yeah. It wasn't going on there. It wasn't going on at Hard Rock. It wasn't going on at any of the local spots. It wasn't going on at Cirque du Soleil. The shit was going on at the hotel that WWE had the wrestlers staying at. You got to do better. Yeah.
Well, I was going to interject just real quick. They mentioned last year that we didn't see this many incidents because they were at the Fontaine Blue, and the Fontaine Blue a bit more secure for the wrestlers.
Right, yeah, because those yeah, now, and Fonte, yeah, that's gonna be a little bit because it's not like Caesar's Palace or where were they at this year? The hotel.
Check that out.
Because I think it was a casino resort.
Hopefully it wasn't Excalibur.
Yeah, because they're not gonna shut down a casino
How
resort.
funny would that be, though?
Yeah.
For those that don't know, for those that haven't watched Nefarious Media, Ray's favorite Vegas hotel, even though he's never been to Vegas, is the Excalibur.
I have.
Right, yeah. Because I've
Ray? I thought you didn't.
I have.
I've gone to events, plenty of events where wrestlers were staying at. I went to all the star casts and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I went the year CM Punk was at one of them. The hotel's security at those places are not relaxed. At a hotel casino, it's gonna be a lot harder to police that kind of security. When Starcast was at Caesar's Palace that one year, what they did was they had all of the wrestlers contained to that one floor, and the wrestlers weren't all staying at the same hotel, like and that's something WWE is going to have to take care of. The fans, like, again, I do think people just in general are going to have to behave themselves. But I just know fans and I know general public. I've done a lot of PR for these kind of things, and people are going to do this kind of fucking shitty shit, man. It just is what it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So it looks like the hotel was once again for the wrestlers, the Fontainebleau, but they had, it looks like the Park MGM Hotel and Casino served as a central hub for WWE fans.
Oh yeah, Park MGM. Yeah, they're yeah, you can't fucking buy that shit out, man.
No.
Yeah, Park MGM is a good hotel too. They don't even smoke inside that hotel. That's one thing I appreciate about it is it's a smoke-free hotel. Is it Park? Yeah, Park MGM. There's the MGM Grand and then there's Park MGM.
Yeah. And
Park MGM is the one that's smoke-free. The MGM Grand is where people smoke at. But yeah.
To your question, Ray,
go ahead.
I don't think it's a deterrent at all. Like, these people were going to do what they were going to do as long as they had access to these performers.
Right.
And I would get on my soapbox and grandstand and admonish these people and tell them, like, hey, dog, that's creepy, man. Especially with the female talent. Like, you know that's not right. But it would do no good on this platform because those people are not our audience. And those people probably aren't even watching us. We not a creepy fan amongst us. Brandon from New Jersey is a little weird, but he ain't creepy. Shout out to you, Brandon. But when it comes to stuff like this, Chris is right on the money, man. Like, yes, obviously there is personal responsibility that must be taken upon by these fans, but beyond that, man, like, you don't want to give anybody an opening to be crazy, to be creepy, to be weird, to be threatening to these performers, man. And for as many incidents as happened last week, like, they are fortunate that something worse didn't happen because of the access that these folks had to the performers. And it's just like, yeah, man, you got to get that top flight security of the world. If you are in a city like this and you know what the fan base is going to be like, you have to protect your talent. You got all this money. You bragged all weekend about how much money you got, but you ain't got money to beef up the security. You ain't got money to hire people that are following your talent to make sure that they don't get harassed while they just trying to do their damn job. So that to me, like, yes, there is personal responsibility from those people that behave poorly, but it's also on the company to protect your talent, man. Because that is, at the end of the day, that is your biggest investment is the talent that's on the screen.
Right. And I just don't see a professional team allowing this to happen. I just like the Lakers. are not gonna just be letting people walk up into that. You won't even know where they're staying at,
Right.
Unless you were like a groupie that's got some crazy Nancy Drew detective skills, and they do exist. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, they do.
Oh, no
They
doubt.
do.
My thought, Chris, you took one of my points that I was gonna say. You don't hear about any other like league having their athletes unprotected. That doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? So especially if you're out here bragging about how many, how much money you're generating per quarter. This is just a small drop in the bucket to protect your athletes, because they are athletes. They're performers, they're athletes. You want to protect them, and they're not even on the clock. It's like they're like in Bailey and AJ's case, they were just having a interaction. Two friends sharing a moment where you get a fan who's overzealous, you get fans that are they're oh my gosh, the word just escaped me, but they're entitled. They're entitled because they're accessible. They're right here at arm's length. I don't care if it's a private moment that's being shared between two friends. I'm gonna get my moment with my superstar because I'm entitled to it.
Right.
And
Yeah.
if that type of behavior changes, I mean, something has to be done about it. And I think the company should be proactive in protecting all of their talents, because you don't hear about this happening with the writers. You don't hear about it happening to the upper brass because they probably have security detail. Why can't you do it for why can't you do it for your talent? And do I blame CM Punk for reacting the way he did? Absolutely not. If someone were to get too close to my wife, yeah, I'd probably do that as well too, and be in the news and arrested and probably doing this from county jail. But I mean,
it's gonna be your one phone call. You're like, hold on, dog. I got a 5-hour phone call I got to get on this month.
You know what I'm saying?
If he did he break the phone when he knocked it out of his hand, or
if he did, it's fine. It's cost of doing business. You made a stupid business decision, and that's the tax that you paid for.
Yeah.
My last thought is, it's better to have security and not need it than to need it and not have it.
Yeah.
Because you do not want to be that one organization where something god awful happens, and now you got this to clean up. That's just a bad.
Yeah, you have to expect this shit. You don't lock your front doors and your car doors for the millions of motherfuckers that won't steal your shit. You lock it for the one or two people that might think it's a good idea to steal your shit.
Talk to him, Chris.
That's why you do this kind of stuff. And I think WWE just did a really horrible job protecting wrestlers. Like I've said, I've gone to plenty of fan events. I've known where wrestlers stayed at. I've stayed at the same the same hotels that these wrestlers have stayed at, and the security was way better. You weren't going to have people doing this kind of shit, and we live in the world where these TMZ photos are going to be worth a lot of money. That guy who CM Punk smacked the phone out of his hand, I know Harvey and those boys paid him a grip for that shit,
Oh yeah.
So
but it made the guy look even worse, like a worse jerk. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean,
you ain't thinking about how you look when you get in a bag. I mean, shit. He's like,
that's the bottom of the barrel.
Right.
Of people that are doing this kind of thing. And again, it's not all fans. It's just a handful of entitled. Fans. Get out of hand. They don't know how to act, and sometimes you got to have some people put them in their place. It shouldn't be the talent that should be policing it. It should be higher security.
Yeah.
And there's a larger conversation to be had. We're not going to have it tonight, but there's a larger conversation to be had about these parasocial relationships that people have with the folks they watch on TV or they interact with on social media, and how that can breed entitlement, particularly when you got somebody who's not in a right mind, shall we say. And so like Chris said, man, you cannot have your protection policy based on 75-80% of the people that attend your events. It's got to be based on that 20% that you don't know what they could do. And if that means hiring more security, if that means staying at a more secure location, if that means putting more money out so that way you can change routes, how you get to places, so be it, man. Like, because at the end of the day, like Jay said, man, you don't want to be in the news. Not, you know, you want to be in the news for WrestleMania week, not because of, oh, this tragic thing happened during WrestleMania week.
Right. Yeah. I'm not even really sure like what, like if it was the weekend or whatever, like if wrestling wasn't going on and I saw CM Punk at a grocery store just shopping for food. I'm not sure how many like if he's gonna draw a crowd of people on a regular day to day as he is like on WrestleMania weekend, you know.
Right.
Like I don't know what it's like any days like these days. Like there was a time where when Rocky Maivia, when he was on the come up, he couldn't go to these kind of places. You know what I'm saying? Because people would like crowd him and shit like that. Like, and I'm sure like Cody Rhodes, I think he could walk around Atlanta not getting fucked with too much, but I'm not sure. I think it's a weird dynamic with these kind of things.
I ain't gonna lie. If I saw CM Punk at the food line, especially if he was in the bakery, like picking out muffins, I might have to walk up to the brother and say something.
Yo, that was the thing. I saw Stone Cold in whatchamacallit, the Marina Del Rey, where he used to live at the grocery store. I did want to walk up to him and you know ask him shit, but you know I use grocery shopping.
Here's the thing, Chris. Here's the thing, because I'm petty and I have a long memory. I would have followed from a respectable distance, seeing where Steve Austin was going, and I would wait. Yeah. I would wait. I would lie and wait until that brother went to the dairy section, and much like Ray Williams, I would pop out of the milk cooler and be like, "This for Booker T."
Right. Like, so yeah, living in Los Angeles, you run into stars all the time. The only time I acted like a fanboy was when I worked at UPS and there was a package that was getting delivered to Vanessa Bryant, and it had the address of where she lived in Newport Coast, California. So I was like, "Oh, Kobe Bryant lives here." I was like, "Yo," and I told one of my friends, "You're not supposed to do this shit," but I was like, "Yo, I got Kobe Bryant's address. You think we can drive to the neighborhood and kind of, you know, see what's going on?" So we drive all the way up to Newport Coast. Get to his neighborhood. Of course, it's a fucking gated community, right? So nobody was getting in there. But yeah, that was, and I don't even know what I would have said if I knocked on the door. Right. Kobe Bryant answered the door. Shit. Yeah, you know. But I was like 21, 22. I was a kid when that shit was going on though. So
statute of limitations.
Yeah. I think that address is public now too. I'm not sure.
Just be thankful you didn't do that, Chris, because I'm sure if you had actually knocked on Kobe's door, if you gotten past the gates, you probably would have been released from UPS.
Oh yeah, I would have been fired from there. You know,
it would have been worth it though.
Right? Yeah.
All right. Well, let's go ahead. Let's shift away from the madness of the fans and the lack of security during WrestleMania week, and let's go ahead to the fallout from WrestleMania through the shows afterwards in the following week on Raw and SmackDown. As you do post Raw and SmackDown, you do have some call-ups and you do have some surprises that appear. So on Raw, we did have Sol Ruka, who came on to challenge Liv Morgan. However, the match was interfered by Zarya, and they had their big blow off match on the following Tuesday on NXT. We also saw a big call up with Ethan Page, who's officially on the main roster now. he took on Javon Williams Evans, and with the assist by Rusev, our guy got the victory. As far not Javon, but Ethan Page ended up getting the victory in that particular aspect. I believe there was one more big call up. Oh, Joe Hendry will be making his debut. It was announced that he will be having his own concert on this coming Raw tomorrow night. So with those big call ups,
where's Raw coming from tomorrow night?
That is an interesting question. Let me go ahead and look that up.
While you looking that up, Ray, I'm gonna say, like, in terms of kind of grading these call ups, like our sister Saul, let's not forget, man, she was on the poster in February. Like, I thought she looked really good in her debut match on Raw. I wish they would have let it finish cleanly, but you know, obviously they had to promote the NXT show the following night. I thought she did a great job. Ethan Page, like I'd have been a fan of Ethan Page since his Karate Man days. Real one know about Karate Man, Ethan Page on these streets. I'm kind of, Chris, like he's one of those guys where I think he'll find a niche on Raw, and that'll just kind of be where he stays for a year or two, because I don't see like a lot of upward momentum for Ethan Page, but I don't think he's one of those guys that's going to get pushed to the bottom of the card either. And then Joe Hendry, though. Joe Hendry, man. I like Joe Hendry. Chris, I'm a little worried for our boy Joe Hendry.
They got to do the concert, man.
You got to have more than a song, man. You got to have more than a song to do this main roster thing, dog.
Right? Yeah. It depends on where the concert is at. Where's it at?
Laredo, Texas.
Ooh, yeah.
You set my boy up. You set my boy up.
Joe. Your future has been written, Joe.
We ain't nothing.
Right. Yeah. So. I thought they did my homegirl Soul Ruka dirty. Sister girl. Shout out to Soul Ruka. I didn't know her daddy is a local jazz musician out here. That's her daddy. This brother. I'm blanking on his name at the moment, but he's pretty popular around.
If she ever make it to Mania, that entrance gonna go hard with her dad playing her in.
Yeah.
Just like Naomi.
Yeah.
Just like Naomi's dad. Yeah.
Yeah. I knew she was mixed with something. I didn't know her dad is 100% brother.
None of us knew it to that Black History Month post, if we being honest.
We was like, what?
Yeah.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Right. But shout out to her. I thought they did her dirty on her first night on Raw, because I think she was somebody, whatever her first match on the main roster was, she should have won it.
Yeah, with the Soul Snatcher, because that's a hell of a move.
Right. And also the fact that where she was at versus where she's at now with her wrestling is amazing. Because, you know, with her and Lash Legend, when they debuted, I didn't know if they were ever going to move past that. They had to kind of learn on TV how to be superstars. And they both did. God bless them both, you know. So ask me in a month if any of these people are going to be superstars. What's his name? Powerhouse Hobbs.
Royce Keys.
Yeah, who he had his debut before WrestleMania.
And it ended up winning the Dre too as well.
Yeah, he wound up winning the Jobber Battle Royal. That's a thing. So,
hey, 2 years in a row, back to back, Black Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal winners. We up.
Who won it last year?
Mello.
Oh, the year before it was Lashley, right?
Did Lashley win it the year before? Are we on a three-peat?
It was probably the year before that. I don't know. It was his last WrestleMania where he had that. Not his last WrestleMania, his penultimate last WrestleMania.
Is the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal the North American Championship for the main roster?
Yeah.
Is we gonna run that division?
Yeah, so I don't know. But I think like the only issue that I have with Royce Keys, because I think they've kind of done a good job with him and kind of haven't. Like there's way too many monsters on that roster. That's the only thing. Like because you got Royce Keys, you got Obafemi, you got Braun Breaker, you got Bronson Reed, Rusev if you want to count him, Trick if you want to count him. And it's not, and like I said, it's not even just black monsters. It's they've got that shit
Slim
on
Walt.
lock. Yeah, the Walter. Yeah, so I don't know how. I think if I am intrigued by what they do with him and like Solo Sikoa, using their Bay Area roots. And maybe you don't book him as a monster in the immediacy, because like they are always gonna choose their monsters before anybody else. Anyone that came up through the system is gonna get priority. I don't think that's changed under Triple H. You know, so.
And by the way, Paul A. Hampton is the name of the father of Soul Ruka.
Okay.
Yeah, Paul Hampton. Yeah, cool dude, man. I've never met him, but I've seen him perform out here several times. He's like I've seen him at what's that? The Savoy when that used to be a thing.
Okay.
And I saw him at like a couple local spots, the Irvine, places like that. So yeah, I've seen that dude around. He's
low key.
Yeah.
Ray Williams, this might be something you might not fully appreciate until you get a little bit older, brother. Because I used to scoff at this, man. I'm getting choked up just thinking about it, Ray. I used to scoff at this, man, when I was like in my 20s and even into my 30s, man. I was like, man, when the Essence Fest would come to town or the Jazz Fest would come to town, who goes to that? PU is what I would say, Ray. But now that I have fully evolved, right, and I'm in my 40s, ain't nothing like a good jazz festival, Ray Williams. Even if you don't like jazz, the jazz festival is lit because all the unks and aunties is out there, man, in they finest Sunday dress, and they got the best drinks on ice, Ray Williams. Even though you don't drink, they got the best appetizers at the jazz festival.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Does Paul Hampton have a website or a Wikipedia page or anything like that?
Let's look. He does have a Wikipedia page.
Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, he's
So what does he play?
All right. American musician, songwriter, and producer, best known for his work as the keyboardist and creator of the ska band, the Skeletons.
He does ska music and shit like that too. But I've seen him do jazz as well. But yeah, he's pretty.
Get him on the Sami Zayn theme remix.
Right, yeah.
So,
yeah.
But yeah, Paul Hampton.
Yeah.
Maybe one of these days, maybe he might be like a 6 degrees of Motown Minute for you, Nate. Maybe
like because he's popular enough out here that if I was bringing up Soul Ruka, I would have brought up the fact that that was her dad. Maybe they didn't want people knowing she was black. I don't know. Shit.
Dang. Hey, the secret, we got to keep it till February, guys. Okay. I've only told Saul. I haven't told Cody yet.
They bill her from like Hawaii and shit like that, don't they? Like, so, I mean, shit, like,
I haven't told Cody yet. Everybody thinks she's from the islands.
It's not the Bloodline Islands. It's different.
Yeah. Making people think that Tia Carreras are fucking mom and shit.
That's a name I haven't heard in ages. Jay Lacey, what did you think about the Raw call-ups, man?
I actually think that Soul Ruka was a good introduction. Yeah, the Soul Snatcher would have been great to see, but they were building to the match for the following day. So okay, cool. And shout out to her too, because she took a nasty bump Tuesday, man.
Yeah, man, that was crazy.
That was
crazy.
a wild bump, So
Yeah.
but hey, hopefully she's good and recovering well. And
that was a New Jack City bump because she was up there on the platform with Zarya. Nino, remember? Am I my brother's keeper? And Zarya just looked at her. I love you, G, but I'm on the run. Yes, I am.
I thought you were gonna go with the other New Jack. Well, we even
exactly. That's what
we both going off this platform. What? Sight wasn't in the script, Jack.
Yeah, man. But shout out to her for that. Ethan Page. I got a question for the group.
Okay.
Where do you think? Because you were talking about Ethan Page and him being slotted at a certain level. Do you see him slotted as? And I'm gonna put two wrestlers out here. No disrespect at all.
Uh-oh.
Do you see him slotted like an LA Park or like a Dolph Ziggler?
LA Knight or
LA Park, the Mexican.
I'm sorry, LA Knight. Did I say LA Park?
The chairman?
Yeah. I was like, what the hell? LA Park.
That's crazy. That's crazy. No. Like LA Knight,
right.
At his success that he's had in WWE, or do you see it with the success of what Dolph Ziggler had before he left the company?
Close to the LA Knight. He ain't winning no damn world championship. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I think he'd be fortunate to get either one of them.
Maybe, yeah.
To be honest with you, it's not like Dolph Ziggler had a decent career in WWE.
A great career.
And so does LA Knight. I think I do think LA Knight deserves a world title win, but as I've said several times on this show, deserve has nothing to do with anything. So but I mean, I think Ethan Page at this point in his career, he's gonna be kind of the good hand person, Yeah. I don't think he's ever gonna be a jobber, but I don't think he's ever gonna be Paul Levesque on these streets.
No.
I think my comp that I would use for where I think Ethan Page's ceiling is I think he is going to end up being Raw's version of The Miz on SmackDown.
That's exactly where I was going.
Take it away, Ray.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. And we kind of saw shades of it in NXT where he'll just fumble up and get the win and end up being champion. And then folks got to end up chasing him. I could definitely see him being in a Miz role, and he's got the look for it. He's got the charisma for it. Even whoever he teams up or pairs up with, whether it be like enemies or whether it be friends or frenemies, like the stuff he was doing with Ricky Saints, the stuff that he was doing with Chelsea, with Triple A, you could just plug and play wherever you need him. I think he's a great utility guy, and I think you can have him at the top, but he's not, like you said, Chris, he's not going to be Triple H reigning over everything, the King of Kings, but he could be that guy where he slips on a banana peel, he ends up on top. You could put like the briefcase on him with Money in the Bank, ends up on top for a little bit with guys that are working to chase him and to take the belt off him. So I could definitely see him in the Miz role.
I can see him being a Miz type that knows how to wrestle.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
I will never leave that plate out of it. like I'm not gonna put that. Ethan Page is a markedly better wrestler than the Miz.
I would agree.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you what, Ray, like them Ethan Page, Adam Pearce backstage skits, they're gonna be fired. They're gonna be fired.
Right, yeah.
And people hated on Ava Raine when she was in there. I dug the stuff that Ava Raine was doing with Ethan Page.
I think,
and again, maybe that's speaking more towards the talent of Ethan Page, but
Right,
Yeah,
it is. It is. It's speaking more because it wasn't good stuff. Ava Raine and Ethan Page did their best to make it work. I'll give them that. That is, you don't write that kind of filth for people.
Shout out to Gerard Downtown Brown in the chat. Poor Miz.
Yeah. Like the Miz has been serviceable. I mean, he's
Yo,
what
the
WWE
Miz, real
wants him to
talk,
be.
Chris, he ain't never gonna be, not to bring this man's name up again. I'm still waiting on that clip to show up on postwrestling.com, Ray Williams. He ain't never gonna be Luthez, right? Miz ain't never gonna be Luthez, but for what he has to work with and where he started, Chris, as a real world, like Road Rules reality TV guy, he's had a hell of a career.
Right, yeah, because I mean, the thing about the Miz is like with WWE in the 80s, you weren't wearing that belt if you were not Hogan, Macho Man, Andre the Giant, or someone of that ilk, and like if you look at the guys in WWE who are way better than most of the wrestlers that have never had the world title in that company, like Rick Rude. If Rick Rude was a wrestler in WWE in 2026, he'd be a 5-6 time champion by now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
Same with Million Dollar Man, Mr. Perfect, Roddy Piper. Like Roddy Piper is one of the
Steamboat would at least have one or two, Chris.
Yeah. Roddy Piper is a top 5 WWE wrestler of all time and has never had the world title, So the Miz came around in an era where you could afford to put the belt on him. But and the Miz was used for a very certain utility when they put the belt on him. It was, okay, we're putting the belt on you because we want John Cena to beat the fuck out of you when it's time. We want we're having this match with Rock and Cena at next year's WrestleMania. We're going to have you as the buffer guy at this WrestleMania. The next year, at Backlash, Cena's going to beat your ass. With the second title reign, it was, okay, we need Lashley to beat the fuck out of somebody and look strong doing it. Who are we going to have do it? Bobby Lashley. That's the world that he serves.
Right.
In the 80s, that you served that role, but you weren't getting the belt with that shit.
Nope.
It was just you. That was your role. Your fault.
They ain't give my boy Big John Stud nothing, Chris.
Big John Stud look like people say, like people tell me like Bad News Brown was not a main eventer in WWE. Bad News Brown was a main eventer in WWE.
I will fight whoever said that.
Yeah, like it's easy to not know that because the business model was different back then. But Bad News Brown went on a whole house show run with Macho Man and Hulk Hogan.
Bad News Brown was on Arsenio Hall. Come on,
the main event. Yeah. Yeah,
this
so
man was on late night TV. He was a main event player.
Yeah,
I mean, put some respect on him. And I'm glad he got in the Hall of Fame finally.
Right, yeah. They're comparing it to like what happens today, But back then, the main eventers did when Nephew was laughing about Big Boss Man.
Big Boss Man.
But he was a Big Boss Man was a main eventer in WWE for 3 straight years,
Yep.
It's just you didn't put the belt on that guy because that wasn't the business model that they did back then. Now it's like you get a fucking turn with the shit,
Unless you're Kofi and you have to wait 10 years.
Yeah, he got his turn, He didn't get more than one. Shit, he got.
It was like, hey, dog. If you're still around in 20 in another 10 years, we'll give you another one.
Yeah.
Mark Henry got his too.
Yeah, Mark Henry
got his.
Mark Henry, yeah, you get your turn, but like
he should have got his during after that retirement speech though. He should have got his after that.
Yeah, he should have won again, even if it would have been like a weekend run, he should have
Yeah.
still gotten it, you know.
As good as that damn promo was, like they should have gave him the belt just off of that promo, Chris.
Right, yeah. Crying and shit, you
Mhm.
know.
I got a
Yeah.
lot left in the tank.
Yeah,
In the pink salmon jacket, dog.
right, yeah. Yeah, that's great stuff. But yeah.
Ray
yeah,
Williams. Go ahead, Chris.
No, I was just saying the business model has shifted. Like,
Mm.
because Mr. Perfect would have been world champion too.
Yep.
Like, so many dudes.
Hell,
would have been,
JYD probably would have had a run with the belt. As
yeah,
popular as he was.
JYD would have probably done. Yeah, so many people would have gotten it if the business model was.
I
what it
guarantee
is
you, if
today.
they was doing Mexico tours like they are now, Tito Santana would have had a run with the joint.
Yeah, because he main evented for not a long period of time, and I think he was the first person to beat the Undertaker too.
Talking about
In a
somebody
body
rebound.
bag match. Mhm.
Shout out to El Matador.
Yeah. That motherfucker, he went through the trouble of learning how to bullfight to get that shit over, man.
Like, dog, like they had to practice that hard, Tito. They weren't gonna do nothing with you.
Yeah, I'm not learning how to bullfight for no fucking gimmick. I know that.
Like it's pretend you ain't got to fight no bulls, Tito.
Right, yeah.
Ray Williams.
Like Mantar.
What did you think of the call-ups on Raw? And then we'll get to the call-ups on SmackDown.
Yeah, to put it short and sweet, I thought they were decent. Like I said, I could see big things for Ethan Page. The only reason I see big things for him and not necessarily Joe Hendry is because the good guy.
They're doing a concert with Hendry.
Well, not
Laredo,
just that.
Texas. In
That's
Laredo, dog.
the clue for me, Ray, is the fucking concert you just told me about.
Yeah.
They couldn't wait till they did the international tour, because if you did that in one of these Scottish cities, oh, that'd be over like Rover, dog. That's when you need to debut Joe Hendry.
Right.
Laredo,
Texas.
Doing a concert.
They're starting off with the finisher.
I can't even believe that's a real thing. I feel like I'm being punked, Ray.
The only way they can save it, Chris, is if they have Jelly Roll come out there with them.
Right, yeah.
Does that save it?
Because he ain't got no concert dates, I'm sure,
he ain't got
this
no-
week.
Yeah. Are there any famous singers from Laredo? I don't know.
It's got to be some country singer from Laredo.
Got to be.
Chris Gaines.
Oh yeah, Garth Brooks.
That's a
Joe
deep
Hendry and
pull, bro.
Chris Gaines.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, man. I feel bad for Joe, man. They setting Joe up.
Yeah, but I think Laredo concert notwithstanding, I think another
You can't just
reason.
ignore the Laredo concert.
I know.
man.
Yeah, that's a big ignore you're asking us to do.
That's like
man.
other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
No, but
I wish I could just brush that shit off and just be like, so, I can't do it. Go ahead and finish your besides the concert. thing.
Well, I was gonna say, I think it's already a pretty crowded field as far as like the good guys, aka the babyface roster is concerned in
Right,
either
yeah,
Raw
yeah.
or SmackDown. So I think it's already crowded. I think the concert stuff will help him stand out a bit, but I think with Ethan, aside from what brother I think Money Mark 7108 said, because Ethan's a good wrestler, I think Joe is a decent
Damn,
enough
don't do that
wrestler.
to Joe.
Yeah, Joe is a good wrestler. I just you don't establish a guy as a superstar by giving him a concert in Laredo, fucking Texas. That's yeah, that's not cool.
The only way, hold on, Chris, I will say, playing devil's advocate, if you will, the only way that it works in Laredo, Texas, is if they have a special guest commentator for that concert, and it's Booker T.
Oh yeah, Booker. Yeah, that is one thing I do like about Booker T on NXT. is he does get you to remember wrestlers by doing goofy shit when they come out. And that because it does put a stamp on like with the Devil's Kiss shit with Stephanie,
with
and then the call outs with Trick.
I missed that.
Yeah.
And real talk, Chris, I'm somebody that liked Joe Hendry all the way back from TNA, from Impact.
Yeah, me too.
There was a point in NXT during this run where I was like, Joe really ain't hitting like he used to hit. And then Booker started, wave your hands from side to side and see. And then like, oh, Joe back. Joe is back.
Yeah. Because I lost. I was losing hope when he fought Randy Orton at WrestleMania, and Michael Cole went out of his fucking way to be like, the TNA title is not going to be on the line.
Not going to be on the line.
Like it was like it was a title that you just don't want to win. You know, when so many like A-list guys have held that belt. You know. Like I thought that was pretty disrespectful.
Yeah. That could have been Randy's 15th right there.
I know, right? Yeah. I remember me and Andrew, it wasn't an argument really. It was more of a that ain't happening, Andrew.
Right.
When he was saying that John Cena's gonna win his 16th or 17th title in TNA.
That would have been crazy.
I was like, that's not how that company operates, you know.
Shout out to the nephew.
Yeah. The only reason why they ever recognized the WCW world title is because they bought it,
right? And
the belt is a very beautiful belt, you know.
And it meant something to those, because everybody was watching both shows back then, whereas TNA has a very fervent audience, but it's a very small audience.
Yeah. TNA never caught fire the way it could have.
Damn
not
you, Dixie Carter.
Right, yeah.
We almost had it all, Dixie. We almost had it all.
Shoot, Trick Williams is a former TNA champion.
Yeah,
right. They never bring that up.
Yeah,
never.
They're just gonna leave that out of the conversation. Like I just, yeah. Like if you I don't mind you positioning yourself to be better than TNA, because AEW did that when Kenny Omega was their champion.
Right.
But Kenny Omega still acted like a guy that wanted to win that belt. And when he lost the belt to Christian, he was sad about losing the belt to Christian. And when Christian lost the belt, Christian wasn't happy about losing the belt. In WWE, Randy Orton is like, oh, this is not for the TNA title. Like, what the fuck is that, my God, my dude, you know?
They'd be like, Randy, you just beat Joe Hendry. You're the new champion. Nah, I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah. Like
instant vacancy.
Right, yeah. Like better wrestlers than Randy Orton have held the TNA title.
Chris.
You know, Chris. Like, and that's not a knock on Randy Orton. It's just a factual statement of truth, you know.
I'm gonna say it, Chris. I'm gonna say it. In my opinion, this is just my opinion. The greatest bell-to-bell wrestler of all times, Mr. Kurt Angle.
Yeah,
held that title.
Yeah,
one of the greatest baby faces of all time. That man called Sting.
Yeah, Kurt Angle, Sting, AJ Styles, Bobby Lashley,
Jeff Jarrett. That was a sneak.
Jeff Jarrett. Yeah, but he was good. He was good. Decent, you know. Yeah.
He wasn't on no other dudes' levels, but he was good.
Yeah. I'd say I don't think it's unfair to say Jeff Jarrett and Triple H are comparable. You know,
take a learn.
Both
Double
of them,
J versus Triple H.
Both of them were wrestlers that booked themselves to be champion. Speaking of booking yourself to be champion, did you motherfuckers see Stephanie McMahon's Hall of Fame induction?
Yeah, here we go.
My God, man. That shit lasted for 45 fucking minutes.
Why?
This heifer, she got a 10-minute video package. They didn't even give Sid like a 1-minute video package. And I think Bad News Brown got even less than that.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
Because
Like,
this gonna be
gee.
an episode. This gonna be an episode of her podcast.
And
They're
Unreal.
just making it all one
Mhm.
episode so that she
Like,
can just put it up there.
this is just the worst kind of nepotism. And people always do this with McMahon's. They talk about how hard it was for them in WWE. That's bull fucking shit. Nothing is hard for you. This is what happens to the boss's daughter. You get yelled at more than anybody else, but you still get your top position, right? Like, I've had my brother work for me before. I yell at him and shit like that because he's my little fucking brother. But he's still in a good position,
right?
By
You ain't
virtue
firing
of the
him.
fact because that he's my little brother. It's called nepotism, you know. That's what Stephanie is, you know. Why are we faking like, oh, she worked
Hell,
so hard?
Chris, I will never forgive them for this. We saw a brother get suspended because he had the decency to be like, "Hey Vince, hold on, man, your daughter walking by," and got suspended for trying to be a gentleman.
And it didn't look good on camera to Vince, and Vince was like, "Yeah, you got to get suspended." Made him miss WrestleMania for that shit.
Yeah, took money out that man's mouth. Took food out the man's mouth, money off of that man's pockets.
Yeah, him and Batista were fresh off a meeting with Jesse Jackson at one of his Rainbow Push Coalition things. Batista was asked about that shit by TMZ, and Batista said he told the motherfucker to quit. and they asked him, Batista, why do you think he should quit? And he's like, man, Titus doesn't need to be doing wrestling. He has so much other shit. He could be making money doing so many other things, and like, yeah, God.
Right.
Yeah.
So what happened on SmackDown, Ray?
Well, before we go to SmackDown, we did have those debuts, and we had one return on Raw, and that was of the Street Profits, so the upcoming father himself, our guy Montez Ford, and Angelo Dawkins making a return to save Seth Rollins from White Vision. So, what do you think? They're putting the Street Profits. I know they've been off of television for quite some time. Do you guys think that that the writers and the higher ups are serious about making them a bigger threat within the WWE nowadays?
So, Ray, you and Chris are teachers, man, and far be it from me to try to educate the educators, right? But if I'm standing right here in this position, right, and I take 2 steps to the left, okay, and then I come back and take 5 steps to the right, Chris, I don't move forward, I don't move backwards. That is what is called a lateral move. And that is what we have seen from the Street Profits, because I don't think, Chris, they're going to be any better or any worse on Raw than they were on SmackDown. They're going to be hot for a few weeks because of this role in the Seth Rollins Vision feud, but they ain't got no plans for them brothers, man. Not really. Like, they may get a title reign, but they've had title reigns. So, like, what does that mean? They have not done anything. Remember, like 3-4 years ago, when we was all like, yo, when they break the Street Profits apart, not only is Dawkins gonna eat, but Ted's gonna be a super duper star.
Yeah,
I thought nothing to that.
Yeah, I thought both of them would be single stars in their own rights, and
that window was closed, brother.
Yeah. Now this is where I do think the black guy thing is gonna matter, because with Royce, I don't think it's a black guy thing as much as it is just a too many monsters thing. With the Street Profits, I don't think either of them are going to be single stars, because there's just the line. Because I'd even put Javon Evans in front of the singles, the Street Profits as far as single stars are concerned. You know,
it's so wild, man. Tez had this window, like, and not to say again, I think Dawkins would have been great on his own as well, but Tez, man, like Tez had it, and now it's like It feels like Tez is like, you know, Geno Smith, right? Like, so Geno Smith had this career in the NFL, where he was this high draft pick, went to the New York Jets and did nothing. Bounced around the league, finally got to Seattle and started balling out. And they was like, Gino, what happened? He was like, hey, man, they wrote me off, but I didn't write back. We're not going to talk about how he did last year with the Raiders. That's not germane to this story.
Yeah.
I was gonna hold you to it.
But this is like the opposite Geno Smith story, because like Tez, we saw it from the jump. And it's like, hey, I'm writing y'all. I'm writing y'all every day. But for whatever reason, my mail is not being delivered to the people that need to read it. And it's like, yeah, man, it sucks because I feel, and I hate to say it because he's still young enough that he could do stuff, man. But I don't think if he is ever to be like a world champion or like a main event type dude, I don't think it's in this company.
Yeah.
Because like there are guys that have to take the long way to become champions, like Kofi Kingston. But you also got to say Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels too. You know, they weren't like groomed from the beginning. You know, they started off in very humble tag team beginnings, and had to work their way up. And Bret Hart, as great as he is, my favorite wrestler of all time, he still was the beneficiary of a lot of luck and being the guy WWE needed at the time when they were getting called out for steroid abuse and all kinds of shit, you know. And Bret Hart just happened to be the one guy that wasn't like gassed to the gills, you know. And he was the benefactor of that shit, you know. Shawn Michaels, the same kind of thing, you know. By 1995, Shawn Michaels, I ain't gonna say he was on. I'll just say he took a lot of vitamins and
said his prayers.
He did a lot of praying in 95. I'll say that. Yeah, he had, but they circled back to them. That could happen with Montez. The problem is just there's way too many guys now. When they did that with Brett and Shawn, there weren't a ton of guys on the roster, you know.
Right. And like I said, it's a similar problem to Joe Hendry as well. But what do you say, Jay? Do you think Street Profits are?
No, Ray, no. Ray, I love you. I'm sorry. I ain't gonna let you do that though. I ain't gonna let you sneak Joe Hendry and like the Joe Hendry ain't got no damn concert in Laredo that's gonna doom him from the start. Street Profits ain't got no concert that's gonna hinder them. The only thing hindering them is the amount of talent on the card, and you know they ain't got the complexion for the connection. But Joe Hendry is doomed, Ray. Doomed.
I still can't believe they're giving this guy a concert in Laredo. I might have to Google that shit just to double check it on my own.
Ray, they gonna boo this man. And I hate to see it. I hate to see it for Joe, but they gonna boo this man out the damn arena.
Hey, that's what people said when Danhausen debuted in Chicago.
Well, the thing with Dan,
they did boo.
But I'm saying they said he had no hope after they booed. Little did they know he ended up being one of the three top.
Well, the thing that with Danhausen, they never had world championship aspirations for a guy like Danhausen. When you sign a guy like Joe Hendry, you think maybe he could be a future world champion. When you give him a fucking concert in Laredo, Texas, where nobody knows who the fuck he is, that's a bad omen.
Hey, real quick, shout out to everybody in Laredo. If you're watching tonight, we appreciate you. It's just y'all ain't the right setting to launch this man's main.
Well, I mean, the thing is I don't know how close Laredo is to Corpus Christi, Texas. Corpus Christi has always never been a great crowd.
No, it hasn't been.
And I don't know if Laredo is the same. Alexa, how far is Laredo, Texas? Wait, Amazon is in here. Amazon, how far is Laredo, Texas from Corpus Christi, Texas?
Listen close.
It's not answering me.
She mad at you, Chris.
Right.
ain't take that
Call me by
trash out.
another name. I dare you.
Right. I thought you broke it off with Alexa.
How far is Corpus Christi away from Laredo?
I'm sorry, I can't look up real-time driving distances yet.
Woo!
It's not looking up. Yeah, not looking up real-time driving distances.
You need to pull a plug on that chick.
Right. Yeah.
You're not giving you a
toxic relationship, Chris.
Yeah. You're fired, Alexa. That's Alexa. That's Alexa Plus though. It's not the regular Alexa.
Oh, Alexa
like
plus
Alexa
the sassiness.
I think Alexa Plus would give me the directions.
Google.
What is the directions, Ray? I see you efforting. What is the actual driving distance from Laredo to Corpus Christi?
It says 150 miles.
Oh yeah, that's too close to
Corpus
2.5. Yeah,
2.5 hours.
2.5. Oh
Right.
shoot! Come on, dog. It's
Yeah.
over for Joe. It's over, dog.
I don't. Yeah, Joe might be.
Only Booker can save him. That's it. Only
Yeah.
Booker T can save him, dog. I
Yeah.
believe in Joe Hendry, a Joe Hendry, a Sabatino.
I can't help myself, man.
Oh yeah, that's the only thing that can save Joe Hendry, man. Come on, man. Y'all gotta do right by this man.
Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see if they do right by him, and if they do right by the Street Profits. But let's go ahead and transition over to the call-ups and returns on SmackDown. So I think the biggest call-up on SmackDown is the arrival of the full Fatal Influence faction. So you had JC Jane, you had Fallon Henley, and you had I always blank on the third young lady's name. Lacey. Is it Lacey Lane?
No.
Lacey.
No,
something.
it's Laney Reed.
Laney Reed, sorry. So see now that they got rid of that one girl and I couldn't remember her name, and they brought another girl whose name I can't remember. All right. So they had a big night. They got involved with quite a few women. They got involved in the tag team, division, jumping Charlotte Flair, Alexa, Paige, and Bella, Brie Bella. They also got involved, of course, with Rhea Ripley, and I think they got involved with a couple other young women. So they're making their presence known on the blue brand over there. So what did you guys think of the arrival of Fatal Influence, Brother Jay?
I think I was surprised. I honestly thought it was only going to be JC Jane, but she brought her friends with her. So good for them for collecting the check, you know. So they all look like they belong there. So I mean, we'll see how they actually get worked into that locker room. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I think the SmackDown call-ups are a lot. I'm looking forward to see exactly how they fit in versus the Raw call-ups. You know, I think SmackDown, they needed a transfusion, if you want to call it that, of talent, especially with what happened. I'm sure we're going to talk about that too. But they needed an infiltration of talent, and so I'm looking forward to see exactly what these opportunities present for these on the ladies' side. I mean, especially with Fatal Influence, Blake Monroe. I'm looking forward to see exactly what they can do with her too, because again, shoot. You got Tiffany Stratton, who just won the U.S. title off of Julia, which I believe she's been mismanaged, mishandled, and dude, she deserves better. But I'm looking forward to see exactly what they come back with the whole women's division on the SmackDown side.
How about you, Chris?
I mean, it happened. I think, like, I don't think it's gonna be bad for them. I honestly do think Mariah May should have bypassed NXT and just went to the main roster.
Yeah.
Still don't understand why she's not Mariah May, but you know, some things are just not for me to understand. But we'll see what happens. I can't emphatically speak on it at the moment. I can I'm kind of more along what Jarek said. For me, it's I'm not so much looking. I'm more optimistic about their chances on SmackDown than I am about the Raw call-ups at the moment. I think Raw, for all intents and purposes, is the A show at the moment, and SmackDown is the B show. So,
Gotcha, brother Nate.
First of all, with Fatal Influence, I dug what they did with them on Friday night, man. Their injection into the show, along with Cody's promo, like when Reverend Devontae got back up on the pulpit to get the cheers back. I thought those were my favorite moments of the evening, along with the whole Sammy Trick stuff. But my only hesitancy when it comes to Fatal Influences, I think they had a great starting night. But we know where this road ends. Like, ultimately, Rhea Ripley, and we all love Mommy, but she is kind of becoming Hogan-esque. And I'm not saying Hogan-esque in terms of like backstage politics or holding people down, stuff like that. I'm saying Hogan-esque in the way that Chris often brings up. Old school WWE booking where we build up monsters for the babyface to knock down. And I think Fatal Influence is like the first wave of monsters. Like, I hope they give them a decent enough feud. Like, it's not just a couple week thing or even a 1 month thing. Like, I'd actually like to see Fatal Influence become a problem that the babyface is like, yo, we got to do something. We saw shades of that with Charlotte and Rhea and Alexa backstage. But I hope they give these girls enough of a foundation so that when JC ultimately loses to Rhea, she can rebound from it, and it won't just be like, oh, that be like 10 years from now. Y'all remember that time JC Jane and Fatal Influence was on SmackDown, and they had like a hot 2-month run? That was cool, wasn't it? Okay.
Yeah.
It was much better than that damn Joe Hendry concert in Laredo they tried.
Right, yeah. Like for me, like with WWE, like WWE is too formulaic. And I think AEW kind of needs to be a little bit more formulaic. I think WWE has the right idea. They've got their heroes. They got their top guys and stuff. The problem with it is it just makes it like way too fucking predictable. AEW, it seems like they go out of their way to be unpredictable. And that kind of doesn't always make for compelling stories,
Right.
So I think if they could meet somewhere in the middle, they'd be okay.
Now, when you talk about Blake Monroe, though, Chris and Ray and Jay, it reminds me of the old Cat Williams jokes. Well, like one of my favorite Cat Williams jokes about the Phantom. And he's like, hey, man, he's talking to a buddy in Atlanta. Hey, man, don't I got a Phantom, right? I got a Phantom. And Cat Williams is like, no, brother, that's a Chrysler 300.
300, yeah.
And the joke is, for those that haven't seen it, Cat's like, the crazy thing is, a Chrysler 300 does look like a Phantom until a real Phantom pull up beside it, and then you like, I don't even know why I bought this damn Chrysler 300.
Yeah.
Tiffany Stratton, you are the Chrysler 300 in this analogy, baby girl, because you did your thing. It was Tiffy time. That was cool. We ain't gonna talk about what you said about Jay Cargill. We're gonna leave that in the past. But now we got the genuine article. Somebody that got the same type of look as you that they feel is super marketable. Somebody that can talk just as good as you. Somebody that can wrestle just as good as you. But here's the thing, Tiffy. They actually have a grasp on who their character is. They are in tune with their star players, Cat Williams will say, where the whole time you've been on the main roster, Tiffy, because I like Tiffy in NXT. Like, she was locked in NXT. On the main roster, I don't believe you. You need more people. As Kendrick would say, why believe you? You never gave us nothing to believe in, Tiffy. And now we got a Phantom pulling up in the parking lot. Ooh, it's over for you, girl. It's
right, yeah. And that is a WWE formula, too, because what they used to do back in the day is you were the guy until they got the NWA wrestlers they wanted, and then you stopped being the guy. Like Demolition, for example. Demolition was the tag team. Yeah, they were the tag team until they got Legion of Doom. Then
we got the Road Warriors at home.
Yeah, and then $1 Million Man was their guy for years until they got Ric Flair. It's like, okay, we got Ric Flair now. That is something they do in that company.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's funny. It's funny you do mention the Aryan Nation's beloved Tiffy Stratton, because she ended up getting the victory and beating Julia for the women's U.S. title. So there was a surprise.
Hey, Ray, transitional. He just keeping the belt warm till Blake pull up.
Oh,
it's over, cuz. And I'm not happy. I know it sounds like I'm happy in my voice. I'm not happy that this girl is gonna lose this title. I'm just happy that we got with Mommy in the main event scene, and then with Blake coming into the mid card. SmackDown actually finally has some women that hopefully the writers won't fumble and tell compelling stories with, because they didn't do a damn thing for Jade. They didn't do a damn thing for Tiffy. They didn't do a damn thing for Nia. How could you fumble the bag on Nia? They didn't do a damn thing for Naomi. Everything that Naomi got was what Naomi brought to the table to overcome that terrible creative. So they finally have, like, I ain't gonna talk about that damn Charlotte Tiffy feud. That was one of the worst WrestleMania builds I ever seen in my life, Ray Williams.
Yeah.
They actually now have a woman in Rhea that is popular enough. She's Teflon. She could do no wrong in the eyes of the fan base. And then Blake Monroe, who, like I said, Ray, she locked in on the character, man. She ain't got to learn how to be a character like somebody like a Tiffany Stratton. Got to learn how to be a babyface. Got to learn how to be a heel. Blake Monroe rolled out of bed in the morning and is a heel. I don't know that. I don't know this lady. But in my mind, I envision Blake Monroe roll out the bed and it's a full-length Morris Day-ass mirror sitting next to the bed, and she get the glamour ready and she go, Ray, because she locked in, man. So it's over. I don't know why I'm sounding so happy about this lady downfall. I don't even know this girl. But it's over for you, Tiffy. It's over.
Time's up.
Time is up.
Hey.
And even when the crowd even knew it, because when she won the title, she's like, and just so everybody knows, once again, it's Tiffy time. And like a year ago, everybody was like, it's Tiffy time. They was like, it's Tiffy time. You ain't got the people no more, Tiffy. You ain't got the people. Blake Monroe was so good, she gonna make Tiffany Stratton a believable babyface just because of how good Blake Monroe was gonna be as a heel. I said it, Ray Williams. It's over for you. I don't know why I'm so happy about this lady, man, losing her position, especially with what we're about to talk about in a minute. I shouldn't be so gleeful, but for some reason, maybe it's because she did Nia dirty. I feel like the karma that has been coming is coming to collect.
You are giddy about this.
I don't know why. Here's the thing too, though. I'm not even like the hugest Blake Monroe fan, which is wild. Like, I dig Blake. I respect her. Like, I think she's great with her character work, but I'm not like all in on Blake Monroe. But it's just like they finally given us something like characters we can kind of believe in. Like Chelsea Green was one of the few characters they had that actually was fully fleshed out, and they didn't just send away her people. She ain't got no people left.
Yeah.
So like, what the hell Chelsea supposed to do?
Yeah. I really do believe, if not fucking Blake Monroe, if Mariah May debuted on the main roster right when she left AEW, I think she'd be a way bigger star than she is right now. I think she's been off of mainstream television long enough, because CW, I mean, they got their viewers, but nobody watches that shit. Nobody talks about CW TV shows, like the days of Arrow and The Flash are over.
R.I.P.
So yeah, so it's one of those things where, like, she's having to build back up her cachet on the main roster, where I don't think she should have had to be put in that position in the first place. Because she was a popular wrestler. She was more popular than Ethan fucking Page, who got to keep his name, and she didn't. I still don't understand it. But yeah.
Karate Man does what Karate Man gonna do, Chris.
Right, yeah. But hey, we'll see what happens with her.
And for the record, Ray, not to put too much on your plate, but whenever we get that Luthez clip uploaded, clip that whole Tiffy conversation, man, because I don't know, I need to see it again in short form so I can go back and self-analyze and reflect. Like, why was you so jubilant about this girl finna lose the title? Like, what's going on, Nate? You need to talk, brother. Time is up, Tiffy. It's up.
All right.
Daylight saving time. It didn't even make sense.
Just throw anything to say.
Anything with time.
Before Morris Day in the time.
Morris Day in the time. Time Life Music Club presents
Hammer Time.
Hits of the 60s. Hammer Time.
Yeah.
Your time is up. Our time is now.
Who's
time? Blake Monroe's time. All right. All right. So we're going to go ahead and move on from folks who made debuts or made returns to folks who are leaving the company. So
will we get copyright infringed if we ever have to do this segment again and we start playing closing time? What's that? Who is that group? Was it Semisonic? Will they sue us for that shit?
Hey, Semisonic ain't did nothing in a while. We just bringing more attention and awareness to you, Semisonic. But leaf fitting, terrible human being that you may be. When Tiffy loses that title, I want the video package. Closing time. I know who I want. And that's when they switch. Like the song goes from the perspective of Tiffany to the title. The title's looking at Blake Monroe. I know who I want to take me home. Take me home. Man, that was a beautiful alley-oop, Chris.
Yeah. That was my graduation song in '99.
Damn. That's a somber graduation song.
Right. Well, it was like
you ain't got to go home, but
you can't stay here. I know who. Damn, that's a sad graduation song, man.
Yeah. Well, so we got to pour out a little for some of the ones who
let's get serious now.
Homies we lost along the way, And So what you got for us, Ray?
All right, so I'll go ahead and run down the entire list brought to us by postwrestling.com. So go ahead. So a lot of these departures were made official by Sean Ross Sapp over at Fightful, and also at other outlets as well. So
SRS says
Fightful and PW Insider. So WWE departures as of April 24th. So starting alphabetically, we had Alba Fire, Aleister Black, Alex Shelley, Andre Chase, Apollo Crews, Bo Dallas, Chris Island, NXT, Chris Sabin, Dante Chen, NXT, Dexter Loomis, Eric Rowan, Joe Gacy, Kyrie Sane, Luca Crucifino, NXT, Malik Blade, NXT, Nikki Cross, Santos Escobar, Cyrena Linton, NXT, Trill London, NXT, Tyra May Steele, NXT, Tyreek Igwe, NXT, Tyson DuPont, NXT, Zelina Vega, and Zoe Stark. So I believe that was 23 as of 23 departures. And keep in mind, we don't know how many of these were voluntary or actually requested by the talent themselves. All we know is that They are releases, not necessarily contracts coming to an end. So usually when these things come around, releases, if you're on the main roster, there's a 90-day non-compete clause in the contract, and for NXT talent, there's a 30-day non-compete clause if those stand for these particular talents. So we would like to share their thoughts first about the roster cuts.
For me, there's not anybody on this list that I'm really that surprised about. I remember like a long time ago, one of the things that we don't do on this show is guess people getting fired out loud. We'll do that when the show is off, we're not on camera, because we don't want to give anybody any ideas. But yeah, some of these people you saw coming, like Apollo Crews hasn't been doing anything for months. And it's sad with him because I was a big fan of him doing his Uha Nation stuff on the indies, and I thought when he got to WWE's he'd be a bigger star than he is, and he's just one of those black guys where they just can't think of anything creative for him because they can't attach him to a stereotype. So that was always going to be a fault of his.
Even when they attached it to a stereotype, it didn't work, Chris.
Right? Yeah, they did the not like a Nigerian drum.
Drum match.
Yeah, that's stupid.
It was not due to them not trying, brother Chris.
It was like, hey, nothing ain't working with this kid. Throw that stereotype on.
That's the thing with the stereotypes. It has to work for them to like trust it, because that's like they did that with Keith Lee and some other people. Like they just like if you can make the stereotype work, you got a better chance. If you can't make it work, then the walking papers might be coming soon. Unfortunately, I think that and even with Aleister Black, from the moment he signed back with the company and the first thing they booked him in, I didn't think he was going to be long for this WWE world, even though his last 3 matches were victories. The fact that they didn't insert him into something right away. It reminded me so much of Andrade, like where it just got to the point and both companies were doing this, where you were hiring the guy just to talent hoard, not for any reason of, I have a salient idea I want to do with Andrade or with Aleister Black. So they just fired him. This dude, and the thing with Aleister Black too, I don't want to kick him while he's down, but this motherfucker made a lot of noise in his like last days of AEW. When I didn't think he was in a horrible position. Was he main eventing? No, but that's just not something everybody can do at the same time. And he didn't want to work in WWE. He just had to be next to his woman. And WWE said, yeah, we're just going to fire you and your woman at the same time.
Right. You can be next to each other at home. Like, damn.
That's some cold-blooded shit.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. But I think, I don't know because here's the thing too, and this is what I've always said on this show, is when you get fired from one company or you ask for your release from the one company and the other company doesn't use you, it makes you lose value to the company you want to go back to.
Right.
Andrade didn't suffer that, and he's lucky he didn't. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. Like, Tony Khan could have easily been like, nah, we already got some Mexican guys, man. We good. Or we'll bring you back. Yeah, we'll bring you back, but you're gonna be, we're gonna humble you for a little while. If this was the 90s, you'd be brought back, you'd be the stalker Andrade, that's how they used to do shit back then. Aleister Black, I don't know if he's gonna have the same fortune as Andrade, because the bottom line is Brody Lee is more over than him right now. Brody Lee getting put in a faction with Aleister Black is going to be a backwards move for Brody Lee. Brody Lee is someone you can believe ascending to the main event level. Aleister Black is somebody you're going to have to get to believe to ascend to the main event level. And that's not a place you want to be at right now. I think he'll be fine because he can wrestle. I actually like the prospects of his woman a little bit more than him for AEW. Anytime these releases happen, I always judge them on the scale of, can they be valuable in the other top company? I don't see that for a lot of these people. But like for example, if Apollo Crews got fired and I'm Tony Khan, I could think of an idea for Apollo Crews. But that's me. I don't know if Tony Khan can think of an idea for Apollo Crews.
That man going on ROH duty from day one, cuz.
Right, yeah. And there's just so much talent in both companies. Like both companies, you can build a roster from just the talent that they're not using. You can build like a fourth brand or something, you know?
Yeah.
It's just one of those things. I don't like the fact that they got released the way they got released, but I mean, this is just the nature of the beast in WWE. I don't love that Aleister Black got it like that, but unfortunately, Aleister, Malachi Black, you had to know this was a risk going back to that place. If you didn't, then that's a problem.
Yeah, I'll go next, Ray. I think, to your point, we do need to be fair. Like all of these people on the list, all 23 of them were not releases. Some of these may have been people that requested their release, but I would say the majority of them are actual releases, because who in this economy is requesting a release? And so if you got, let's say 75%, I'm just making up a number, 75% of these people were released. I think it's complete and utter bullshit, man. And the reason I say that is because you just spent a week telling me how much money this company got.
Right, yeah.
How big the gates are. How much we just sold out of Allegiant Stadium. We doing bigger and better. We going to Saudi next year, getting all that money, man. We got people paying us to sit at the commentary table. We done damn near priced some of our most fervent fans out of coming to this event because of how we jacked up the ticket prices. We got this ESPN deal. We living good up here in TKO land, Ray Williams.
Yeah. They were bragging, Nate, about how many streamers they were on, because someone was like, when people are complaining about how hard it is to find your shit on streaming, and one of the executives, I think it was Nick Khan, like they're like yeah, it's not always easy to find, and their reasoning was, but other sports do the same thing, it's like, that's gonna be your shit, is like, because other sports make it hard as fuck, you're gonna do the same thing, Yeah. And the thing with other sports is, if you're a Lakers fan and you want to watch all Lakers games, that's a lot easier to do than and watching all NBA games, that's a lot harder to do, So it's like, it's one of those things where you have to get, like, WWE, they suck, man. Sorry about that, Nate.
Nah, you good, Doc. But to me, it's like, I would say a couple things. Number one, when it comes to Aleister and Zelina, it's like, damn, dog, like, it's a cold game out here, man. Because the writing should have been on the wall, like you said, Chris. Like, you got to go into this knowing, like, there is a possibility that I could be released from this company. But the other thing is, they put us, like, I'm looking at Zelina, I'm like, hey, babe, they put us in the same position that two other people that ain't no longer with this company is in terms of Scarlett and Karrion Kross. They put us in their role. They put us in their shoes, and they ain't here no more. So there's a legit possibility that we might not be here by the end of the year. So we might need to start planning some stuff. I would say there's a better alternative, man. Like, obviously, you're not going to keep all 23 of these people because, like, in every business, there are people that just don't work out, whether it's on their end or your end, and you know, you got to part ways. But I would say a lot of these people, you got this relationship with TNA. You got this relationship with Triple I. I'd be like, hey, look, we ain't got nothing for you right now, dog, but how about this? You know, you still under the payroll, man. We might have to switch up the contract a little bit, but we're going to send you to TNA for 9 months, see how you work out. Maybe we'll bring you back. Maybe we won't. We're going to send you to Triple I for a little minute, man. You still make some money, still feed your family, but you just ain't going to be here with us. You know what I'm saying? You ain't going to be on Interscope, Chris, but you know what? You're going to be on Aftermath, dog. We put you on Aftermath. The third thing I will say is the 3 releases that kind of stood out the most to me, and maybe it's a coincidence, maybe it isn't, were 3 women that were released. Number 1, Zoe Stark, man. Now, I wasn't like the biggest fan of Zoe Stark or Pure Fusion Collective, the new Power Generation, you know, but it's like, dog, how shitty do you have to be to see this girl tear up her knee working for you? She works her way back, and then you release it, dog. Zoe is somebody who, like the example I just used, Chris, I'll be like, hey, Zoe, we ain't got nothing for you right now, man. Right? How about you go to TNA and rock it out for 6 months, you know, until we can figure something out? Because it's like, dog, this girl worked hard to get back here, and now you just like releasing it. That is, and obviously, Chris, like you said, man, it's business, man. It's business, but that is something that feels disrespectful to the work that she put in. Right. A second name I will put on the list is Nikki Cross. If y'all been listening to this program since the beginning, you know how much love and respect I got for the white chocolate cheesecake of sports entertainment, man. If you ain't got nothing creative for this girl, Nikki Cross, who, if we being real, y'all done did her dirty since she's first stepped on the main roster. She has not been the same. And you can say this for a couple of the women, like she has not been the same character, she's been the same performer, but not the same character since she left NXT, because she was doing big things in NXT, man. Like, I loved NXT Nikki Cross, and then she got up to the main roster. It's like, we don't know, is she a superhero, and is she with this Wyatt Six? And shit, damn, I feel bad. I ain't even like the Wyatt Six, to be perfectly honest with all y'all. They did them.
It was garbage, but
they did them dirty, man. Like they did them dirty, and I feel like there's easily something you could have done. Like, man, it sucks that they fired Alba too, because it's like, if you ain't gonna continue with this Wyatt thing, and we don't know when Piper coming back, throw Nikki in there with the Secret Service, man. She would have killed that. Yeah. Little short Secret Service agent, she would have killed that, cuz.
Yeah. Weren't they calling her something like Nikki ASH?
Nikki, almost a superhero, Chris.
Yeah.
She was almost a superhero.
Super stupid shit, man. Now,
to be fair, I do feel like that was partly creative, but I think Nikki wanted to play that character. But I feel like somebody should have been like, might not be a good look, sis.
They should have stopped that shit, man.
But she won a world title with it too.
She did win a world title with it. That's wild.
Yeah. But I mean, that sometimes happens. You know, you win the world title, and then it's like, then what? Like Braun Strowman, you know, he's another one of those guys. Like he won the Universal title. Then what? You know, it's like that's the problem with these kind of those kinds of acts. The Wyatt Six was a tribute act. I understand, like, everybody was sad when Wyndham passed away. That wasn't it shouldn't have happened, you know, very young and vibrant, and he was going to do so much more in the business. You know, he had the aura about him to be you know, heir apparent to like a Undertaker or something. So what you try to do is you put in, because the problem with the Wyatt Six is it just always reminded me that Bray Wyatt isn't in that group and he can't be in that group, you know? And that's always the problem with these kind of tribute acts, you know? And yeah, that was just, and it was unfortunate that they couldn't push them beyond that. Like like, okay, you're a tribute act. You could still be a tribute act, but have that be at the back burner, not at the forefront, you know?
Yeah, I agree, Chris. And then the last name, man, to me, this might have been the most, outside of what went down with Zoe, this to me might have been the most egregious, and that's Kyrie Sane, man. Like, dog, how? Like, you, and I think I know the reason why and how, but it's like, dog, you didn't have nothing for this girl, man, at WrestleMania when she was part of one of your better book stories. One of your longest running stories in terms of what was going on with Asuka and Io and Rhea, like the whole Kyrie thing, man. Like that got to pop every time when Kyrie's just like, you know, we didn't really mean it like that. You know, we tried Kyrie, like that got to pop out of everybody, man. The girl could go, and this is how you do her. The only saving grace, Chris, because you mentioned like who are some of these performers that may find their way to AEW. We got to remember. We got Captain Saber Joshi over there in AEW, dog.
Yeah.
Jay's favorite performer, Kenny Omega. Kenny, woo, you better do the right thing, Kenny. Call up Kyrie. Be like, Kyrie, we got a job for you, girl. Because it's like, man, Kyrie was somebody who was on TV regularly. It's not like she was like Apollo, who we ain't seen Apollo in a minute, right? It's not like some of these NXT performers that we really didn't have a chance to get to know them. Kyrie was somebody who was a mainstay on your television, and you did it like this, man. And so, yeah, like to me, the whole thing is very unbecoming. And granted, like we know, despite what Mitt Romney might say, Chris, corporations aren't people, so we know, you know, ain't no feelings involved in this. But it's like, even from the standpoint, if you're just looking at dollars and cents, you telling me you can't make money off of Kyrie Sane?
Yeah.
I think it's short-sighted, and it's and here's the thing, and Gerard's not here to defend himself, and you can bring me back out, Ray, because we had the conversation. So this is a situation where Nate was wrong, or Nate was right, then Nate was wrong, then Nate was right again. When we had the conversation a year ago, Jay, talking about Io Sky. And we were like, can Io Sky be a star? Can Io Sky ascend to that next level? And I was always like, nah, man, because I've got evidence that they hold their performers, particularly like their performers that are of Japanese descent, in a certain light. And it's like, dog, if Shinsuke couldn't crack the code, man. Asuka to me is the biggest fumble in the history of this women's division.
Right.
To
me, there's nothing even close to Asuka. That's a bigger fumble.
If Asuka couldn't crack the code, and it was no disrespect to Io at the time, Jay, but it's like, dog, Io Sky to me is like, and I'm trying to come up with a musical comparison. Io Sky to me is like Bobby Brown, right? Astara. I love Bobby Brown, man. The king of R&B, ribs and barbecue, rocks and blunts. Okay, but Bobby Brown is here. Shout out to Jamie Foxx. Bobby Brown is here. Prince is up here. Okay, and Asuka to me is like on that Prince level of a creative talent. And they never let Asuka really do her thing on the main roster. So what the hell you think they're gonna think about Io? What the hell you think they're gonna think about Kyrie, man? And so it's pitiful. It's pitiful if you got all this money and you breaking all these records, but you don't have time to really nurture your talent, man. It's as Io would put it, it's crazy.
Yeah. With Asuka is like, they didn't push her until they felt like they were almost depleted, and it's like, okay, now we'll push you. I thought they disrespected Asuka a lot. They disrespected Shinsuke a lot, because I think Shinsuke did crack the code, but for whatever
they changed the
reason,
code.
Yeah, they switched it up.
Like, hold on to us, guys. He's on to us. Change the password.
Yeah, he was over at the Royal Rumble. He won. He should have won the WrestleMania. Asuka should have won that WrestleMania against Charlotte. Why the fuck you having her lose to Charlotte? I got no clue. It made no fucking sense back then. It made no sense now. that's why I think people were making predictions that Trick Williams was going to lose at WrestleMania, because this is nonsense WWE used to do. Yeah, that was kind of a tell, Nate, like you said, with EO. It just, or Kyrie, it was just a tell that was going to happen.
Like, to be honest, Chris, I don't even like the way they presented Asuka in this in this feud with EO and Rhea, because when Rhea and Asuka are in the ring, it should be like, damn, yo, these two are the greats. And it always feels like Rhea is big sister in Asuka, and it's like, nah, man. I know what you want us to believe, but dog, that's the lady that ran through NXT, dog.
Yeah,
that's the lady that did business, did work in Japan, dog. That's the lady that should not be playing second fiddle to anybody. Not saying she should be above Rhea, but nah, man, we eye to eye. We Jordan and LeBron. Like, you ain't gonna play me like you Jordan and I'm Smush Parker. Like, nah, dog.
Right.
Sorry, Smush. My bad, Smush. I ain't mean to throw that spray at you. Chris Smush just tuned in tonight to watch some brothers talk about WrestleMania. He's like, what they say fuck me for?
Exactly.
Right? Yeah, Kobe Bryant told him not to talk to him until he got his numbers up. So feel bad for Smush. Yeah.
Man,
what say you, Jay Lacey?
These cuts, it's unfortunate, man. I never want to see anyone lose their job, especially when they're providing for their families. You can take it out, all four of us. I don't want to see anyone lose their job, like that. It's unfortunate. To Nate's point with Kyrie Sane, I mean, she was in the middle of a storyline. We're not going to get payoff for it. But I am hoping that the audiences catch on and do like an R-Truth movement and keep chanting her name. Bring her back. If that's what she wants.
No, Jay, I'm not laughing at your suggestion, Jay. I'm just laughing at, yes, that was cool that the audience brought R-Truth back, but then what they do with the brother, man.
Right.
Yeah, that is true too. That's what I'm saying. If she wants to come back, because I mean, honestly, she has more talent than what she's been able to showcase. And if she does go somewhere else with that, with wherever it may be, AEW or back to Japan.
You telling me Kyrie and Spider Lady wouldn't do numbers, Jay?
Oh, bro, they would. I mean, if she wants to go to AEW, that's gonna pop off. I mean, there's so many other different matchups. I mean, as much trash as we talk about with Chris Statlander. I mean, imagine her with Mercedes Moné.
Yeah,
bro, there's a whole bunch of different matchups for Kyrie, and again, it would be an embarrassment of riches, which is a great problem to have on TK's side. So I would love that for her. And I agree with everything that everyone has said about the whole Wyatt Six act. Again, I don't want to see anyone lose their jobs or anything like that. And I hope everyone lands on their feet and does tremendous work wherever else they go. I was really shocked at Tyra May Steele, honestly. She won LFG. She was starring. Well, they just put her on TV in NXT. So for them to just pull the trigger and be like, you know what, nah, this ain't gonna work. That was mind-boggling. I mean, you've invested this much time and TV on this young lady, and you're gonna do that. That's crazy, But I hope everyone lands on their feet. Your boy Aleister Black, I don't know where he gonna go. I think his best move is probably to go to New Japan.
Right.
Best move for him would probably go to New Japan. Be a legend over there.
Yeah, that's a good idea too. My question is, because Aleister Black is knocking on 40's door too, isn't he?
I believe he is.
Like how many is he gonna want to do that kind of grind at this point in his life? I really do think he should have just shut the fuck up when he was in AEW. That's me, but I understand you wanting more for yourself, but the wrestling landscape was crowded, and it still is crowded. If it was, and it was crowded in AEW, it's crowded in WWE. You and I remember saying this on this show. You might have said it too, Nate. You are not gonna cut in line in WWE. That's just not
Nope.
happening. You have to be a certain. You've got to be a Cody Rhodes to do that kind of shit. You know, you have to be fucking like what's his name cowboy. You know, Adam Page. You know, you have to be Hangman Adam Page. Why I say cowboy? Hangman Adam
Cowboy
Page.
Bob Orton.
Yeah, you have to, but you have to. That's who you have to be to cut in line. If you you have to be MJF or someone like that. You're not cutting in line if you're a fucking AEW mid Carter. That's just not happening. If you're a WWE mid Carter, you're not cutting in line. You're the best hope for you if you are a WWE mid Carter. If you go to AEW, is to get on the level of a Ricochet, where you just get to be on TV and do your art. And if you do it long enough, then maybe you get a world title consideration. But like you can't, you have to understand the reality of the situation. And I don't think Aleister Black ever fully understood that.
Hey, Chris,
Tommaso Ciampa is entering the chat.
Yeah.
Another one too.
Right.
You know, who was like lower mid card, if that.
Right.
You know, the way they were just letting his talent just circle the
Right,
drain.
yeah.
But another promotion I was thinking too, that we haven't given any shine to would probably be not Major League, but Maple Leaf.
Well, yeah.
Maple Leaf.
Oh yeah, Maple Leaf. Yeah, they could do
got
something.
a new promotion they're starting up. I think that would be something for him to go ahead and check out and do as well too. And the schedule's lighter too.
So hold on, Jay. I like that idea. Like shout out to Maple Leaf. But you telling me that Aleister Black doesn't have designs on the most prestigious title in the business? The NWA World Heavyweight Championship, dog. Woo! Following in the footsteps of men like Nature Boy Ric Flair, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, the Man Called Sting, and Tyrus.
I knew you were going to mention Tyrus.
I thought you were going to drop an EC3 on us.
Oh man.
Trevor Murdoch.
All right.
Super chat.
Indeed. My apologies, T. Anthony. I know you sent this a bit ago, but
how long ago was it, Ray?
It was when we were talking about Joe Hendry.
That was like an
so,
hour ago.
Yeah.
All right. What's
only saving grace is that Braun speared Hendry out of his set before his concert starts. I guess that's what he'll think the saving grace will be.
Braun's gonna come to him backstage. Joe,
that's not a saving grace. That just confirms that he's gonna be nobody. Like
that's just getting the misery out of the way.
Yeah, what are you calling saving grace, my dude?
Maybe saving grace for the viewers.
Right, yeah, maybe that. Okay, yeah, you got to argue with me from that. With that,
Braun walks up to Joe Hendry backstage. Hey, brother, I got this cool idea, right? So you're gonna start singing. I'm gonna run around all the way down the ramp, and I'm gonna spear you, but just don't get out the way like Seth Rollins did. You know what? That sounds like a great idea, Braun.
Yeah.
Say his name and he gets speared.
Creative don't believe in Joe Hendry. Creative don't believe in Joe Hendry. He's buried in Paris and London and Mexico. He ain't go main event in nowhere and nobody show. They don't believe in Joe Hendry.
And the thing about this today and Ray and Jarek is
I'm sorry, Joe.
It's almost like an insult to the people in Texas that you have this motherfucker come out there.
Like, what city can we book him in? Dallas, no. Fort Worth, no.
Because you're stereotyping the people of Laredo, like they're just gonna automatically like that shit. You know, it's like if you debuted Men on a Mission in New
Milwaukee.
York, or Milwaukee, just somewhere that was just to automatically assume people were just gonna be, down with that shit, Like it takes some grooming and getting used to people and introducing them to your audience before you do fucking a shit like a goddamn concert.
Laredo fans from out to out, they'll say we don't believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry, get the shovel. We like damn. Like, man, they doing Joe dirty, man. Come on, man.
Lord.
I feel bad as a Joe Hendry fan. I feel bad, Jay.
Hashtag Laredo deserves better.
Yeah,
Laredo and Joe deserve better than this, man.
Yeah, they both do. Yeah,
y'all they gonna boo this man out the building, dog. They setting him up, man.
Mm-hmm.
And is Laredo even a wrestling town? Because that could sometimes be a saving grace for you if
they don't watch.
Yeah, if you're a wrestling town and people know who you are, then it's like, this sucks, but we know who you are.
We'll give you a pass, Joe.
Yeah.
Like Ray gave Night One a WrestleMania pass.
Mm-hmm.
Laredo.
Say it ain't so, Joe. Say it ain't so, Joe.
The Laredo Kid, Joe Hendry.
The Laredo, he gonna change his gimmick. The Laredo Kid.
Yeah,
they just book him in one town, Laredo. That's the only place he wrestled.
Mm-hmm. Like Ray was like, "You guys are being hard on WWE. You shouldn't be giving them a F. You should at least give them a D." Because 6.5 is a D. So like, come on, man. Like, what are we even arguing? What are we even debating at that point? A D or an F?
Passing grade, brother.
It's a passing grade.
I guess.
Still eligible to play. He's eligible for the team.
I stand corrected.
Ray finally won an argument. I can't believe it. The impossible has happened. Ray got Professor Chris to acquiesce.
Market calendars.
The boyhood dream has come true.
I'm 1 in 43. He
put the 1 in 1 in 43. Damn, Joe. I'm gonna be stuck on this all night tomorrow. After we do the parlay on Nefarious.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see next month or on Ring Theory, like how this plays out. Because we could either be right or wrong.
Because here's the thing. So Ring Theory.
Last time I checked. No, sorry about that.
No, I was just gonna say, Chris, we'll get like instant reaction of this damn Laredo show because Ring Theory will be on this week, and so I'm not to tell you what to put on your own show, Jay, but I need an in-depth segment with you in downtown dissecting the Laredo concert and your theories about Joe Hendry's potential on this main roster, dog.
Done.
All right. Lakers lost by 9. It's just
Lakers lost by 9. Yeah. Okay, I think LeBron sold that. They were
down by 20 one time I checked. So,
yeah, LeBron sold though. LeBron is like, hey man, this is all. He's like, hey Bronny, this is all part of the plan.
They probably benched him this game too. I don't know.
Because the longer this series goes, the more time they have for Luka to get back.
And for what's his name? Austin to get back. Yeah, I think he comes back on Monday.
Okay.
Or not Monday, whenever they do the next when they do game 6.
By God, that's Austin's music.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Gentleman Sweep is not bad, so
yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, they should have swept these motherfuckers. These Rockets are cursed. I don't. If it was a better team, I would have been like, yeah. But after losing by 6 points, you got to sweep. That should have killed their soul. That should have been like when Derek Fisher made that shot with 0.4 seconds left on the game. There was no way the Spurs were gonna come back from that,
right?
And that should have been the Rockets tonight. But
you saying they should have demoralized the whole city, where like fans are leaving out of the arena, like, you know what, we just gonna pack up everything and move to Laredo.
Right? Yeah,
that should have
no more. Yeah, that should have been a sweep because those dudes didn't play with any fucking heart when they lost that shit.
If we leave now, we might be able to catch that Joe Hendrick concert, honey.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, I think that they could drive there and get there by tomorrow and catch it.
Damn it, Joe. All right, so Ray did throw up the sign. He's trying to be a good producer. He's trying, y'all. He's trying to be Joseph Parks in the back. Like, time's running out, Mr. Hunter.
Okay.
Mr. Paul Triple H Levesque. But where do you want to go to kind of start wrapping things up, Ray?
Well, real quick, I did want to share real quick on the releases. I share with all of you guys' sentiments. I do want to just put that out there for people's information, not only with we don't know who requested releases, but also keep in mind a lot of these folks were released before by WWE, so it's not the end of the road completely. So if they want to return, there's always unless they burning bridges out here like Aleister Black, there should always be some room for them to come back. I just saw.
Let me ask you a question, Ray. I don't know if you know this or Chris knows this or Jay, or if anybody in the audience knows and can drop it into the chat. So let's say Zoe's on a 90-day non-compete, right? I'm assuming she's still like, doing therapy and stuff, getting right. Like, does the company are they still obligated to help her with that?
I believe they are.
Okay.
I believe they also still offer rehab services at the PC for them as well, up until the end of their non-compete time. Okay,
so that look now my thoughts on that is much like Ray with Night 1 of WrestleMania. Okay, so it's not that bad. Still bad, but not that. You went from being utterly shitty to okay, you're a corporation with your punk asses.
Yeah. I think Zoe's in a bit of a better. She's in a better position now because I believe she was on the brink of being cleared. So she'll still be able to work as opposed to somebody like a Ridge Holland who was cut last year.
Hold on, Ray. Now that you're saying that, man, that they don't even make them move. They won't let you make that move in the video games. In 2K, Chris, or in Madden, Jay, if your player get hurt, you cannot release them until they get unhurt.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think, and Santos Escobar is more in a role like Rich Holland, where he's still I think he's still recovering from surgery.
Like, you shouldn't be allowed to do that, man. Like if you want to cut them once they get healed, it's still shitty. But if they got hurt working for you,
right?
You like, see, Chris, if you got hurt at the job, man, like there's an obligation of the employer to look after you until you are no longer hurt.
Right. Yeah. And WWE is just such a corporation right now that I don't really know who's making the sole firing decisions. Because I know it was Triple H. If you believe what they showed you on the backstage, whatever the fuck that show is called, Unreal. Yeah. If you believe that shit, Triple H is the one that let him go. But then there's other situations where it seems like it's coming from higher up than Triple H.
Chris, we never fired Ronnie. It was just a negotiation tactic.
Yeah, that was stupid. Come on, man. Like, don't piss on my leg and call it rain, dude. Like,
Zelina was saying that that was a TKO decision that she was let go, at least in her case. So
right, I think, and that's the thing with a corporation. Triple H is not a decision maker in that company when it comes to anything big like that, I think like Rock is a decision maker because he's on the board.
Right.
Is Triple H on the board? To me, he just seems like a creative guy. Right, yeah. Like he seems like the guy that is there for booking people. Like Triple H is just as replaceable as any of the talent there, And for that matter, so is Stephanie's heifer ass.
Damn, Chris. That's no way to talk about a Hall of Famer, Chris.
I know, right? Sorry, Steph.
There's no way to talk about our WrestleMania headliner.
Triple H did roofie you up and marry you, and you deserve some grace.
In storyline, folks, if somebody's like under the age of 20 and watching this, like that was not a real life thing. That was a story.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was so corny too. Like
yes, wrestling.
Yeah,
the 90s was wild.
Right,
yes,
indeed.
Yeah.
Damn you, Vince Russo.
And the dude that worked at that wedding chapel looked like Cisco. I'll never forget that. The black dude that performed the wedding ceremony or whatever, and Triple H altering his voice at the thing. Yes, I do it.
Yeah.
That was so stupid.
Triple H was involved in some of the worst, like the Kate. We ain't even talk about Katie Vick, though.
Yeah, you can write a wrestle crap book just on the shit Triple H was a part of. You could go all the way back to terrorizing.
Ooh, get on that RD Reynolds.
Yeah,
that's a deep cut. What? I cut you off, Ray. I'm sorry. What were you gonna say before I went on my tangent?
But yeah, I was just saying that I agree with you all, specifically about those folks, including Kyrie, especially with her being. I was surprised because it was pretty much they were building up to make her kind of turn on Asuka. So that's where I was.
That's a SummerSlam match right there, dog.
Right. So
yeah, they had Asuka cut those promos on her, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah,
you still my student. I'm still the teacher. Like they could have done a whole Virgil Ted DiBiase feud in the vein of that storyline with Asuka and Kyrie, man. And it's like, come on, man, why y'all cut that lady?
Right. We'll see what happens with that. You brought it up, Brother Jay. The one that I'm really kind of surprised by is the Tyra May Steele. It's like you were making this woman out to be like the female Kurt Angle, and you saw like the fire that she was trying to promote as far as with her promos and on LFG and stuff. So it's just like I don't know, where do you go from it? I know Way suggested that maybe she could go the route of Gabe Stevenson as far as going into MMA, but there are some key differences between the stories of Gabe Stevenson and Tamara Mensah-Stock, which is her real name. So Stevenson is still like 25, 26, and like heavyweight division is always open for guys who need to.
Right, yeah, that's always going to be there. Yeah.
So within MMA, heavyweight division always needs new cats. But in Mensah-Stock's position, first off, she's 33.
Oh, wow.
33. Yeah. Okay. And then it's like it's a whole big thing when you have to relearn things as far as with your wrestling, because she's used to freestyle with her being an Olympian. She's used to freestyle and training in that particular aspect, whereas in the UFC, you got to do more stuff like on the cage, more upper body type stuff, and then work in all the other aspects of martial arts in there as well, like with the striking and with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as well. So that's going to be a challenge in and of itself as well. And she usually wrestles, at least internationally, she wrestled at 68 kilograms, which is around 150 pounds. There's no weight class up there. And there's no more featherweight division in the UFC. The biggest division that they have in the UFC is 135 pounds. And that was the big reason why Kayla Harrison was taking so long to go to the UFC, because she didn't want to make that cut consistently. But now they're paying her. She's making that cut consistently, but she doesn't like making that cut. And so it's going to be hard with Mensah-Stock being older and having to adapt to different fighting styles and having to drop, especially like if you're wrestling at 68 kilos, that means you weigh on a regular, you weigh way more than that on the regular.
Yeah,
so I don't see her doing UFC or doing any type of mixed martial arts anytime soon. I wish her the best. She's got a great personality. She's always bubbly, but she did mention in one of her promos that she's had to endure like adversity in her life. I believe her father had passed away as well. So I wish her all the best. I don't know if she wants to continue wrestling. I think there's always avenues out there. She might go, well, I don't want to say the blood sport route, but blood sport, because blood sport right now, as far as if you listen to Josh Barnett, blood sport is dead right now. Or
he said that's what he said. He said he's the only guy that is control of it. There's no blood sport without him, so she's dead.
But I could see her doing something like a shoot fighting thing. Maybe her going over to Japan and doing something similar to that. But we'll see what happens.
That cut was so stupid, Ray, not to interrupt you again, but it's like Chris said earlier that NXT right now, under your man, Sexy Red Shawn Michaels, is more of what it was originally intended to be, which is a developmental territory. You just lost a bunch of women that moved up to the main roster.
A developmental territory for WWE. It was a developmental territory for AEW. For the last,
and you telling me that you don't have a spot for this woman on your roster, which just lost 5, 6, 7 women to the main roster. It's like, come on, man, make it make sense.
And the thing is, I was reading through it. There was another release. Carly Bright discloses WWE departure, even though she is featured on the newest season of LFG, which just started.
Damn, LFG is a curse show.
They need to cancel that show and cancel the fucking Unreal 2 while you're at it, man. Like I think there's so much. There's only so much behind the curtain shit wrestling fans need, you know. Tough Enough was bad enough.
Hey, not too much on Tough Enough, dog. That first season did numbers in my house.
It was like that. What I mean by bad enough, I mean it was like
Maven.
It was backstage enough to where
right.
Like now they're just getting insane with it. You shouldn't be having fans chant "fuck TKO" at matches. It's because of all this backstage shit that they're doing that. Yeah. They wouldn't be doing that if you fucking left the genie in the goddamn bottle.
Yeah, dog. Because real quick on Tough Enough, if for nothing else, Tough Enough gave us one of the greatest moments, Ray, in reality TV history. Let me take you back in a time capsule. There was a young wrestler named Marty Wright. You fans may be more familiar with him by his ring name, the Boogeyman. And Marty Wright was doing work in the competition, Chris. Everybody's like, damn, that dude got the look. He got the charisma. He got the talent. He just seemed a little old, though. And there's one scene that all has stuck with me to this day, Chris, to this day, where all the judges, Al Snow and all the people, Jackie, all of them, they like, so Marty, how old are you really? I'm 30. Are you, Marty? Yeah, I'm 30, man. I'm 30.
Yeah.
We got a copy of your birth certificate, Marty. Oh, okay. I'm 40, dog. I'm 40.
Yeah. And they cut him.
And they cut his ass. But Marty ended up winning because he still got a job anyway. But that to me is always going to stick with me.
because Booker T, he was friends with Booker T and like he had the right friends like Undertaker and Booker T and JBL and those cats. So he got a little bit of a chance. But yeah, you can't be fucking lie about your age like
30, dog. I'm 30.
You guys know what they say.
Yeah, that is true. Like
he didn't
look like a regular, like a traditional.
Right?
40.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a marketable difference between 30 and 40, though, man. It's like even like doctors, you can look 30 you still might have 40-year-old problems, and these people do need to know about that shit, you know? Dang.
Well, they do say black don't crack unless you do crack.
Unless you do crack.
Right.
Shout out to
Right,
Otis
yeah.
Nixon. Shout out to Otis Nixon.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ron Washington too.
Right, yeah.
Shout out to Ron. Man, Ron Washington,
Yeah.
he helped us win the title, so I ain't mad at the brother.
Mhm.
All right, what we doing, Ray?
Well, let's go into our last topic. I know we've been very WWE heavy, as apropos coming right out of WrestleMania, but there was some big moves being made over in AEW land post their last pay-per-view Dynasty. We saw a TV title change, the world title changing hands on TV just 3 days after the pay-per-view, and then we saw some great matches between different folks on both Collision and Dynamite. So what do you guys think? First off, what did you think of Dynasty, and then what do you think of the fallout between Dynasty and now with the big title change? That man Darby Allin climbed 2 mountains. He conquered Mount Everest, and now he conquered MJF, at least for the time being.
I mean, Ray, not to piss on Darby's parade, but did he really conquer Mount Everest, or did he just like climb it for a little bit?
He made the top summit, so I mean.
Oh, he did make the summit.
Yeah, he made it to the top.
Darby. My bad, dog. I thought he only went like to one of them tiers.
No, he planted the flag to the top of it. I think JBL made it to like halfway up.
That's what I thought Darby did. I was like,
Darby made it. He hit the top of that shit. That's why he thanked the Sherpas.
Bro, I'd be proud if I just walked to the base, bro. I ain't crapping on nobody actually wanting to climb the mountain.
Shit, I do not need that kind of pride.
Correct. Thank you, Chris.
Like, shoot. Hey, I grew up in South Central.
Right.
So
climb that mountain, Darby.
Yeah, that was adventurous enough for me. Yeah.
When you hear them saxophones, that means run, Darby.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't be scratching no lottery tickets. Run, Darby.
Yeah, I'm a California kid. I don't need to be cold anywhere. So
right, yeah.
I'm good.
So, man, shout out to him.
Yeah, shout out to Darby, man. I was unfamiliar with your game.
Yeah, and making it to the top of that thing, and then winning the AEW title, or being given that as a reward for service. I think he's one of the, like, if I was going to give it to another pillar outside of MJF, it would have been him, because he's the most consistent. He's the most over, out of the 4, like him and MJF. Sammy Guevara, he looked like he was having a moment, but just never quite hit it. And poor, what's his name, Jack Perry. I don't think he's got it in him to be a main eventer.
He was a pillar of salt, Chris.
Right? Yeah, yeah. Because the heel turn is supposed to be what turns you into a superstar. It's like the trajectory is you start off as a corny baby face. And then you turn into a heel, and if you're a heel long enough, your personality starts coming out to the point where you turn into a baby face and you're super over, Jack Perry, I just don't think he's ever hitting that fucking mark. He's a mid-carder, and that's a good thing too. He's not Luke Perry on these streets. Shout out to
R.I.P.
to him, because Luke Perry was a main eventer. At least on primetime Fox, he was. Shit. When it came to teen idols in the fucking 90s, He was probably the closest thing you were ever going to get to a James Dean, you know. Yeah, but yeah, look, I think Darby is a good person to put. I think the ratings. I'm gonna have to ask Brandon about that, but I think the ratings were good with him in that role. I don't want him to just hold the belt to. I know the belt's gonna go back on MJF. I would rather the detour. I like the story that they're telling. I like what I want them to do with Darby Allin as the world champ is have him keep having these matches that you think he's gonna lose until one day he finally does lose. And it's not to MJF, it's to a guy that, yeah, that was not a smart guy to fight, you know. Like that far in, you know.
But that's the thing. I think they've told that particular story so many times before with other champions, like with Orange Cassidy when he was doing the international title thing. And I think they did a similar thing.
That was a good story though, Ray.
Yeah, that was a decent story.
It was the first time.
Ain't you ever heard of a sequel, brother?
Not the fifth time or the seventh time.
Hey, Rocky 5 was dope, brother. Nah, Rocky 4 was dope.
Be
Rocky
real
5
with
was
this too.
Yeah,
Orange Cassidy, Darby Allin is way more over than Orange Cassidy at the moment. I mean, he just is. He's selling merch and shit, and he's had a longer sustained run of being over, whereas Orange Cassidy's had moments. And Darby's never stopped being over. Like he's like a Jeff Hardy type.
I'm just
in
saying
more ways than one.
I know, right? Not with the Darby. I'm not gonna put the
not with the drugs and stuff, but just the lack of care for his body.
Yeah, that shit. Yeah.
But I was just saying in regards of the actual story, it's like, come on, Tony, you ain't got no other story to tell except for just the fighting champion who's gonna go out there every single week.
Tony said, "What do you want from me, Ray Williams?"
Yeah.
Look, Ray. He's like, "Ray, look into my eyes. Look into my eyes, Ray Williams."
That's a good question, Ray.
I need the shades.
Like and that's one of the things about AEW is I do think you're on to something, Ray. As far I don't think Tony Khan is really great at storytelling. I think that's a very big issue with them. Like they're always going to be relevant because their wrestling is great. But when it comes from telling a complete story from beginning, middle to end with people, they don't really do that shit. Like with Ospreay, like for my taste, he's losing too many matches, you know. And if he's your A-list talent, which they want everyone to believe that he is, he's got to stop. He's got to win more than these fluky ass losses, you know. And that's one of the bad things about the unpredictability of AEW. You do want a few guys on the roster where you know that they're not like super untouchable, but they're gonna win more than they're gonna lose.
Yeah, right. Where it means something when they lose.
Right. Yeah.
And that's the thing. I guess we could go ahead, unless anybody else had any thoughts on Darby Allin.
I would just say with Darby real quick, like I love that Sting is just always kind of around, even when he's not around. Like the specter of Uncle Sting is in the air. And here's the thing, man. Sting is so good, Chris. Like, and I would say Sting is probably one of the, in terms of like just promos, the improvement from Surfer Sting to like the Sting that we've seen over the past 10 years is like night and day. Because he was like that typical 80s promo when he was a young Stinger, but just being able to actually deliver promos that move the crowd, that's something he learned like midpoint to later on in his career. And the fact that Sting says something like anybody else saying this, Ray, I think it would have been corny. When Sting's like, Darby's like, it's showtime. And he's like, no, Darby, it's your time. And then Darby walks off and Sting, like anybody else would have just left it at that. Sting's like, it's your time, to nobody in particular. And it's just like him coming out for the celebration, man. It meant something, Chris. Like it actually got me a little emotional. Like, dog, like this man's thing really still out here passing torches to people.
Right, like I love the evolution of that character too, because you know, going from Blade in UFW when he was with tag teaming with Ultimate Warrior to the Surfer Sting, that start growing out his hair, to the NWO Loner Sting, to the NWO Crow Sting, to the Joker fucking Sting, to
main event Mafia Sting,
main event Mafia Sting, to the fucking what he was doing in WWE, to the fucking old man Sting now. You know, he's got with the gray hair and shit. You know, he's like the Sage now.
It's a good look now. Like Sting is like, man, I ain't doing all that hair dye, dog. This is me.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, it's like Kung Fu the Legend Continues, like with David Carradine. If you watch that show in the 90s, his son was the guy doing all this shit, and David Carradine was just
nepotism.
There kind of, you know.
You will be a Hall of Famer one day, my son.
Yeah. R.I.P. to David Carradine. He died in a weird SNM.
Don't look it up,
kind of way. Yeah.
Don't look it up at work.
Definitely don't look it up at work. But yeah, that was a cool moment. And again, Sting is one of them dudes where it's like he always is trying to put somebody over. Like one of my favorite moments, like back in WCW, the final Nitro, Sting and Flair had a little match. It wasn't the greatest match because Flair didn't even know he was going to be wrestling that night. At the end of the match, Ric Flair is like on his knees, like trying to praise Sting, and Sting is like, "Nah, dog, you get up here with me, cuz we did this." When you look at AJ Styles, that match Sting had with AJ at Bound for Glory, still one of my favorite Sting matches in TNA. AJ beat Sting. And AJ's like, "Hey, dog, you did that, man. We had a good match." And Sting is like, "Nah, let me get up on out the ring. This is your moment, kid." The funny thing about Darby's title win is Sting was trying to get out of Darby's way in terms of the camera angle, because the camera never really got a great shot of Darby after the win when everybody was in the ring. And Sting keeps trying to move out of the way so the camera can get a better shot of Darby. And they keep cutting to the camera that Sting just moved in front of. And I thought, like, yeah, that's Sting. He trying to help his boy out. And the company's like, "Oh, I could have won this game. Damn it, Sting's in the way now."
Yeah. Like Sting is just a nice guy. Almost kind of comparable to like a Dolly Parton.
Oh, wow.
And I say that because Dolly Parton is one of those people who everybody likes, whether you're like liberal or conservative, and she doesn't really ruffle too many feathers, and she could have all those fucking right-wing beliefs, but you're not gonna know that shit,
right?
Because she's not gonna fucking wear that shit. And Sting could be the same way, you know. Sting is just a nice guy, you know.
Damn, Chris just gave me a dream, man. It ain't never gonna happen, man. we got a whole election coming up in a couple years, man.
Yeah, but
President Sting, dog. President Sting, not President Steve Borden, Chris. President Sting in the get up and everything, just like, "America, it's showtime." No, it's our time. It's our time.
If he come down at the DNC with the rope,
yeah.
They're like, "Where's President Sting? Candidate Sting? We haven't seen him. All of a sudden, it's our time. Get that creepy little kid back from the 90s, Chris. But just have him switch it up a little bit. When a candidate grows cold, his heart shrivels up and dies, and he becomes a shadow of the man. But here comes a lone avenger from the forces of his constituents. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sting." Like, whoo, you got my vote, dog. I don't even know your platform. You got my vote.
We look to the skies for a vindicator. Yeah. Whole thing.
President,
Yeah.
clip it, Ray. President's
Yeah,
thing.
but
Now.
I look, man.
We're the early voting, nigga.
Because
I put my vote in now.
you say this shit right now, and then we might get Sting at the RNC.
Don't do it, Chris.
So
Don't put that out there, man.
I want to remember Sting as he is.
Don't do it, Chris.
Away from any like political fuckery, unless it's on the right side of history.
Shoot, hey, not. I'm just saying, Chris. If they try to take a shot at Sting, he'll just swat it away with the bat.
Mm-hmm. He should.
Yeah, he'll point the bat at him.
Yeah, he could have ran for governor of California, though. Shit, out of these fucking idiots that might fuck around and get us a Republican as governor. Could have did that.
Could have. Well, real quick, I did want to. I know we mentioned.
Hold on, Ray.
Oscar.
I didn't just get up and do all that moving at 12 o'clock in the morning, not to get my visual aid out. All right, so
the bat,
like President's thing, and yes, I do keep a bat in my room just in case somebody try to roll up on me. But just President's thing, just like President's thing. Who are you gonna pick for your running mate? And it just be somebody random out in the crowd. Oh, Chris, that's how he's gonna select his running mate. He's gonna like jump down at various conventions and hand the bat to the candidate and then turn his back to him and see if they hit him. President's thing, man.
That's wild.
Hell, if Terry hadn't kicked the bucket, man, we could have had candidate's thing versus candidate Hogan, the ultimate election.
Oh my goodness! All right, well,
take us home, Ray.
Well, real quick, I did want to mention. You mentioned Will Ospreay, so he's got this thing going on with the Death Riders. Will he join them? Will he be a part of them? Will he take them out? What do you guys think? Yeah, I see you shaking your head, brother Nate.
You talked about Orange Cassidy's story. Like, that's a good story I want to revisit. Ain't nobody trying to revisit this damn Death Rider story again, man.
Right.
Don't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like
you need to just naturally just run its course and just
right. Yeah. Like, I feel like what I said earlier, I think Ospreay should not be losing matches for the rest of the year. I don't understand why they keep doing this to this kid. Because I don't even think it just because it's AEW. If you keep having a motherfucker lose, people will stop caring. That's just the natural like thing with storytelling, you gotta start caring about this shit,
Yeah.
Right. All right. Real quick, we got a super chat.
What? Okay.
All right. So we mentioned this brother before, and he's coming with his deep cut once again. His brother Brandon from New Jersey. All right. So, is Leo Rush's new gimmick a tribute to the base heads in Baltimore?
Damn.
I don't know the base heads in Baltimore, but I like his. I think his new gimmick is fun. I think it's cool.
It's certainly like
right.
If you scroll through IG or whatever social media app of choice, like if you see a Leo Rush clip, like it grabs your attention, Chris. Like, what's going on with this brother? And I like the fact that yes, he's got this character, but also it comes through in his wrestling style. Like he's switched it up from the Leo Rush we saw a year or two ago.
Yeah, whatever keeps him from tweeting apologize to Tony Khan, I think is a win for that brother.
Damn. So people who will not apologize: Roman Reigns, Tony Khan, and Mary J. Blige. That's the list. That's the list.
I think Tony Khan will apologize. I just don't think he wants people tweeting that shit at him on social media. Because at the end of the day, the dude is still a billionaire. And if you want to say the son of a billionaire, still don't fucking matter.
Right.
Those people have egos and they're not going to be apologizing because you tell them to do it. That's just how that shit works.
Right.
That
makes sense.
Let me ask you a question, Chris. real quick, because we are in these waters now where Jay was front and center at the post-show scrum, man. Like Ray is gonna be doing his thing, boots on the ground at AEW Dynamite coming up, man. Chris, if we when I say we, I mean me. If I ever attend one of these post-show scrums, do you feel like it would be in poor taste to ask TK, like, now that we've had some time to reflect, would you have done anything differently on that New Year's Eve when you tweeted that out to Big Swole? Would that be a bad question, brother?
No, I don't think so. But I think the way you ask that question is related to whatever's going on that show. So it doesn't seem like you're trying to play a gotcha game with them.
Right.
Like that's how you do it. But I think that's a fair question. I think it's a better question than what a lot of these motherfuckers ask. I will say this about that too. I saw the episode of Vince Russo's show where he was interviewing Tony Khan.
Okay.
And Vince Russo is Vince Russo, and Coach is Coach. They're cool, but a couple dorks at the same time.
Listen, bro.
The one thing I did kind of understand where Vince was coming from, though, is about the fanboys that attend those press conferences. There's just way too many of them. And I do think doing that kind of makes it harder for like people there that want to ask real questions, and when you're asking a bunch of storyline shit, it's just not great. So yeah, that's the long answer to your question, Nate. Is I think it's a perfectly inbound question to ask.
Okay, so yeah, let me just find something related to on this program, and I'll. So TK on this show, Tekla cut a promo talking about she had a lot of regrets and things that she would have done differently.
Yeah.
Would you have done anything differently in your career, in your life, in a particular New Year's Eve?
Yeah, that's a reach, but you could probably make it work. Yeah,
Well, see, here's the thing, Chris. I'm talking big now, but I know, like, if I was in Jay's shoes and I'm sitting there, like, Tony, I got a question, and he's like, just smiling at me. What's your question, sir? And I'm like, man, that was a hell of a pay-per-view, dog. Hey, Tony, when you coming back to Virginia, dog? Look, I'm glad you asked that, because we're coming back on the April the 18th. Like, damn it, Tony, you got me.
What we would have to do is we would have to get him on our show like he did Coach and Bro's show, Like, if we got him on the show, we could ask a bunch of questions, and then that be one of the questions we ask.
Yeah.
Because I know Swole didn't love it when he did that shit, because I went to out here in LA at Andreas's thing. And yeah, she wasn't happy with that fucking shit,
Yeah. It was disrespectful, dog. Like we like a lot of what TK does, man. But to say to somebody like she wasn't that good anyway, like, come on, man.
Yeah. Well, he said she wasn't progressing the way when he should have just ignored the fucking question. He gave way too detailed of an answer to the question that fan didn't deserve, and then it prompted Leo Rush to give him the apology thing, or to say apologize, which to me isn't doing anybody any good. Because now your ass is off of TV for all these months too, So it's like, I mean, professional wrestling, much like life, is decisions are not always easy and always black and white. Sometimes, like for example, if I was like the Saudi Arabia money, right? I could be proud and pompous and say, yeah, I would never go to Saudi Arabia for $3 million. But if I've got a mortgage and hospital bills, and my wife needs this and that, and the kids need that.
And they offer you $5 million.
Right. And if I'm able to do good with the money that I get from that place, that's cognitive dissonance and critical thought you got to deal with, you know?
Yeah.
Like I was like in one of my articles I wrote, if Saudi Arabia offered me a 7-figure contract for anything, and me and my wife didn't at least have a conversation about it, I could probably expect divorce papers in a month. You know what I'm saying? Because that's something that's something you got to talk about. You know, you don't just say no to that shit.
Just a conversation with Chris's lovely wife walking into the room. Honey, we need to talk. She hands him the papers.
Yeah. Like, I think to my wife's credit, I don't think she'd do that, but she'd be mad. You know, she'd be like, "We should have at least talked about it." You know. And
these divorce papers are brought to you by Morgan & Morgan.
Right. Yeah. But yeah. That's the thing with these kind of things, and that's the TK thing too. It's like people kind of have to think about these decisions. The answer isn't always easy. The answer is hard. What's stupid is when you fucking say that, when you make fun of motherfuckers for doing this shit, then you do it yourself. That's the problem. Not
Bill Burr.
You know,
And you can do the right thing at the wrong time. Like I think Leo, like there's something admirable about him sticking up for Swole. But it's like, dog, it ain't the time, player.
Right, yeah. Because what's it doing you any good? You not working there also, you know?
Right.
It's like she already got released for whatever reason. What pride is it in you getting fired too? It's just I don't know. Because how long was he off of TV after that? He was, I think they didn't bring him. Yeah, like so, you know.
So was it like he tried to change his character?
I think he went back to Japan too.
Yeah, it was like almost like a full year, damn near.
Right, yeah. Like you got kids and a wife too. You know what I'm saying? It's
and that just shows you again, like it shows you how talented that brother is, man. This dude has been back not one time, not 2 times, but 3 times. Like, and each time he comes back a little bit different, Chris.
Right, and I think TK just needed time to cool down because it was a dumb reason to fire him. But I mean, I understand how I know a lot of rich people, and that's the kind of shit they do.
We know, Chris. You and Jeannie Busby having dinner at Mr. Child's once a week.
Yeah. I don't have Jeannie Bus clientele, but I know people with money, and you know they got egos, you know.
Sometimes you got to know how to finesse your way to what you want when you're dealing with them type of folks.
Yeah, exactly. That's always my thing. Is just don't do something that's gonna get both of you fired, because that makes no fucking sense. You know? Somebody's got to have a fucking job.
That's true. All right. All right, real quick, before we start closing up shop, Brandon from New Jersey again. All right, this one I'm for sure is gonna be the habitual line stepping that Brandon does. Sharon Moore out on bail. Will he stay away from calcium? All right, grand opening, grand closing, Brandon.
That felt targeted. Flag on the play, 15 yards, targeting to the head.
And then we have T. Anthony. Thanks again for the donation, brother. When he was with WWE, Mustafa Ali donated his money.
Exactly.
The Saudi money to a charitable organization.
Right, is exactly, because that's the thing. That was like for me when I was going through college, I got scholarships from unethical pharmaceutical companies. But you also with your degree, you could do good stuff with that, you know.
Yeah.
And those are things. Do you not get the degree that you need to have the money you need to live because you got these morals and shit, or do you
morals can't feed your baby?
Right, yeah. These are questions that people have to ask themselves when they go for this money. It's never just say no to the money or say yes to the money. Just ask about that shit.
Yeah.
Like, see, to me, like, there's nobody that's gonna ever be worse than CM Punk, in my opinion. Like, I thought Ari Spears was kind of garbage too.
Yeah.
But it wasn't so much that he took the money, it was just that he was like, when people were calling him out on it, he said he brought up slavery. That was not
right. That's not it, brother.
A good comparison, dude. Like these motherfuckers are doing shit in 2026, you know. You're bringing up slavery. Come on, dude. Stop that shit.
And just so you know, Ray, because we mentioned you know, not being able to feed your baby, just remember, and this might be like a Motown millisecond, if you can't feed your baby, okay, don't have a baby. Because you'll be stuck in crying to keep that baby from crying. Now you just want to be starting something, Ray Williams. Go see Michael in theaters now.
Yeah.
Why the trailer for Michael put Joe Jackson at the end like it was a spoiler alert, Chris? Like it's like they do the whole thing, and then it's like Michael in theaters this week, and then immediately after they show you the title card, it's like, you know, that's my son. Like he's Thanos showing up at the end game. Like, is Joe the villain in this picture?
Yeah, I stopped wanting to see that. Yeah, once they said that they weren't gonna have Janet said they couldn't use her in the movie, is like, why? She's got to
be in the sequel, Chris. It's the whole Jackson cinematic universe.
Yeah.
When they get to that Latoya spinoff, woo!
Latoya,
the story nobody wanted to hear, now fully told. Latoya.
I'd see a Reby movie before I see a Latoya movie.
When the centipede gets hot, you know Reeby's on the spot.
Right,
Reby, this fall. Like, damn, how many? Let me know when they get to the Tito movie.
Right, yeah. Tito was my favorite out of the Jacksons, but yeah.
If you like the Jacksons, wait till you see the Wayans movie.
No. So like the Jacksons is gonna be produced by like Sony, and then Warner Brothers be like, yo, we got to do something about this. Who can compete with the Jacksons? I got it. They're a little bit country. They're a little bit rock and roll. This fall, the Osmonds like, no, I don't know.
Donnie don't hit the same.
I don't hit the same. Donnie and Marie.
You could make a movie out of that because Marie did have a lot of fucking issues and divorces and stuff like that.
Yeah,
they do actually have an interesting like story. If like I don't particularly like their music, but like the story of their like career and their life is interesting.
Yeah, their music is for who it's for, you know. It's
traditional crap.
Right, yeah. It's corny fluff crap, you know.
Like the music always has like a wink and a smile, like, oh Donnie, oh Marie, we're singing and we're happy and we're colored. Nope, they didn't say that.
Yeah.
Give me a high five. All right, Ray, let's like we've been trying to wrap this up for an hour, dog. Let's wrap up the show, Ray. Do your damn job, Ray.
Well,
you're like Darby on the mountain.
Now we getting close to the 5. I was just bringing the other thing up, just letting us know we were.
Oh, okay. So preemptively letting us know we was getting close to time, so that way we would end on time.
Indeed.
Okay. The student has become the teacher.
I'm trying. But that's all I got as far as the news end for tonight. So yes, I guess that would bring us to an end of another lovely episode of the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
Yes, we did it. Thank you for your production, Ray, leading us down this road, man. Good stuff. From Allegiant Stadium all the way to Laredo, Texas, man. You done did it again, Ray. You done did it again, brother.
That's right. And Chris stayed on the whole time.
Yes, Ray didn't kick Chris off this time, so maybe bridges are being built.
Maybe the next show I could do from my actual laptop instead of this tablet. So
you sounded good tonight, though, Chris.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I'm supposed to be getting another laptop so I can.
Okay.
You know, the tablet is for checking news feeds and shit like that, and you know, breaking news and all that.
Like, how long is Riyadh season? They've been playing this jingle for a year. A season don't last a year,
right?
But what else doesn't last? This episode of the NWA Podcast presented by Post Wrestling. Let's go around the horn one last time, fellas, and shout out anything we would like to shout out, and we will wrap things up for this month. Let's start with the aforementioned two-way Ray Williams. Despite what Brandon says, man, we ain't gonna joke about your calcium intake this month. We're not gonna do that, Ray. We're gonna respect you, brother. So what you got for the people, Ray?
Well, as always, you can find me wherever you find Nefarious Media Network. As Brother Nate mentioned before, we're going to have a parlay episode coming out tomorrow. Also, if you are in the area of Eagle Bank Arena in Fairfax, Virginia on Wednesday, April 29th, where AEW Dynamite is emanating from, I will be there. I will be there on location, on site. So if you guys, I know our brother in arms, Anwar Starwin, he's in the area. He's local to the DMV area. Anybody else, if you're a fan of us and you're a fan of Post Wrestling, come meet me. I'm gonna have a giant shirt with the Nefarious Media Network.
What's his name? I'm blanking on my boy's name. He's gonna be mad at me, and I'm gonna be mad at myself. The one that does the wellness policy with Jordan. Yeah, Jordan. I didn't forget your name, Jordan. Yeah, he lives in the DMV too, so maybe
he does.
Be there. Yeah.
So I think he's like in the Baltimore area, but I think he could probably make his way up. But yeah.
Shoot, look, you might even run into the nephew. Like, I know he worked for a different team now, but hey, we done seen, Bailey and Sasha Banks at the same show when they ain't supposed to be seen at the same show. So nephew, show your brother Ray some love.
Please do, nephew. Brother, it'll be an honor, brother, to see you up there, and we could break bread possibly. So if you guys are fans and you're going out there in that way in Fairfax, Virginia, don't be afraid to come up and introduce yourselves, and we could chat it up a little bit during the show and either before or after the show. So let your boy know.
So are we gonna do after you go to the taping? Are we gonna do a reaction the next day, or like how are we gonna do that?
Well, I know Brother Nate. He had a good idea, so I'll let him take it away from there.
Oh, what was my idea, Ray? I can't even remember.
He forgot his goddamn idea.
I got so many good ideas, Chris. Like that's real vague, Ray. Like they had a good idea. I do that all day, Ray.
Well, I think you mentioned having like a mini episode as far as like getting my feel on how the crowd was and if there was anything going on afterwards or beforehand, like any dark matches, getting a feel for everything.
And I know, Ray, they said you can't take no pictures like inside the building and whatnot. They ain't say nothing about taking scenic shots outside the arena, cuz.
Yeah. And also keep it locked on our social media platforms too, because I'll be putting up shorts on there, as brother Nate just alluded to. I may be doing some shorts just outside the venue. I'm
just imagining Ray like ducking into the restroom. Hey y'all, I'm here at the arena, man. Woo, this crowd is hot, brother. Oh, sorry, sir. I'll be back with more.
Right. Booker T, is that you?
Like, wait a minute. Just Ray just shooting his short, and then all of a sudden you hear the next all over, say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. Like, Uncle Book, is that you? Yeah, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Laredo to Roanoke.
From Laredo to Roanoke.
But yeah, you can find me anywhere you get Nefarious Media Network, and we're trying to make big things happen over here, as we alluded to earlier in the episode. So yes, shout out to the good people at Post as well. So that's all I got.
All right. Appreciate you as always, Ray Williams. And brother Brandon, we joke with you, but we appreciate you, my man. And of course, we want to always, as we do, send a shout out to that good brother Leo out there, man. Keep fighting, cuz.
Yes.
We appreciate you.
Yes,
Brandon hadn't given us an update in a while. So hopefully the next month he gives us a good update on your progress, brother. Next man in the building is a man you're going to see maybe tomorrow on the parlay, but definitely later on this week as Nefarious Media Network brings to you the latest installment of our wrestling show, Ring Theory. So main event, Jay Lacey, what you got to say to the people, brother?
Appreciate the graphic, man. Shout out to you, Ray, man. You doing the Lord's work. You know that? That's what you're doing, bro. Hey, so later on this week, my tag team partner downtown, Gerard Brown, and myself will be hitting up on Ring Theory, talking about Backlash, talking about Double or Nothing, prognostication on that, talking about this Joe Hendry concert. Did it hit or did it miss? So we're gonna keep
spoiler alert, it missed.
Prove
me wrong, Joe. Prove me wrong, brother, please.
You think this dude gonna make a wild swing and just miss? I don't know.
Prove
but
me
we'll see
wrong,
how Laredo
Joe.
react to him. We'll see how Laredo do, So yeah, that could be coming out later on this week. Also on this weekend, I will be again back on the Post Wrestling Network with our friend of the program, Kate Montreal, doing Collision Course.
Nefarious hits.
What's that?
Let's say back-to-back Nefarious hits on Collision Course because Ray did it last night.
He sure did. He did his thing. If you haven't checked that out, check him out. Ray, you represent us well, man. So yeah, so I'll be doing that this weekend as well too. So you can find me on Instagram at Jerek JEREK_wins. Same handle on Blue Sky as well too, and also anywhere that's Nefarious affiliated.
Appreciate you as always, brother. And I'm looking forward. I might even, depending on my work schedule, man, the job be crazy. I might have to pop in at least for a little bit. I might do a run-in on Ring Theory this week, man, and chop it up with you fellas. Professor Chris, the king of Substack himself, man. Let the people know where they can find your articles, man. Because I know, especially after what happened this weekend, man, you got a lot of things to talk about, and that's a shoot, brother.
Right, yeah. So I was writing my part 2 of the Paramount purchase of Warner Brothers. I wrote an article on that in March, and I was writing part 2 once they put pen to paper, and they had that bullshit correspondence dinner last night, which was a joke celebrating the First Amendment. And by First Amendment, don't say anything bad about Trump, and Trump can say anything bad about you guys. So I wrote an article on that. I think the Lincoln Square people put it behind a paywall. I think to join their Substack is $10 a month, something like that. Okay. To join my Substack is $10 a month and or $50 for the year. And that's honestly, most of the stuff on my Substack is free. So your joining is actually just helping fund what I do. Glad you guys turned it into a second income for me, especially with the crazy beginning of the year that I had. And hopefully we're trying to figure out a way to do the same thing with Substack and the NWA. I'm trying to still understand what wrestling intellectuals want to pay for, because political intellectuals, they just want to give you their money, that's all you got to do is like give them good shit they understand, and they're like, here's my money.
Take my money.
Yeah, wrestling fans I don't think we operate the same exact way. So we'll figure that out and then do Substack live streams and then articles.
And we'll have more than just wrestling too, Chris.
Right,
we'll talk about entertainment, pop culture, stuff like that.
Yeah, all that stuff. And we'll be in the pop culture category. Right now I'm 58, number 58, rising in politics. So number 58
climbing the charts.
All political writers. So
and there's got to be like thousands of them on Substack.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of them, man. So to be on that list is very cool.
Almost top 50, cuz.
Right, yeah, and I'm hoping we'll do the same thing for the culture list once we establish that,
To be fair though, I think you might take a hit this week from the people that subscribe to Substack and Laredo. They might not take too kindly things that were said this evening, so hopefully it don't affect your ranking, Chris.
Yeah. I don't even know what Substack is like on wrestling. I know Thurston is on there, but he doesn't really do a lot of shit on there. And I know Stephanie Chase is on there, but she hadn't written any articles on Substack in a while. So yeah, shout out to my girl. She's cool.
Hey, Stephanie Chase, if you listening, man, we miss you, dog. Like Stephanie, one of the real ones, man. A lot of people think they can come on this podcast and they think they got the stamina, Chris. And by that fourth hour, they looking like Punk at the end of that Roman match. Like, that's all I got left.
I know, yeah.
It's all I got left. Stephanie's like, I'm not even going to stay this whole show. That's a terrible Stephanie Chase. I ain't even gonna try.
I know, right? That's probably why she doesn't talk to us anymore.
Nate did one too many bad impressions of me.
Yeah. She's like, where we. Maybe they're gonna.
You saying that one show like lasted for her next 5 appearances?
Yeah, maybe she's like, I don't want them asking me to do another 6-hour episode.
That show took years off my life.
Yeah.
You still young, sis. You got more life to give.
Yeah.
One life to live.
We'll get her partner. We'll get her partner in crime, Beno, on, and he'll do it.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be great to have Beno and Steph on. That'd be fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nice. That's it, Chris.
Yeah, that's it. And then I got my articles on my own Substack. I wrote one on this Kevin Warsh dumbass that's trying to be the head of the Federal Reserve. I did sneak in some Kane jokes in that article because he's a dumbass that doesn't understand the Federal Reserve either. Motherfucker's got like an English degree, but he's like so politically astute. What gets on my nerves about Kane is he used to say bullshit to other wrestlers, and they believed him. Like I remember I heard MVP talking about how bullshit the Federal Reserve was, and he got that information from Kane. I'm like, okay. Kane. Okay, like this is what we're doing. Okay, so I think Kane might have been wearing glasses and a suit. So don't be.
And he had a book in his bag.
Right? Yeah. It's like people just fall for motherfuckers with glasses and think that's what makes them smart.
Ooh, that brother got a copy of Dianetics in the bag. He's smart.
Dianetics. L. Ron Hubbard.
Man, yeah, you had to be there. If you a little bit younger than us, man, that commercial used to just scare you in the middle of the night if you was like half asleep, like L. Ron Hubbard, Dianetics. Like, ooh,
I've read that book from cover to cover.
And that's why you are the man you are today, Chris.
One of my Scientology. Well, it's a lot of nonsense in the book. But I mean,
didn't you tell me they tried to trick you into joining the Scientology one time?
Yeah. Like I've been by the place on Hollywood Boulevard. Me and my cousin Sheree, we were walking by there, and they gave us the Scientology tour. And then what they try to do when they give you the sign, if you ever walk by that place, they'll do that. And then what they'll do is try to sell you a copy of Dianetics. This is the Hollywood one. I don't know I think they used to have one in Pasadena. I don't know if they still have, but definitely the Hollywood one. In Hollywood, you don't even have to walk in front of the Scientology building. You just have to be in Hollywood,
They got
and one of them motherfucking Scientologists will find you and ask you if you want to do a walk-in tour of the Scientology building. And if you're dumb like me, you do it. And but if you're really stupid, which is fortunately I wasn't, you buy a copy of Dianetics. I did read a copy of Dianetics because some Scientology chick I was trying to get at gave me a copy of it.
Damn, Chris was this close to being in the cult, dog.
Well, I read the book and I was like, yeah, I don't know if we gonna work out. She's real pretty.
Like, you ain't a good girl.
Yeah, she's real pretty bohemian sister.
Okay, look like Freddie Brooks from a different world.
She kind of had those vibes, yeah. Cree Summer
I used to have
vibes.
a crush on Cree Summer, man.
Yeah, she was fine, yeah.
Penny from Inspector Gadget.
yeah, Penny from Susie from Rugrats.
Forrest Whitaker in a Scientology movie with Battlefield Earth.
Yeah, Battlefield. Yeah. So, but yeah, if you ever go to Hollywood, I warned you about this on Hollywood Boulevard. Not really Sunset, but if you're on Hollywood Boulevard, Hollywood and Highland mostly, you'll run into one of those motherfuckers.
Damn.
And Hollywood and Ivar too, maybe. Yeah.
Here's how crazy Chris's life is, y'all. Not only did he almost got by the Scientology tour, he almost turned into a Jehovah's Witness by meeting Prince at a bar one time.
Oh yeah.
Tune into the NWA podcast. Tune into Nefarious to hear that story. It was on a past episode of the Parlay where Chris almost got recruited to the Jehovah's Witnesses from Prince.
Yeah, I don't know if he was really trying to recruit or he just was talking about it. And I was like, I'm sure if I would have asked him, like, well, can we go to the Kingdom Hall with you? I'm sure he would have been like, no. Like, I'm sure he would have let us go with them, but I mean,
you don't know how dedicated he was to the cause.
Yeah, no, I should have asked.
He could have been like, yes, dearly beloved, follow me to the eternity.
I would have went to the Kingdom Hall with Prince. I would have went to the Watchtower and
But first, Chris, before you enter the Kingdom Hall, you must purify yourself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka.
He's one of the 500,000 that ascend to heaven because that's what they believe.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
So, like, let's say there were already 500,000 Jehovah's Witnesses, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Prince joined. Somebody getting bumped.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, that's why I never really took to that religion.
It's a numbers game.
Is because because I did entertain like because I'm one of those people. Not so much now, but when I was younger, a Jehovah's Witness would come to the door. I talked to them just to see if what they said made sense.
Right.
And it just never really clicked with me, just like the Scientology stuff. It just like when I talk to those people, I've talked to everybody to see what they believe the answers are. The person that made the most sense to me was I think it was a Buddhist.
Okay.
Yeah, because I could totally see dying and coming back as a piece of shit. So yeah. If I'm
like, what did he do in his past life?
If I'm making, because I often feel like I am repeating stuff from a past life, and if I don't do it right in this life, I'm destined to do this the exact same way again.
Chris coming back as Mr. Hanky is wild.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
Oh man.
And then there was one religion where they said they like once you ascend to human form, you don't ever descend to another form of life. The next thing is you got to get to the next level after being a human. But most people never make it past human, so they just repeat
Just keep coming back as different people.
Keep coming back as
But
different people.
okay, so here's the thing. Like, so every time you come back as another person in this religion, it's a reset, right? You don't remember anything from
you don't
before.
remember anything else. It's just you like what they like. So I don't know if it was the Sikhs, or I don't want to attribute it to the wrong religion, but what it is if you you have deja vu moments, like you've been here before, and if you make the same mistake and you keep on doing it, you're gonna be stuck in the same kind of life. You might even in the next life, you might even be poorer or more destitute than you were in the life before that.
Damn,
man. So
what type of Castlevania level of
hardness
is this game on?
That's the thing. I don't like simplifying shit to people. Like when I was talking to those people that went, like there was this girl that I used to like that went to Agape Life Center. That she's one of those. She believed in like The Secret and all that shit. And that just never made sense to me, because it's like, people that are starving in Cambodia are not starving because they didn't manifest shit, Right. It just never made sense to me, I don't know.
It's a secret, Chris. Not even Cody knows.
Right, yeah. So anyway.
Last follow-up question.
Theology brought to you by
yes. This has been an NWA podcast theology moment. Last question though. In the religion where you ascend to the levels of humanity and you can't go back down, what was the next level after humanity?
I think it was just the spiritual realm or something like that.
And was that like the top level?
Yeah, that's the top level. Yeah, it's like it's Euphoria or
Great show.
Paradise, something like that.
Great song too.
Yeah. So it's like,
Great song, Crody.
So yeah.
All right, we're getting silly now. Let's get the hell out of here, Ray. So,
right. We'll do the religion show some other time.
Honestly, I think that would be fascinating.
That's on the Patreon paywall.
Yeah.
Right.
Speaking of the Patreon paywall, Jay, thank you for the alley. Here comes the oops. Nefarious Media is the label that pays us eventually. And if you want to help us in this goal, man, we'd appreciate it if you would take the time to show your support in various ways. Number one, subscribe to the Patreon. $3 gets you in the door, because we are still in the midst of the drive for 500 Patreon subscribers, which will go a long, long way towards helping us do some things to improve not only the quality of our programming, but to bring on folks that can help us out with the back end stuff, whether it be social media, whether it be helping Jay and Ray with production, editing, getting more clips up, things like that. That would go a long way towards doing that, and also making the Patreon feel more special. Because full disclosure, like the Patreon is great, but we really haven't had the time to nurture it in the way that we'd like, just because we're all working so many hours, and we do what we can when we can. But if you want to help us out, man, that would go a long way, helping us out at the Patreon, man. You can't even get a Burger King snack wrap from Mary J. Blige for $3 so you're getting good value for your money here, folks. Second way, head over to YouTube. Matter of fact, you ain't even got to head nowhere. You on YouTube right now, baby. What? When you get through watching this program, go to the Nefarious Media Network YouTube channel, smash that subscribe button. Right now, and last time I checked, Ray, I think we were right on the cusp of 200 subscribers. So hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, man, on the videos if you dig them, and share them with your friends, because that'll go a long way towards helping us out. And then the final way is by subscribing to us on social media, on IG, on Blue Sky, on Twitter. We're still there, kind of, on Threads, on Facebook, and sharing those links with your friends. When we launch the Substack, man, be sure to show up and show out for that. And we're going to keep doing what we do. Like Ray said, we got some big plans for later on in this year, and we're excited, man. Like, again, one year in the game, we got people boots on the ground at these AEW events. We've got other things that we're thinking about in terms of not just wrestling, but also sports and entertainment and even politics, Chris. Like, I think eventually, like, that's a lane where we can have boots on the ground that, we already got you. So your boots is already on the ground, but we get the rest of us on those grounds as well. And so, yeah. And the last thing I will say, because Chris and I kind of talked about this a little bit this week in between us, but it's been a bit of a rough week for me. Like, every week's kind of rough, but this week was rougher than most. Not only due to the job, but due to some other things. And this tonight was a lot of fun, man. And this is, again, like, if things break the way I want them to break, man, and it does take time because we are building. Like this is something I would want to do, if not full time, with the majority of my time. Like, Chris, I've told Brittany this.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Brittany at a Hollywood premiere.
Man, look, and what I told Brittany, man, like, the happiest moment, I forget what the conversation was, but it was like, where you see this going, da da da. To me, the happiest moment, like the moment where I can say, damn, we kind of made it, is if I get to make a call one day and be like, it's like, hello, and it'll be like real sleepy because, like, I'm be so happy, Ray, I forgot that she's 3 hours behind. Hello, and I'd be like, hey, Cap, and she'd be like, what? I'd be like, hey, man, go ahead and put that 2 weeks notice in, fam. Nefarious got you. That's what I want to do, to be able to kind of put my people on. Obviously, I got to put myself on first because you can't help nobody if you can't help yourself. But I'd love to put people like Brittany Monet on, who is super talented and smart. Except for that time she didn't vote. We ain't gonna harp on that point. But she's got a lot to offer. She's got a lot to offer to this space, and she can't do it as much as she'd like because she's got to work 40, 50, 60 hours a week. There's so many people kind of in this space that I want to kind of connect with and collaborate with and grow because especially now, Chris, people is crazy out here, man. People are putting a lot of misinformation and disinformation out there, and there's a space for people that are telling truths, a space for people that are critical thinkers, thoughtful thinkers, but also people that like to have fun, man, and like to invite people into the tent and have fun with us. So we working, man. We working hard, all of us here at the network, and we appreciate all of y'all for rocking with us, and we ain't stopping no time soon. But we are stopping this show soon because it's been a long night, ladies and gentlemen. So I want to send a special shout out to John Pollock and Wade Ting, the proprietors of Post Wrestling. Forget about Darby climbing that mountaintop. These boys, Ray Williams, they climbing to the top once again of the CN Tower. You know what I'm saying? They gonna do it again for the charity. So we support them on that. Shout out to Righteous Reg, our good brother from Fightful and Grapsody, for providing us with one of the best theme songs in the podcast game right now. Shout out to my man Austin James, who provided us with the NWA Podcast logo. And most importantly, shout out to you, the listener, the audience, the family here at Post Wrestling that's rocking with us. And we're going to be back next month to do it all over again. So we hope you enjoyed our special Wrestlemania wrap-up edition of the NWA Podcast. And we'll be back next month to bless you with the May version of the show. Who knows? We might have a guest on. Full disclosure, Jennifer Smith was planning to join us tonight, but something got in the way. So hopefully next month we'll not only have Gerard back, but maybe Jenny, maybe Chris. It might be a good show to reach out to our man, light-skinned cousin Brandon.
Okay, I'll send him a message on.
Kind of do the post-mortem on this Mania season and ask him some other questions that we have about WWE and especially since TKO is becoming a more visible and viable part of their on-screen product. It may be time to talk to our brother Brandon Thurston from WrestleMania.
Yeah, and he's the one that got us to the front of the line with AEW, because I was hitting a lot of dead ends, and I don't even know why I didn't think of him first, but he told me the exact right person to talk to and chop it up with, and
look at us now, dog.
So,
hey man, light-skinned cousin Brandon, and again, if you under 20, this reference ain't gonna mean nothing to you. But light-skinned cousin Brandon is like E.F. Hutton, y'all.
Yeah, He was. I don't know if you saw it, but he was on David Otunga's show, chopping it up with him.
Yeah.
So he's making his rounds, man. I'm real happy for that dude, man.
And he's good people,
awesome
man. It's nice when good things happen for good people.
Yeah. Hopefully we do another post wrestling day. Because it was good. That's where I met him at, and we just haven't done that in a while.
Yeah, man. So. Come John and Wade. You know, hey, I'm not gonna be like Leo Rush and demand stuff of my boss in this sense. But John and Wade, when we gonna do that again, man? That was fun, man. Even if Chris dropped like 3 N-bombs in the first 30 seconds of our show.
Of the
post wrestling day,
not post wrestling day. That was a I'm talking about.
What are you thinking of?
The one where we met live in New Jersey.
Oh, the post wrestling meetup.
Yeah, the meetup. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure we're gonna do another one of those 8-hour days and shit. You know.
Yeah, that was a fun day to post because I remember it was who was it? It was.
Stephanie was there. I met Stephanie for the first time.
I think it was Martin Bushby, like on that post podcast day. It was like Bushby tossed it to us, and then we tossed it to Damian Abraham. Like that was like old time radio. That was cool, right? Man. So John and Wade. Hey, again, don't let me tell y'all what to do with your network, brothers. I'm just making suggestions. But another post meet and greet, man. Probably not Saudi Mania. That wouldn't be a good place for a post meeting. But at one of these shows, man, and then post podcast day, we need to run that back, man, because that was good times. But yeah, shout out to everybody in the post community. We appreciate you all, man. Matter of fact, when we get through here tonight, because I got the day off tomorrow, I'm gonna probably check out the latest edition of MCU Later with the good brother Rich Fan and WH Park talking about that Daredevil Born Again. Chris, it's hot in these streets, man.
Oh yeah.
No, go ahead, Chris. You was about to say something.
I said I'm gonna check it out. Haven't checked it out yet. And the Lakers, you should be ashamed of yourself for not sweeping these fucking Rockets today.
I think Chris, LeBron just wanted more time to play ball with his son.
I think when you're number 4 in the West, you have to finish these dudes off because you want people to know that you're capable of doing that it psychologically prepares you for the second round. Not sweeping those bums is not cool.
To be fair though, Chris, even though they were the higher seed, they were the underdogs by Vegas coming into the series because of no Luka and no Austin Reeves.
Yeah, but Vegas forgot those dudes were kind of got a little bit of a curse going on this year. They've done this losing thing by like in the fourth a bunch of times, you know.
I mean, it's not kind of a curse, Chris. It is a curse because Nia Long got on her Danhausen bag and was like, "Till you do right by me, you're cursed."
Yeah.
Sorry, Ime.
Yeah.
Could be worse. It could be that Michigan coach that we don't talk about. But Brandon brings up.
I would have did right by Nia Long back in the day.
Man, we all would have did right by Nia Long. Even Ray. Ray.
I'd have did right by her. Shit.
Nia. It's the pieces is coming together. I see the vision. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna wrap up shop. Thank you for joining us for the fastest 5 hours in pro wrestling podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, proudly presented by the good people of Post Wrestling alongside the Nefarious Media Network. So until next time, for Ray, for Jay, for the Professor, and for Gerard Brown, wherever you are, we miss you this week, brother. I am the Godfather, Nate Milton. And shout out to everybody in Laredo. Hey, man, we like y'all, man, but it is a bad look for Joe. Remember, the revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted. Hit the music, Ray.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the Professor, the Godfather, post wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, the views and expressions. You know the rest is pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.